Land crabs. Hey, we're live, man. I think we're live. Are we live? Looks like we're live. You know, we're going to finish with pirate flags tonight. Fix this because, you know, I'm an expert now. Fix that. About to finish these pirate flags. Pretty right. Got my work cut out for me. All my stuff is stitched up. I'm gonna hang one of the flags up here because it looks cool. They're all pinned up, ready to go. Got one on deck. Got two. This is a big milestone. A lot of work to get to this point, and then from here, it's the flag as a physical object is complete. And then tomorrow, I can paint the eyes and the nose and the shadows and the teeth and all the cool stuff. Right now, it's just got some hand stitching to do, and we're going to do that. There we go. It's my high-tech professional ferret painter's tape. And adjust the camera. I'm going to have to fix this camera here in a minute so you can see what I'm sewing, because I know that's why you're really here, because it's fascinating to watch, right? Let me get a link to the stream. I can post it up on Twitter, and then anybody who sees it there might want to join. Drop in a chat. One of the things about actually I need to go to YouTube. I gotta get the link. Although Twitter, I think, doesn't promote, like they won't promote outside websites. They won't show it to anybody. So maybe somebody will see it. I hope so. Let's see here. Live. I don't think I'm going to be shown on this YouTube live thing. For some reason, this guy has one watching. Chrissy Mayer's got 167. DJ Cobra 2.7 thousand. Old Man Gaming's got 3 watching. I've got maybe 1 watching. I don't know. If they don't promote it, I don't know how I get seen. So now, maybe let the viewer decide that watching paint dry or watching me hand sew a flag isn't the most thrilling thing. I don't know. Yeah. So let me grab this link. I'm going to drop it in Twitter and copy. And there we go. So I'll post it up. Live. Stream now. Post. Alright, so let's see what happens. So I'm listening to the, hey sweet, I'm listening to the general history of the pirates, which is one of the best books in the English language. Alright, what's this? Not enough video to maintain. Well, let's hope that gets fixed. Meanwhile, we need a picture for the background. What do we want to look at? We got all kinds of stuff. I might put something up from the Bray album in a little bit. There's this dude who was on a ship in like 1775, British. He went out and while they were on their voyage, he was sketching and making little watercolors and stuff. And it's just awesome. But I think right now I'm kind of in the mood for something else. I don't know what. I really am. Sifting past ships in the Thames estuary. Okay, that's kind of a mock battle. Looks kind of cool. Sifting Past, by the way, is a fantastic website. I think that's one of the guys associated with James Townsend and Son, who sells reenactment stuff for Revolutionary or 18th century, roughly, stuff. You know, so if you need old style ceramics, or I bought a tomahawk there almost 40 years ago when I was a teenager starting reenacting. But you can get all kinds of cool stuff there. But I think one of the guys associated with that started this website collecting reference images of 18th century stuff, paintings. And you can go there and you can search pancakes, and it'll bring up engravings and paintings from like from the 1600s on up through the 18th century. Just people making pancakes and waffles and stuff. It's just all kinds of cool stuff. So I got a whole bunch of images saved from there and other sources that I like to use here. Just inspiration and models. That's a pretty one. How about that? Let's see here. How do we do that? Let's use this. I'm going to drag this up to the, you know what, I'm going to take this up here just so I can find it easily tomorrow, because I'm going to use that again. So let's go here. I'm going to change the background, because I know what the pirate flag looks like. I'm selling it on a prettier picture. Image, and let's browse and find, how about that, a fishing smack. How about that? Look at that. It's pretty. Now, let's change the aspect of it. Cancel. I guess that's it. There we go. Alright, so let's get to work. I got some sewing to do. Got a lot of sewing to do. I got my work cut out for me. I got my pirate flag. I'm actually making 3 of these. Skull on. I've got one of the bones, one of the long bones on, and I've got the other long bone pinned on both sides, and just going around the line here and sewing it on. So it's going to be a real casual stream. I'm here to chat about history and drink some coffee and BS with anybody who wants to drop in and talk history or piracy or any of that stuff, or whatever, art, I don't care. And nobody comes by, and, well, I'm getting my work done anyway, so. Let's get to it. Now I'll bring up my monitor. Adjust this, see if you want to. And there we go.
Which is poisonous, done here with engines, and then the Negro women upon a rough stone rub it into
I don't know where she's talking about. I think this is one of the islands.
I
don't know which one.
We do our wheat, and is a hearty food for the
The more I look at this picture, the more I like it. It's really cool.
Fine, white, and well tasted for themselves. One thing worth taking notice about manioco in this island is that the woods abound with a
Manioc.
poisonous and more mortiferous sort.
Yeah, you have to, I think you have to wash manioc. I've never eaten it, but I remember learning about it. I think they cut it and then they have to or dig it up. It's like a tuber, like potatoes. And they have to wash them and let it like soak it in water overnight. And change the water a couple of times, or you can get poisoned.
And is afforded here at 1,000 heads for $2. This corn grows 8 or 9 foot high on a hard reed or stick, shooting forth at 6 inches high. Some long
Thread my needle.
It has
Get to it.
Ear, or rather head, at top of perhaps 400-fold increase, and often 2 or more midway.
Now, 0 concurrent viewers, 0 chat rate, 0 views. Nobody knows that this stream exists, but my pirate flags exist, and that's why we're here.
To give a sweet gust to their water,
I was
which they
in
drink.
a stream the other night, and
I'll show the
that Star Wars
bark
girl
of
was
whose
on,
name
and
I
she
don't know,
made
gravely
an aside
affirmed
about
the
YouTube not really
peculiar
preferring
property of
live streams.
enlarging the virile member. I'm
And,
not fond of such conceits, nor believe it
somebody
in
else was
harm
talking about
any vegetables.
YouTube disfavoring
Must
live streams.
acknowledge, I've seen
in terms of
sights
channel
this kind
growth, so
among the Negroes very
I don't want to stop doing live streams. I
Yet,
like doing them.
there may be no wishes amongst
I've had a
the
couple
ladies
that were really
for
good,
the
and when people
importation
drop
of this
in,
bark. I
had some great conversations. It was a lot of fun.
As they increase in bulk.
So I'm going to keep doing them,
I'd like to have forgotten their cinnamon trees.
but I've got to figure out, because I also want to grow my channel. So I've got to figure out how to do it without being,
They thrive extremely
penalized
well,
for
and
doing
the
it.
bark not inferior to our cinnamon from India.
or maybe start a separate channel where I do live streams and then I, transfer the, because one of the things I want to do, like I did a, like this pirate flag thing. I'm going to go through and I'll take parts of my video here and I'll turn them into a regular video about pirate flags. And, I'll distill down, I've got tens of hours at least of video about it, but nobody wants to watch all that unless they're in the live stream, I think, because, it's still a lot of just stitching, but if I can boil it down to a 20-minute video or 5, I don't know, however long it needs to be, about pirate flags, that might be kind of cool. So I want to do live streams, but I also don't want my channel to suffer for it. I just passed 50 subscribers last week, and I'm kind of excited, and
those times of the year, it's
some of my
probably
videos, some of my
introduces
shorts and
the
videos get
which once begun,
hundreds of views,
forward
and
little
you know, so
intermission
somebody's
and
enjoying some of
unobserved
the stuff I'm
commerce
making, so I want to make
ephemery.
more of it because I like it. It's
Similar
fun.
to these are rainy seasons also
and
over
some
all
of
the
it's
coast of
useful.
Africa. If there
So
may be allowed
I just
a
have to figure out
general
how
way of
the
calculating their time, they
how
have
that
it
all
from the
works,
course of
because
the sun
I don't
as it
want
respects the
to not
equinox
showing my
of
videos to people
for if these
if I live
equinoxes
stream.
prove rainy seasons
And
all
I
over
don't
the
really
world,
have that much
and I'm
up
apt to
that
think they are.
it would really be
Whatever
causing
secret
my
cause
views to
operates
suffer.
when
I
that
think
station the sun
my channel will do
produces
better when I get
will
some of
more
these new videos
effectively
up.
do
I've
it
got
in those
got one on
design
Revolutionary War
latitudes.
tents
And
that I
therefore,
just did a live
as the
stream
sun
for
advances,
while I was
the
doing
rain
that
will
a
broaden
couple weeks
far
ago.
wider and go
And now
from
this pirate flag
April,
project,
and on the windward
and
most
I'm
part
gonna
of
make a
Guinea
video for
by
that.
May.
And I've got
The other
some
seasons of the suns returning to
some
the
other
sun
things coming up that
make
might be
them
kind of
more
fun.
uncertain and irregular in northern Africa.
So we'll see how it goes. I want a
And
mix,
then
I guess,
south
of
again. They proceed in like
shorts
manner
and
are
regular
in
videos
in
and then
October,
live stream stuff.
and Angola in November,
There we go.
etc.
So I just use a basic
The
square
men
knot
living among the Portuguese
left
here
over right,
is
right over
with the
left
utmost frugality and
to
temperance,
connect the new thread to the old
even
thread.
penury and starving.
I started
A
this last
familiar
night,
instance
this
of
morning.
proof is in the
And,
voracity of their
I'm just
dogs,
picking up where I
who
left
fight
off.
in such clean cupboards
So I'm
and
stitching
hell,
here
are
and going
wild
over
and
the
mellow
edge
with hunger, and
of
tear up
the
graves
visible
of the dead
bone
for
and then
food,
through
as
the
I've often seen.
flag and to
They
the other side,
themselves
and
are lean with
being
covetousness,
careful to hook
and
over
that
the
Christian
edge
virtue which is
of
often
the
the
other
result
bone,
of it,
which is
self
basically a
in
mirror
them,
image of this
and
one.
will train up their cattle in the same way.
You can see
They
that? I hope
found
so.
money, or have not they their
Alright.
provision more immediately of providence.
So
The best of them,
there we go.
excepting the governor now and then,
This-
neither
I guess it's
pay
not
nor
gonna load
receive
my
any visits
thing, is it?
of escapade or recreation. They meet and sit down at each other's doors in the street
No,
every evening,
wrong button.
and as few
Load
of them
down.
in so small an island
There we
can
go.
have their plantations at any great distance,
There
than
we
that they may see every day as they will.
Turn the
So the
volume
subject
down.
of our talk is mostly how affairs went there with their Negroes or their ground,
Let's say
and then
hi.
part with one another
There you go.
innocently but
Alright.
empty. The Negroes have yet no
So,
hard duty with them.
Get
They are
the
rather
first
happy
stitch in is
slavery,
always the most
for as their
difficult.
food is chiefly
Once you get that
vegetables,
going, it just
that could
rolls
no
right
way
along.
else be expended. There is no murmur spread on that account, and as their business is domestic, either in the services of the house, or in gardening, sewing, or planting, they have no more than what every man would prefer for health and pleasure. The hardest of their work is the carriage of their patroons or their wives to and from the plantations.
No, really, I don't
This
need that
they
chat
do in
box up.
hammocks,
There's nothing
called
on there.
via serpentines, flung across a pole with a cloth over.
Flung or
Strings
slung?
so carried
I
from
think the
some men
sentence
and
makes
women.
more sense with
And the
slung,
slaves
but
are
it's printed
in
at that
the
time with
and
a
anything
long
that
S.
methinks is
And so a
better
lot
than
of
the
modern
spacious
readers
liberty
will
a man
take
has
it
for
as
himself
an
and his
F.
heirs to work in a coal mine. The Negroes are, most of them, through the care of their patroons, Christians, at
Patroons.
least nominal,
Is that
but
a patron?
excepting to some few, they adhere still to many city pagan customs in their mournings and rejoicings, and in some measure, powerful majority has introduced them with the vulgar of the mulatto and Portuguese race. If a person die in that color, the relations and friends of him meet at the house, where their corpse is laid out decently on the ground and covered, all except the face, with a sheet. They fit round it, crying and
Fit or
howling
sit,
dreadfully,
right? It's a
not
long
unlike
S.
what our countrymen are said to do in Ireland. This mourning lasts for 8 days and nights, but not equally intense, for as the friends who compose the chorus go out and in,
You know, leave a body
not
laying
merely
out
and
for 8
unequally
days
affected, the tone
in
lessens
a hot
daily,
climate.
and the intervals of grief are longer.
Seems a little
In
long.
rejoicings and festivals, they are equally ridiculous. They are commonly made on some friend's escape from shipwreck or other danger. They meet in a large room of the house with a strum, to which one of the company, perhaps, sings woefully. The rest, standing round the room close to the petitions, take it in their turns, one or two at a time, to step round, called dancing, the whole clapping their hands continually, and whooping out every minute aboa, which signified no more than how do you. And this foolish mirth will continue 3 or 4 days together at a house, and perhaps 12 or 16 hours at a time. The Portuguese, though eminently abstemious and temperate in all other things, are unbounded in their lusts, and perhaps they substitute the former in room of a surgeon as a counterpoison to the mischiefs of a promiscuous Celestine. They have most of them venereal days.
Every once in a while, I
and
have
with
to
age
flip it over and
become
look at the
leaner
back,
and
just make
hectic.
sure they're all kind of
I
even
saw
and
2 instances here
hitting
of
in the right
venereal
place, and they are.
ulcers,
So
but it can't
just
be
carry on.
to the bowels. articles that would have effectually persuaded men, I think, how salutary the restriction of laws are. Annobonno is the last and of the least consequence of the three islands. There are plenty of fruits and provisions, exchanged to ships for old clothes and trifles of any sort. They have a governor nominated from Synthome, and 2 or 3 priests, neither of which are minded, everyone living at discretion, and filled with ignorance and lust. To return to Davis, the next day
Right.
after he left Anamabo, early in the morning, the man at the masthead espied a sail. It must be observed they keep a good lookout, for, according to their articles, he who first espies a sail, if she proves a prize, is entitled to the best pair of pistols on board, over and above his dividend, in which they take a singular pride, and a pair of pistols has sometimes been sold for £30 from one to another. Immediately they gave chase, and soon came up with her. The ship proved to be a Hollander, and being betwixt Davis and the shore, she made all the sail she could, intending to run aground. Davis guessed her design, and putting out all his small sails, came up with her before she could effect it, and fired a broadside, upon which she immediately struck, and called for quarter. It was granted, for according to Davis's articles, it was agreed that quarter should be given whenever it was called for, upon pain of death.
Oh,
The ship
wow.
proved a very rich prize,
That's pretty
having the
serious.
governor of Accra on board,
If they beg
with
for
all his
mercy
effects going
to
hold.
surrender, you
There
have
was
to honor
money
it
to
or
the
kill you.
value of £15,000 besides other valuable merchandises, all which they brought on board of themselves.
Okay.
Upon this new success,
So
they
this
were
part is
kept on
a little
board
tough just because
from
there's so
before
much
their
fabric to grab here,
ships again, but
um,
strengthened their company with 35 hands.
it's just the
all
way it
white
goes toward the
men,
end of the
taken
project.
out
Tents are
these
like that
two
too.
in
You know, you get a
Maurice
few
sloop.
pieces
They
together, and
also
all of a
stole
sudden
the
you're dealing
Dutch
with a
their
whole
ship
bunch of
after
material
having
to
plundered her, as is
move
mentioned.
around and get around and hold
Before
on
they
to
got
and
to the
keep it
island
flat
of
and
Princes,
straight.
one of their ships, that is, that called the King James, sprung a leak. Davis ordered all hands out of her, on board his own ship, with everything else of use, and left her at an anchor at High Cameroon. As soon as he came in sight of the island, he hoisted English colours. The Portuguese, observing a large ship sailing towards them,
Darn.
sent out a little sloop to examine what she might be. This sloop hailing of Davis, he told them he was an English man of war in quest of pirates, and that he had received intelligence that there was some upon that coast.
So there's an
Upon
interesting
this, they
thing there.
received him as a welcome guest,
He claimed to be an
and
English man of war. Doesn't say anything about him taking on
He saluted them,
uniforms or anything.
which they
And I think at
answered,
that time,
and he came to an
maybe
anchor
they didn't
just
have
under their
uniforms
guns,
and it was
hoisted out
normal
Davis,
for them to
man of war fashion,
ordinary,
ordering 9 hands
private
on
sailors or
to row
pirates
ashore.
to appear just the same
Portuguese,
as the
to do him
Navy.
the greater honor, sent down a file of musketeers to receive him and conduct him to the governor. The governor, not in the least suspecting what he was, received him very civilly, promising to supply him with whatever the island afforded. Davis thanked him, telling him the King of England would pay for whatever he should take. So, after several civilities passed between him and the governor, he returned again on board. It happened a French ship came in there to supply itself with some necessaries, which Davis took into his head to plunder, but to give the thing a colour of right, he persuaded the Portuguese that she had been trading with the pirates, and that he found several pirate goods on board, which he seized for the king's use.
Oh, this guy's
This
sneaky.
story passed so well upon the governor that he commended Davis's diligence. A few days after, Davis,
Bold.
with about 14 more, went privately ashore and walked
Okay.
up the country towards a village, where the governor
That's a pretty
and the
good
other
start.
chief
Already
men
got a
kept their
little
wives,
bit done here.
intending
Got nice
to
even
raise
stitches
them
on this side. On
supplies
this side,
in
it's
certain places with
they're all angled, but they're all
discovered the
fairly
women fled
even
to a
and well
neighboring
spaced.
wood,
So,
and Davis
and
the
they're
rest
most
retreated to
importantly,
the
they're
ship
holding the
without affecting their
bones
design.
flat and
The
looks cool.
thing made some noise,
So.
but as nobody knew them, it passed over.
It's kind of cool.
Having cleaned his ship and put all things in order, his thoughts now were turned upon the main business, that is,
Oh,
the plunder of the
that
island.
sounds like a
And
needle
not
to me.
knowing where the treasure
Okay.
lay, a stratagem came into his head. To get it, as he thought, with little trouble, he consulted his men upon it, and they liked the design. His scheme was to make a present to the governor of a dozen Negroes by way of return for the civilities received from him, and afterwards to invite him, with the chief men and some of the friars, on board his ship to an entertainment. The minute they came on board, they were to be secured in irons, and there kept till they should pay a ransom of £40,000 sterling.
Holy cow, that's a lot.
But this stratagem proved fatal to him, from Portuguese Negroes swam ashore in the night and discovered the whole plot to the governor, and also let him know that it was Davis who had made the attempt upon their lives. However, the governor dissembled, received the pirates' invitation civilly, and promised that he and the rest would go. The next day, Davis went on shore himself, as if it were out of great respect to bring the governor on board. He was received with the usual civility, and he and other principal pirates, who, by the way, had assumed the title of lords, and as such, took upon them to advise or counsel their captain upon any important occasion, and likewise held certain privileges, which the common pirates were debarred from, as walking the quarter-deck, using the great cabin, going ashore at pleasure, and treating with foreign powers, that is, with the captains of ships they made prize of. I say, Davis and some of their lords were desired to walk up to the governor's house and to take some refreshment before they went on board. They accepted it without the least suspicion, but never returned again. For an ambuscade was laid.
I don't like that
Given,
construction.
A whole volley was fired upon them. They,
Don't think that that's
every
right.
man dropped, except one.
So what
This
we're
one
gonna do?
fled back and escaped to the boat and got on board the ship. Davis was shot through the bowels, yet he rise again.
So this is
and made
the
a quick
end of
effort to
Howell
get away.
Davis.
But his strength soon
That's no
forsook
good.
him, and he dropped down dead. Just as he fell, he perceived he was followed, and drawing out his pistols, fired them at his pursuers. Thus, like a gamecock giving a dying blow, that he might not fall unrevenged. End of chapter 8.
So this kind of important. I'm getting now into the cross part, and I just want to make sure it lines up.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of the General History
I've got a
of
couple
the
pins in
Pirates,
there making
Volume
it
1. This
a
is
little
a
tight,
Librivox
so I
recording.
just keep
All
it smoothed
Librivox
out and
recordings
goes
are in the
real,
public domain.
real
For more
nice.
information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Hello, Kate
The
McKenzie.
General History of the Pirates, Volume 1 by Charles Johnson.
Nice voice.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Captain Bartholomew Roberts and his crew.
Ah, Bart Roberts.
Bartholomew Roberts
He's a
sailed
bad
an
man.
honest employee from London aboard of the Princess. Captain Plum, commander, of which ship he was second mate. He left England November 1719 and arrived at Guinea about February following, and began at Anamaboe, taking
There
in
we go.
slaves to the West Indies. Was
See,
taken in the
somebody's-
said ship by Captain
somebody's
Harold
watching the
Davis,
stream.
as
Oh my
mentioned in the
goodness.
preceding chapter.
Can't believe it.
In the
Shocking.
beginning, he
Welcome.
was very averse to this sort
I don't
of
mean to
life,
run you off.
and would certainly have
Got anything to
escaped
say?
from
Got a
it had
question?
fair opportunity presented itself.
Say
Yet
hi in the
afterwards,
chat.
he
I'm
changed
happy
his
to talk about
principles,
history or
as
art or
many
pirate
besides
flags or
have
any of
done
that
upon
stuff.
another element,
But
and perhaps for the same
my
reason too.
live streaming
And what
experience
did
is
not
limited
like as a private
to
man,
just
he
the
could
past
not
couple of
sell to
weeks,
his
so
conscience as a
I'll do
commander.
my best to make
Davis
this
being cut
interesting.
off in the manner before mentioned, the company found themselves under a necessity
My hand
of
stitching
filling up this
experience
post,
is not limited
for
to the
which
last
there
couple of
appeared
weeks.
2 or 3
Although it
candidates
may
among
seem
the
that way
select part of
sometimes.
them that were distinguished by the title of lords. Such were Simpson, Ashplant,
Yeah,
Anstice,
there you go.
etc. And
As soon as I
on
acknowledge
canvassing
them,
this
they
matter, how
bolt.
shattered and weak a condition their government must be without a
Or
head,
it's
since
bots.
Davis had been removed in the manner
I
before
don't know.
mentioned.
Maybe it's
My Lord
bots.
Dennis proposed instead
I will flatter
a reform
myself that
to
it's
this
not
purpose.
humans out
That it was
running
not of
off,
any
it's
great
bots that just come in to
significance
check
dignified
and
with title,
see if I'm
for
playing
really and in truth,
copyrighted
all
Van
good
Halen and
governments have,
Metallica.
with theirs, the supreme power lodged with the community,
Lars
might
wants his
doubtless
money.
depute and revoke as suited interest or humour. We
As
are
well
the
he should,
original of this
but-
claim, says he, and should a captain be so saucy as to exceed prescription at any time, why, down
Ow.
with him. It will be a caution after he is dead to his successors of what fatal consequence any sort of
Oof.
assuming may be. However, it is my advice that, while we are sober, we pitch upon a man of courage and skilled in navigation, one who by his counsel and bravery seems best able to defend this commonwealth and ward us from the dangers and tempests of an unstable element and the fatal consequences of anarchy. And such a one I take Roberts to be. A fellow, I think in all respects, worthy your esteem and favour.
So here's him
This
getting
speech
elected.
was hotly applauded by all but Lord Simpson, who had secret expectations himself. But
Uh-oh.
on this disappointment grew sullen and left them, swearing
poor
he did
Simpson.
not care who they chose captain, so it was not a papist, for against them he had conceived an irreconcilable hatred, for that his father had been a sufferer in Monmouth's rebellion. Roberts was accordingly elected, though he had not been above 6 weeks among them. The choice was confirmed both by the Lords and Commoners, and he accepted of the honour, saying that since he had dipped his hands in muddy water and must be a pirate, it was better being a commander than a common man. As soon as the
Well, there's
government
something to that, I
by
suppose.
promotion, other officers in the room of those that were killed by the Portuguese, the company resolved to revenge Captain Davis's death. He being more than
Was it
ordinarily
Howell
respected
Davis?
by the crew for his affability and good nature, as well as his conduct and
It
bravery.
was Captain
on
Davis,
all
but was that
occasions.
Howell Davis?
And, pursuant to this resolution, about 30 men were landed in order to make an attack upon the fort, which must be
Hey, you know, I
ascended
should
by a
probably
steep hill
post in
against
that
the mouth
pirate
of the
group on
cannon.
Facebook too. Maybe some
These
of
men
them
were
will
headed
jump
by
in.
one Kennedy,
Although I doubt
a
it
bold,
was
daring fellow,
middle of the week.
but very wicked and profligate. They marched directly up under the fire of their ship guns, and as soon as they were discovered, the Portuguese
I'm gonna do
quitted
that.
their post and
All
fled
right,
to
but
the
now
town.
we've got
The
a.
pirates marched
This is the
without
first
opposition.
crossing
They
of the
fired
crossbones
and threw
stitched
all the
up.
guns
So
off the hill into the sea,
let's see
which
how it
after they
looks.
had done, they
Pretty
retreated
nice, right?
quietly to their ship.
What?
But this was not looked
That's
upon
not
as a
bad.
sufficient
There we go.
satisfaction for the injury
Cool.
they received. Therefore,
All right.
most of the company were preferred in the town, which
Yeah.
Roberts said he would yield to if any means would be proposed of doing it without their own
That's pretty
destruction.
cool.
For
That'd
the
be
town
all right.
had a securer situation than the fort,
Yeah, I think I'm
a
gonna
thick
go
wood
to,
coming almost close to it, affording cover to the defendants, who, under such an advantage, he told them, it was to be feared, would fire and stand better to their arms. Besides,
Shall I go
that
to-
bare houses would be but a slender reward for their trouble and loss. This prudent advice
That's me.
prevailed. However, they mounted the French ship they seized at this place with 12 guns and lightened her in order to come up to the town, the water being shoaled and battered down
Har,
several
har.
houses. After which, they all returned on board, gave back the French ship to those that had most right to her, and sailed out of the harbour by the light of 2 Portuguese ships, which they were pleased to set on fire there.
They were
Roberts
pleased
stood
to
away
set
to
on
the southward,
fire.
Oh, the
and
poor
met
ships.
with a
All
Dutch
these boats they
king,
burned,
which made
man.
cries of,
You know how
"But
cool
at
they
the
are?
end of
Don't
the
burn them.
day,
I want to see
the
them.
skipper
Boats they
had
burned,
his
man.
2 days after,
You know how
he
cool they
took
are?
a ship called the Experiment,
Why is that?
Hornet,
Don't
at
like
Cape Mervyn.
that.
The men went all into the pirate service,
so-
and having no occasion for the ship, they
So
burned
we now have the first of the crossbones. And
But, meeting with nothing in their way, they sailed for Annabona, and there watered, took in provisions, and put it to a vote of the company whether their next voyage should be to the East Indies or to Brazil. The latter being resolved on, they sailed accordingly, and in 28 days arrived at Ferdinando, an uninhabited island on that coast. Here they watered, boot-topped their ship, and made ready for the designed cruise. Now that we are upon this coast, I think it will be the proper place to present our readers with a description of this country and some ingenious remarks
I
of
don't
a
know what
friend
Ferdinando
how
is.
beneficial
What?
a trade might be carried on here by
Sounds
our West
Spanish,
Indian
so.
merchants at a
Right,
little
West
hazard.
Indies.
End of chapter 9, part 1. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Thank you, Kate.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles
So
Johnson.
tonight I'm
Chapter
finishing
9,
the
Part
pirate
2,
flags. The
the
stitching
description
of them anyway.
Brazil, etc.
Tomorrow I'll be
Brazil, a
mixing
name
up some black
signifying
paint
the Holy Cross,
and
was discovered for the
painting
King
in
of
all the
Portugal
eyes and
by Alvarez
the noses
Cabral
and the
on
mouths and the
Dominant
teeth and all
1501,
the
extending
shadows
the
on the
Roman
bones, doing all the fun.
equinox 28
Tomorrow's the
degrees
fun,
south.
the really
The
fun
air
stuff.
is
This
temperate
is
and
enjoyable,
cool in
but
comparison of the West
you know,
Indies.
it's all kind of
From
mechanical.
stronger
Like you gotta
breezes
hem
than
it,
in
you gotta
open
cut it to
country,
size, you gotta
which gives less interruption
reinforce
to
it
the
and
winds. The northernmost part
do a
of
lot
it,
to get the
stretching
skull and
about
bones right.
180 leagues, a
But
fine
after tonight,
fertile
it's all
country,
gravy.
was taken from the
Tomorrow is
Portuguese by the Dutch West Indies
the fun stuff where
anno 1637
well,
or thereabouts.
I'm finishing it
But
tomorrow.
the
It's just
conquerors,
going to look
as
like
is
a pirate
natural where
flag. It's
there
going
is
to have
little
a
or no religion subsisting, made
pretty
such
terrifying
heavy exactions
aspect.
on the Portuguese and extended
Let's see.
such cruelty to the
Just a minute,
natives
I'll
that prepared them
I'll pull
both
up my image and
easily
see.
to unite for a revolt, facilitated by the Dutch mismanagement.
Let's go to
For the
image.
states being at this time very intent on their India settlements, not only recalled Count Maurice, their governor,
There we go.
but neglected
So that's what
supplies
we're
to their
making.
garrisons. However, though the others were countenanced with a fleet from Portugal,
This is based
and
on
had
one of the,
affection of the natives, yet they found
They
it
say,
easy to
according
withstand
to
struggle
my
with this
internet
superior
searches, there are only
power.
2
From
existing
1643
real
to
18th century
1660,
pirate flags, and
the
this is
then
one
was
of them.
wholly abandoned by
So
them,
I'm
for
doing my
articles
best to
dishonorable to the Portuguese,
reproduce it.
viz. that the Dutch
Not making
relinquished
museum quality
should keep
reproduction.
all the
This is
places they had
for
conquered in India
It's for a friend of mine, and I'm making one for myself. And I'm just doing it in a spirit of fun, but it's based on this real one, which is supposedly captured off the coast of North Africa from the Barbary pirates in the late 18th, early 19th century. So, now it resides in a museum in Scandinavia.
For the liberty of trading to Africa. And this is always
kinda cool.
left by every
It's a cool
Portuguese
design,
ship
too.
before she begins her slaving with the Dutch General of the Gold Coast at Desminhas. There are only 3 principal towns of trade on the Brazil coast: San Salvador, San Sebastian, Pernambuco. San Salvador in the Bahia los Todos Santos is an archbishopric and seat of the Viceroy, the chief port of trade for importation, where most of the gold from the mines is lodged.
So I'm stitching
and
both
when
sides at
fleets
once.
for
I've got
Europe
my
generally depart.
bones
The
pinned
sea
on
is
front
abounded
and
and
back,
bound with whalefish,
and
which
so
in
the
the
stitch
season
goes
they
down,
catch in great
hooks
numbers.
around at an
Flesh
angle
is salted
over
up generally
the
to
edge of
limit
each of
during
these
their slave
bone
ships,
sets,
and the train
and then
reserved
comes
for
back out and goes
exportation
straight over,
at 30
down
and
at an
35
angle, and
millrays a pipe.
just repeat that a couple thousand times, and then you have a pirate flag.
Is the southernmost
So none of it's very
Portuguese,
complicated.
the
There's just a
worst
lot of it
provided
to
of
do.
necessaries, but commodious for a settlement.
But I'm almost
because
done.
neither mine and
Today's the day. I've got the other 2
supervised
flags. I'm making
servants
3
who,
total.
as I've been
The other
told,
2 flags I've got them.
usually allow their master a dollar per diem and have their
They're
own
already
personal
pinned up,
work, if any, to
ready to
themselves.
sew. So I'm just
The gold from
putting
hence
this
is
last
esteemed the
cross
best
bone on
for
each
being
one
of
of
a
them, and then we're
cockroach
done.
number, and they have a mint to run it into coin, both here and at Bahia. The moitas of either having the initial letters of each place upon them. Pernambuco, though mentioned last, is the second in dignity,
What
a
I
large
need to do
and
is
populous
inspire a
town,
question.
and has its rise from the ruins of Olinda,
How do you
or
do
the
that?
Hampson, a city of a far pleasanter situation 6 miles up the river, but not so commodious for traffic and commerce. Just above the town, the river divides itself into 2 branches, not running directly into the sea, but to the southward. And in the nook of the island made by that division stands the governor's house,
Okay.
a square plain building of Prince Maurice's,
Let's carry on
with
and
2
do
towers, on which are only this
Adele,
date
what's
inscribed, anno 1641. The avenues to it are every way pleasant, through vistas of tall
Okay, I don't know what that
trees.
means.
Over each branch of the river is a bridge. That leading to the
I don't
country
like all
is
this
all of
extra
timber,
crap.
but the other
This
to
is-
the town of 26 or 28 arches is half of stone, made by the Dutch, who in their time had little shops and gaming houses on each side for recreation. The pavements also of the town are in some places of broad tiles, the remaining fragments of their conquest. The town has the outer branch of the river behind it, and the harbour before it,
Neat.
jutting into which
Dude,
latter
Tom's
are closed
wire, he makes
for the
cool
weighing and
stuff.
receiving of customage
Hold on.
on merchandise, and for the meeting and
Didn't he
conferring
do-
of merchants and traders.
I thought I already
The
was.
houses are strong built but homely, latticed like those of Lisbon, the admission of air.
Wait a minute, wasn't
without
he-
closets and
Is that the guy who made the
worse,
bucket?
hearths, which makes their cookery consist all in frying and stewing.
Yeah, I think
of
so.
stews, and that they do till the flesh becomes
I'm almost
tender enough to
positive that's the
shake
guy
to
who made the
pieces.
bucket.
And one knife
He's an
is then
excellent
not sufficient
craftsman.
to serve a
Yes.
table of half a score.
I don't know why he's not on
The
here.
greatest inconvenience
He is
of
an
Pernambuco
amazing
is
craftsman.
that there is
Alright.
not one public house in it.
So let's get
So
to.
the strangers are obliged to hire
maybe
any
there's some
luxury
politics
one they
there.
can get at a
Whatever.
guinea a month.
Don't want to be
Others
political.
come
Not
from
interested in modern
contract affairs
politics.
and
That's kind of why I'm so
must
interested in
come
history,
recommended.
because
If it were only for the
all
sake
the
of
questions are
price,
answered.
the market
We
is
know
set
they were
well enough.
charlatans 250, 300 years
5
ago,
farthings per pound,
but we also
sheep
know
were
how
up to
they
9
get their
shillings,
comeuppances.
turkeys 4 shillings, and fowls
It's just
2
the
shillings,
modern
the largest I
politics
ever
get
saw, and may be
squirrely,
procured
'cause
much cheaper by
you
having
wanted
a
as
boat fetch
anybody
them out of the country.
never
The
get
dearest in
justice.
its kind is water, which
Listening
means
to
such
the
vessels
general
from
history of the
Olinda
pirates
will
here,
not be
find out a
put
lot of
on
them
the
got
road
justice of
2
one kind or
cruzados
another.
a pipe.
A short life, but a merry
Portuguese here are
one.
darker than those
One of
in
them
Europe,
said as he was on the
not only
gallows,
from the
or
warmer
going to the
climate,
gallows.
but the many intermarriages with the Negroes, who are numerous there, and some of them of good credit and circumstances. The women, not unlike the mulatto generation everywhere else, are fond of strangers, not only the courtesans, whose interest may be supposed to wind up their affections, but also the married women, who think themselves obliged when you favour them with the secrecy of an appointment. But the unhappiness of pursuing amours is, that the generality of both sexes are touched with venereal taints, without so
Oh,
much
no.
as one surgeon among them, or anybody skilled in physic, to cure or palliate the progressive mischief.
Damn.
The only person pretending that way is an Irish father whose knowledge is all comprehended in the virtues of 2 or 3 simples, and those, with the salubrity of the air and temperance, is what they depend on for subduing the worst of malignity.
Damn.
And it may not be unworthy notice
Alright.
that though few are exempted from the misfortune of a running, eruptions,
We're making
or the like,
good run on this
there are
side.
none precipitated into those deplorable circumstances we see
Being that this is the
common in
first
unskillful
flag I've ever
processes.
sewn of any kind, and the first
There are
pirate
3
flag, of course.
monasteries and about 6 churches.
I'm pretty happy
None
with the
of
way
them
it's
rich or
coming out.
magnificent, unless one dedicated to Saint
I don't
Antonio,
know anybody's ever
the
sewn a
patron
pirate
of their
flag.
kingdom, which shines all over with
Now I do.
exquisite pieces of paint and gold. The export of Brazil, besides gold, is chiefly sugars and tobacco. The latter are sent off
Painted
in
a couple
bowls of
of
a
them, but
quintal weight,
never made
kept
one.
continually moistened with molasses, which, with the soil it springs from, imparts a strong and peculiar scent, more sensible than the snuff made from it, which, though under prohibition of importing to Lisbon, sells here at 2 shillings per pound, as the tobacco does at about 6 merais a roll. The finest of their sugars sells at 8 shillings per rood, and a
Trying to get
small,
this to
ill-tasting
flip
rum
off
drawn from
the
drugs and
needle
molasses
here.
at
There we
2
go. So I can
castones per
hook it
gallon.
over the top.
Besides these, they send off great
There it is.
quantities of Brazil wood and whale oil, some gums and parrots. The latter are
Alright.
different from the African in colour and bigness, for as they are blue and larger, these are green and smaller.
Nice.
And the females of them ever retain the wild note and cannot be brought to talk. In lieu of
Oh,
this
parrots.
produce, the Portuguese, once every year by their fleet from Lisbon, import all manner of European commodities. And whoever is unable or negligent of supplying himself at that season buys at a very advanced rate before the return of another. To transport passengers, slaves, or merchandise from one settlement to another, or in fishing, they make use of bark logs, by the Brazilians called fingadas. They are made of 4 pieces of timber, the 2 outermost longest, pinned and fastened together and sharpened at the ends. Towards each extremity, a stool is fixed to sit on for paddling.
Oh, it sounds like a
The
catamaran.
agitation is more than ordinary. With these odd sort of engines, continually washed over by the water, do these people, with a little triangular sail spreaded about the middle of it,
Neat.
venture out of sight of land, and along the coasts for many leagues in
Brave.
any sort of weather. And if they overset with a squall, which is not uncommon, they swim and presently turn it upright again. The natives are of
How
the
cool it would be to
darkest
go
copper
back
colour,
just
with thin hair, of a square,
even
strongly
for a
and
short
muscular,
period of time,
but
for
not so well looking as the woolly
some,
generation.
300 years
They
ago.
acquiesce patiently to the
I
Portuguese
think this is
government,
written about
who
them
lives them much more
300,
humanly and Christian-like than the
310
Dutch
years
did,
ago,
and
something
by
like
that
that.
means have extended quietness
It'd be
and
awesome
peace,
just to.
as well as
I
their
mean,
possessions.
A lot of it
3
wouldn't
or
be that much
400
different
miles into
than
the
it is
country.
today, but some of it would be
A
just a
country abounding with fine
totally
pastures and numerous herds of
alien
cattle, and
experience to a lot
yields
of
a
people.
vast increase from
I
everything
would
it is
love
sown.
it for at least a
Hence
short
they bring
time.
down to us parrots,
There we go,
small
that was a
monkeys,
bot.
armadillos, and sanguines.
That
And
was the
I have
always
been assured they have, far inland,
I think that's
a
it.
serpent of
When I
a
see
vast
3 pop in
magnitude
all at
called
once,
Cebolla,
or
able,
2,
they say,
I guess 2
to
show up,
swallow a
something
whole
like that.
sheep.
I think that's a
I have
bot.
seen myself here the skin of another species full 6
I'm
yards
guessing
long,
it's a bot.
and therefore think the story
Maybe not.
not
I don't know.
improbable. The harbour
don't
of
say
Terra
anything,
Hooka
so
is perhaps singular.
My
It
guess
is made
is
of a ledge of
it's
rocks
a boat.
half a cable's length from the main, and but little above the
Alright,
surface of
here
the
we go.
water, running at that
Stitch
equal
this out.
distance and height several leagues
Fish it out.
towards Cape
Alright,
Augustin.
cool, cool,
A
cool.
harbour running
You got a
between
long
Cape
line
Horn,
done.
receiving ships of the greatest burthen.
Hoo-wee.
The northernmost
Alright.
end of this wall of rock
Nice.
is higher than any part of the
But the-
contiguous line,
First-
a little fort is built,
drop my keys.
commanding the passage
the first
either
line of
boat
that
or
one.
ship as they come over the bar into the harbour.
That's freaking awesome,
On
man.
the starboard side,
Cool.
that is the main,
I'm not
after
doing
you
this.
have entered a little way, stands another fort, a pentagon, that would prove of small account, I imagine,
That
against a few
All right, I'm back. Got hot coffee, got a hot pirate flag, and we're carrying on. Plus the cat's awake, so she might entertain us too. Almost done with this one. This is the big important one. So as soon as I get this this crossbone sewed on, everything else is done for the construction, and then it's just down to painting the shadows and the eye sockets and the nose and the teeth and stuff. So this is kind of exciting. Let's see if we can get something historical to listen to here. I want trying to load up the general history of the pirates, but it's loading slow, so we'll see what happens here in a minute. I don't know. Let's see here.
That gives rise to these currents
There
close
we
in
go.
shore, which are nothing but tides altered and disturbed.
So
by
I'm
the
listening to
leak
the
in
general
shape
history of the
lands.
pirates, which was written
For
about
proof of this,
300
I shall lay
years
down the
ago.
following observations as certain facts.
And it compiles a
And
whole
in the
bunch of
rivers
stories
Gambia and
about
Sierra Leone, in the straits and
the
channels
pirates of
Benin,
the time.
and in general along
So
the whole coast,
1720s.
the flowings are regular on the
Now we're in
shores,
the
with this
2020s.
difference, that in the above-mentioned rivers
Very different
and in
world,
the
but
channels of Benin,
I mean, we still
where
have
the
pirates
shore
operating
contract the
today.
waters into a narrow compass, the tides are strong and high, as well as regular, but on the damp coast, where it makes an equal reverberation, slow and low, not to above 2 or 3 foot, increasing as you
I
advance
see
towards
somebody's
Benin.
in the chat. Tell
And
me
this is
something
further
historical.
evident
Let's have
in
an
that
argument
at
or
Cape Corso,
let's learn something.
and
Tell me a
Comenda,
joke.
and
Something.
where the land rounds and gives any stop, the tides flow regularly to 4 foot and upwards, when on even a coast, though next adjoining, they shall not exceed 2 or 3 foot, and 10 leagues out at sea, where no such interruption is, they become scarcely if at all perceptible. What I would deduce from this, besides a confirmation of that ingenious theory of the tides by Captain Halley, is first that the ships bound to Angola, Cabinda, and other places on the southern coast
Okay.
of Africa
So we're past the halfway point on this
from
one.
Cape Palmas
Kinda
and
cool.
run into a southern latitude without keeping too far to the westward.
There we
And the
go.
reason seems plain, for if you endeavor to cross it about the islands, you meet calms, southerly winds, and opposite currents, and if too far to the westward, the trade winds are strong and unfavorable, for it obliges you to stand into 28 or 30 degrees southern latitude till they are variable. Secondly, on the northern side of Guinea, if ships are bound from the Gold Coast to Sierra Leone, Gambia, or elsewhere to windward,
Hey, I think I have a picture of Gambia Castle from
and
1770.
suddenly
pick that up.
rains,
Let's see if we can find
tornadoes, and even of the trade wind when abreast of Cape Palmas.
From the
It is
Bray
more
album, which
expeditious
is
to pursue the passage
this
this way
junior
than
officer.
by
I think he was a
long
British junior
perambulatory
officer,
course of 400 or 500
and he
leagues
was
to the
on
westward,
some sailing
and as many
voyage
more to the northward,
in
which must be before
I think
a
like
wind can be
1775.
obtained that
He
could
made a whole
cover
bunch
the
of
coast.
watercolors. Let's see
Lastly,
if I can
it is
find
in a
this.
great measure owing to this want of
Where is
inlets
it?
and the rivers being small and unnavigable, and
Bray.
the seas rebound with so dangerous a surf through the whole continent. Round the shores of this island, and at this season, July, August, and September, there is a great resort of whalefish, tame, and spawning very nigh the ships as they sail in,
Bray
always in pairs.
Alright, so
the
where
female much
is the
smaller,
castle?
and often
So
seen
she's
to carry
talking
on their
about-
backs for dalliance.
Let's go back.
The prologue to
That's kinda cool.
Conjecturing. It has an
I wanna
enemy
see that castle.
called the Thresher, a large fish.
The Thresher Shark, right?
Where no such interruption is, they become
Deserters
scarcely if at
taken
all
on the
perceptible.
spot from the.
What I would deduce from
Oh,
this,
that's kinda cool.
besides a confirmation of that
I have a
ingenious
picture. I
theory
just
of
saw this the
tides
other
by
day,
Captain Halley, is first
That
the
castle,
ships
I think that
bound
she's
to
talking
Angola,
about. It was a
Cabinda,
castle on the
and other
African
places
coast,
on
and
the
I think
southern
what it
coast
was
of
is
Africa
like
should
a
cross
slave
the
depot. They
equinox
would
from
bring
Cape
slaves in.
Palmas and run into a southern
Well, this is
latitude
the fort at
without
Senegal.
keeping too far to
So
the
maybe this
westward.
is similar
And the
to
reason
the one
seems
she was
plain,
talking about in
for if you
Gambia.
endeavor to cross it about the islands,
So
you meet calms,
the Africans would
southerly
bring slaves
winds,
up to
and
the
opposite
coast
currents.
and sell them
And
to
if
the,
too far
I
to the
guess, the
westward,
Portuguese and
the trade
Spanish,
winds are
whoever had
strong
control
and
of it, maybe the
unfavorable,
Dutch and the
for
British.
it obliges you to stand into 28 or 30
let's see
degrees
here.
southern latitude till they are
And that
variable.
is
Secondly,
what that might have,
on the
what that would
northern
look
side
like.
of
This is
Guinea,
the fort of
if ships
Senegal.
are bound from the Gold Coast to Sierra Leone, Gambia,
Which
or
is-
elsewhere to windward, considering the weakness of these currents and the
There you go.
favorableness of land breezes, and suddenly in the rains, tornadoes, and even of the trade wind, when abreast of Cape Palmas, it is more expeditious to pursue the passage this way than by a long perambulatory course of 400 or 500 leagues to the westward, and as many
How long is the
which
lead?
must be before a wind
Look that
can
up,
be
I guess.
obtained that could recover the coast. Lastly, it is in a
What are
great
the
measure
7 lead
owing
routes?
to this want of inlets and the rivers being small and unnavigable that the seas rebound with so dangerous a surf through the whole continent. Round the shores of this island, and at this season, July, August, and September, there is a great resort of whalefish, tame, and spawning very nigh the ships as they sail in, always in pairs, the female much the smaller, and often seen to turn on their backs for dalliance, the prologue to engendering.
For
It
dalliance.
has an enemy, called the thresher, a large fish too, that has its haunts here at this season, and encounters the whale, raising himself out of the water a considerable height, and falling again with great weight and force. It is commonly said also that there is a swordfish in these battles, who pricks the whale up to the surface again.
Oh, wow.
But without this, I believe, he would suffocate when put to quick motions, unless frequently approaching the air to ventilate and remove the impediments to a swifter circulation. Nor do I think he is battled for prey, but to remove him for what is perhaps the food of both.
Oh,
The
neat.
number of whales here has put me
Some
sometimes on thinking
interesting,
an advantageous fishery might be made of it, but I
natural
presume
history
they,
exploration
no more
going
than
on
those
there.
of
They're
Brazil,
studying
are
how
the
do these
which
animals
yield the
work,
profitable
how
part
do they eat,
called
how
whalebone.
do they get their living.
All therefore that the
Baleen.
islanders do is now and then to go out with 2 or 3 canoes and set on one for diversion. The rocks and outer lines of the island are the haunts of a variety of seabirds, especially boobies and noddies. The former are as big of a gull and a dark
Pretty cool, right?
so from their simplicity,
Yeah, this isn't
because
good,
they often
man.
sit still and let the sailors
I
take
want
them up
this,
in their
but
hands.
I'm
But
going
I
to leave this on, but I'm going to go ahead and heck with it, you know. I'll just put that up and you can see the chat. Nobody's going to say anything anyway. I don't have any visitors. Nobody's watching. So screw it. I'm just going to listen to what I wish to. Aside. This will be a lot more fun with some interactivity. I need to find a way to make these interesting. But I'm a noob, so what do I know? Fort Apollonia, the canoe landing. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. There's a neat fort. Let's leave that up for a bit. Planet of the Apes. Of course. I don't know who these people are, man. I think I'm getting hungry. I need to go get something to eat, I think, in a little bit. I don't know what that is. I don't know who they suggest these people to, you should be interested in this random tragedy for somebody you've never heard of and who's not got any connection to you. I do not know. Do. How very interesting.
get some viewers soon, I'm going to start singing. Because why not? Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Wow. Fascinating.
Huh. Of course he did. He's an anti-human dude.
Strange. Was that here? Let's find out. So, when I started the stream an hour ago, I posted, this is just an observation on how Twitter works. So I've read that Twitter suppresses distribution of your posts if you have outside links. So I posted finishing hand sewing my pirate flag and talking history tonight, live stream now. Posted the link to this YouTube stream. I should start streaming on Rumble too. I get, if I get 20 views on YouTube, I'll get 2 on Rumble, but I might do it anyway because I like Rumble. But this has only had 7 views on Twitter. So I don't know what that means yet. I'm just collecting data at the moment. She didn't like that comment. Oh well. Where is the this paint is fucking awesome, man. I would love to paint. I can't paint like that. Or I've never been able to paint like that. It's just beautiful. I see cool stuff, man. I see cool stuff everywhere. Don't always know how to do it. But I want to be able to paint like that. That is freaking beautiful. What am I looking for? Where did I post that? Screw it. And that's how this goes. If I can't find out where it was, I don't remember where I posted it. I thought it was here. No. I'm not falling for that. There's so much dumb garbage, man. Huh. I want something more exciting to listen to. I need some stimulation. I'm not getting any viewers because apparently I don't know how to promote my live stream to people. I get a few chances, and every once in a while someone will stick around. We have I was doing my 10th stream and had some people stop in. We chatted. It was great, man. It was a lot of fun. But it's so rare that I'm not. It's very slow. Like this is where's my hand? There's the camera, right? So there's this real steep learning curve, but I only get like a couple opportunities to like, here you can interact with someone, here you can interact with someone, here you can interact with someone. It's real slow, like, there's nobody in there. It's like, just kind of stays slow and boring. I want an interesting live stream. How do I do it? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Right now, I want to listen to something cool. I need something cool to listen to, something that'll keep me alert and fun. So let's go to Comic Artist Pro Secrets Trash Cast, because why not?
Looks like we're missing some messages here. No,
All
they
right.
don't really.
How are we doing on battery power?
dig-
95%.
they're
That
talking about
works.
Dave
Let's
Sim
plug
here.
this one in.
Okay, hold on a second. Biggin says, I don't see things.
Somebody
things
tell me
through
something
feminist
interesting.
lens.
Drop in
And he
and
didn't
say
get the
hi.
boot from CG. Ethan, worried about a PR problem, dropped him from writing Cyberfrog, which Dave Sim was never that excited about anyway.
Happy to talk about history or
Dave,
piracy
CG even
or
was.
flag
He
making
didn't give a shit.
and sewing.
CG was, or Sim was CG
Somebody
number
gets
one
here, but
decades
until then,
ago.
I'm going to amuse myself
Listen,
because it's just
here's
me
what
and my
happened
flag.
actually. I heard from Dave Sim's partner something. Dave Sim wants to join Comicsgate, and I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. Let me talk to Dave Sim. So hooked up a phone conversation with Dave Sim where I said, I want to be able to basically shift some of these Cerberus books that we're doing, these phone books. Maybe through a crowdfund. I said, yeah, okay. It'd be better if you created something new though. And he said, how about if I just write Cyberfrog? And I went, pardon me? He said, I'll write Cyberfrog too. And I said, I don't know about that. He goes, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just kind of ghostwrite it a little bit in the background.
Why? He doesn't need somebody to write his book.
Why don't you do your own thing? He's like, I'm interested in Cyberfrog.
That's weird.
It was so goddamn weird. I was like, have you read Cyberfrog? Like, what do you mean? Like, and he's just like, he foisted himself on it. And I was kind of like, well,
That's an odd thing.
I guess it'll be a learning experience for me if he kind of, and then he turned in an idea. He goes, so here's Cyberfrog 2. He licks his own back and has a psychedelic trip. And he drew this. Man, it was just so fucking weird. I was
What
like,
the fuck, dude?
I was like, no, thank you, Mr.
No.
Sim. Anyway.
I don't know who Dave Sim is. The way he's talking about him, I
They're
presume that he's
talking,
an accomplished
they're
writer.
talking about him and the young girls here.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know if I want to. If you want to read this, chat, go ahead and read it. I'm not going to read it aloud, but I'll just give you a couple seconds here. Yeah, all right.
Alright, whatever.
That's not good.
Biggins is saying, in the early part of the 20th century, 10-year-olds took trains and horses on long journeys, supervising their little brothers and sisters. 10-year-olds hunted with rifles. What are you saying here, Biggins?
Dude, 10-year-olds
There
in
were
the
teens
50s
with
used to
rifles in
take
their pickup trucks.
their
My high school
22s to
teens had
school.
relationships and got married.
More powerful than
Kids
that.
were more mature, more interesting, more worldly, and more wise. Do you see what he's saying?
No.
Yeah,
But he's
slippery slope, buddy.
It was a different time. Now is the anomaly. The bad parenting and social climate is now. The U.S. hellscape we're all living in. Hey, Biggins,
Yeah, I
Those
remember
kids
guys
are
in my
on
high
that.
school having gun racks in their trucks.
back in the old days, you could marry a 10-year-old. No,
Oh my
listen.
God.
All right.
Did he
That's
write that? I'm in another screen. He didn't write that, did he?
Yes, he did. No, he didn't write that part. He didn't write it. And I basically summarized what he was saying there.
Yeah.
That's an argument that
Okay.
you
The Middle Ages.
hear from a certain demographic. You hear that argument, and you're just like, dude.
Yeah. Don't make that argument. That ain't gonna
We had
fly.
this, we had that, we had little girls in boxes. Like, what?
Yeah, like 14-year-old girls are like ready to, it's like, dude, they're capable of getting pregnant.
Maybe when you're 15.
Back in the old days, back in the Middle Ages,
If you were
you'd
living
be
in
betrothed
caves.
at the age of 12. You could marry and have kids.
And people were dying in their 30s also. So, I'm just saying and putting that in perspective. I hate when people try to make that argument.
No, it's true. Puma Fist, Puma Fist says things like that. It's just like highly disgusting. All right, Steven Tyler. Here's Patrick. I remember guys having guns in their gun racks in their trucks at school. Steven Tyler used to have a 16-year-old girlfriend he'd bring from state to state. He got her parents to sign over rights to him so he could do it. Biggins goes, state lines. What the fuck? She was 15, I believe, and nobody blinked an eye. Nobody said a word. 3 major comic book artists. When comics were actually popular. I'm not making a moral judgment, nor should you. I'm just telling you, it
Fuck
was a
you to tell me what I should
different
make a moral
time.
judgment about.
Teens hung out with adults all the time. For decades, nobody gave a shit. Capiche? No, not capiche.
Not really.
I'm gonna make a moral judgment. That's fucking gross. Nor should you. Yes, you should.
TJ's in the chat. He says, "I tried."
I didn't know this was in there.
I didn't know that. I haven't read this. To be honest, I haven't read this document. I've seen certain people's words, because once you know the number, I can just skim through and see what certain people said. I haven't read it. This is horrible. This is absolute filth. Jesus.
Yeah,
People
he's
do
now the
stuff.
father
I
of a little
can't
girl,
judge.
so
You
he's
shouldn't either.
more
Yeah, you should.
strongly inclined to
Point
defend
and
little girls.
Oh
judge.
boy.
Even more than the average normal
Hold on a
reader.
second. Honduran Honeymoon Honda says, I think you misunderstood Graham. He was calling them gay for thinking John would have a reason to break up CG. He wasn't tricked by Biggins. That's how I read it anyway. Yeah, I read it like that too, you know. Let me see. Mr. Dong says, there was like 30 people in this DM room, right? Still like 30 people? Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody leaving after he said this. You know?
Yeah.
Damn, dude, why? No wonder he cried on the phone to eat. Don't read this. Yeah. See, a lot of people say, you're breaking up Comicsgate right now. Yeah, are we? This is bad for Comicsgate, is it?
It
Guys.
looks like you're cleaning it up.
Hang on. TJ, you got your point across 2 shows ago. What was the point, TJ?
There's no point here. We're revealing this. TJ, here's the thing. Let me repeat to you. What's happening here is Comicsgate has kind of splintered, like little group of Comicsgaters that people liked
One more
are on their own now.
and then we can put a
And
new
people
thread
have
on.
questions as to why that is. And people want to point the finger and they want to kind of blame certain
There we go.
things, certain people. And my thing is, I'm not really sure entirely why it is. I have my theory, but this is a paper trail
There
of
we go.
those people leaving the group.
There you
okay?
go.
And people in the chat really cared about those people. They invested in them. They want to know. I'm not making any necessarily.
I'm so excited. Channeling your Pointer Sisters.
This is facts. That's all it is. People want to know why this happened. They're going to learn why this happened.
We're going to be doing
here.
the neutron dance
And I
of
kind of feel like
destruction.
it's a good opportunity. There's some transparency here. It's good to kind of know what was being said. And yeah, it is going to result in a culling of the Dungeoneers. That is correct. They're gone. They left on their own. But if you want to know, this is what it is. If you don't want to know, if you don't care, you can leave. You don't have to watch this. It
Yeah.
must be, for like somebody who doesn't want to know, it must be really boring.
Yeah, you're really,
But
for someone who doesn't
780
like this, you're
people,
really paying a lot of
that seem to
attention
be
to it, man.
entertained by this.
I don't know anything about any of these
TJ's
people.
Black
I mean,
is
very little.
says,
I started listening to them a year or two ago.
What is blackism? I don't know what that
And learning
is.
mostly about
It's
how
funny
this
though.
other genre of art is made
TJ.
and sold and
Alright,
consumed.
hold on a second. Let me just let's get back to
You don't
this.
like it?
Boy, this
buzz
is
off, man.
disturbing stuff.
The internet is a big place.
Joe
Plenty of
Blow,
stuff
the
out there
big
for
dog, can be
everybody.
a
You can
lot less
find
typing than just
some
say you will
lunatic
make
selling
any
pirate
excuse
flags
for
by
saying,
hand right
wow,
now.
okay, Joe
Watch
Blow
that if you
comes
want.
through. And here's Biggins. Lol. Now kids can't even do sports without massive adult involvement. But after the age of consent, it's OnlyFans, drugs, frat houses, and getting flown out. Enjoy. Alright. Somebody else says,
That's
like I
a
said, I
dude
don't
with
know
a
enough details to
pretty
get into a
fucked up
debate
view
about
of,
it. But if you allow your teen to hang out with adult men, you shouldn't be
young
upset
life.
when people question your parenting. And if you're an adult man hanging out with children, don't be surprised when accusations come out. And fuck Steven Tyler. Sounds like some Epstein shit to me. And any parents signing their kids over are shit parents.
Yep.
You have good CGers. Biggins, fuck you, dude. Yeah. Let's change the subject real quick. Here's Simon Bisley, Iron Giant. Nice. Really nice.
Whew, alright, so, carry
Bisley
on.
likes him young. Says, oh, you fucker, dude. I met Bisley at multiple, that's Biggins who said that. I met Bisley at multiple cons and he has always had an appropriately aged woman with him every time. I have never heard anything to support that he likes kids, but if it's true, I'd never be fanboy enough for anyone to defend them. Biggins goes, kids. I don't know if you mean children, but nobody on this thread is talking about children, dude. Calm down.
Really?
Holy shit.
Dude, I didn't mean to expose Biggins. I didn't
Seem
mean
kind
to.
of defensive there.
This happened inadvertently. I'm just reading his words. I didn't mean, this was not my intention. I repeat, this was not my intention to do this at all. Holy shit. Wow, uncomfortable. I'm deeply uncomfortable. Here's ASC Presents. I definitely needed to know this stuff. Thanks. You bet.
I don't
Here's
know
a
what's
trouble.
wrong.
Shane Flaggett Davis hates the Puma Fist people out there. Shane hates Dumpster Davis hates that shit. Average age was low because a lot of kids died, says Hiroshima Taru.
No,
But Arnold says, I
dude,
was here.
250 years ago, if you lived past the age of
ABS,
5, your life expectancy was roughly
about a
equivalent to
member
what it
about
is
like half a
today.
year after I joined. Member for almost
People
5
always say
years.
this,
Substance
boy,
use
people
was
died young
obscene,
back
not
then.
sure
No, they weren't
when you
dying
started
at
the
30.
channel, but I was here long
You
ago.
know, Washington was like 65 or something,
yeah.
but he got
That's
some
all that
kind of
matters.
cold or flu or something.
Yeah, I
Fever.
appreciate
This
it.
is like.
Hello, Scout. Hi there,
Come
pretty.
on, guy.
You had a nice
We're
meal?
not talking about children here.
Hello, Scout.
Talking about, Hey, he wants to do a spiritual intervention on me, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. And Patrick says he's got a soothing voice.
Yeah. Okay.
Ow.
Hey, you know, he erased his internet presence last week when he heard I was going to do this.
You know, there's free candy always in a rape pan, right?
I didn't know this was a thing. I really didn't know he was talking like this back here.
I didn't either. I had no idea.
Okay, dude, we got a freaking pirate
I'm
flag.
just saying I don't know what
Look
to
at
say
that,
because I'm
Jorge.
not expecting this.
15 is a child, somebody says. Who is this that's talking like this?
Somebody's talking back. I have no idea.
Yeah, good, man. I'm glad to see it. Biggins goes, as a teen
You know what?
and a
Can I
child,
play this?
lol.
No,
I
but
hung
I
out
can't.
with
I
adults
have.
and all my friends
Well,
hung out with
no,
adults.
I don't
Ask
wanna do
anyone
that.
who grew up in the 70s and 80s.
Because
If
I
you
think
called
it'll
me a
feed
child
back.
when I was 15, I would have told you to go fuck yourself and pop your tires. Lol. Look at this.
Dude, we're almost
fucking
done.
hell, man,
I've got
you've seen this
another
meme
less
before.
than a foot and a half,
Yeah,
and this one is complete. The milestone, and this is the only one that really matters. This is the one that's it's the whole purpose of this whole project. These other ones are
Yeah,
cool,
which is childish
but they're
behavior.
for fun.
That is correct. Patrick says, when I was 16, I was running all over the country playing punk shows from Florida to Portland, circa 1996. I'd call in once a day to tell my mama I was still alive. Payphone. Biggins says, if you called Billy Tucci a child at 15, he probably would have punched you in the mouth. Now you're trying to drag Billy into this?
Wow.
Billy, back me up. Kids are hot at 15, aren't they?
Oh my.
Let's go marry some.
Now Patrick's gonna try to come back. This is cringe, dude. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's your channel. You're going through this. I haven't read this, Ethan. Unless
I
you
haven't read it either. I haven't read it, and now I'm like stuck because I told everybody, don't worry, we're going to be transparent here. But listen, here's the thing. This isn't like a conversation between two people. 30 people were in this room when this was happening. I want to make it clear. I am not expressing an opinion about any of this. I don't know. Maybe he was joking. Maybe these are jokes. These are funny jokes. All I'm doing is reading his words in a deep voice. I don't know what he meant by any of this and all this stuff.
TJ's like, how do y'all do it? White people.
Mr. Ian Action says Ethan killed the Jack Show. No, the Jack Show is canceled this week because Anna's getting married and Cecil's flying down there.
And Malin's
So
out of
all there
town.
is John, right?
Like
And
John's visiting family who's becoming a
Congratulations.
Marine.
Yeah.
God bless him. Godspeed and be safe. Save America.
Still sounds creepy though, eh? Yeah, I will say, to my knowledge, I have no.
Well, let's say it this way. There's a guy in here talking back.
So we're almost done with this one.
It's not.
Oh yeah, maybe somebody.
Banging
talking
it
back.
out.
So who
This is
knows?
the best
I mean,
one.
maybe 2066.
Which is good
a
because this is
different
for my
person.
buddy.
I don't know for sure. maybe somebody changed the numbers.
I can't wait to paint this. It's gonna be so cool.
Looks like Biggins and Puma Fist are friends, says Gray Fox.
Hey, you. Where's
This
the ball?
mofo says scroll
Where's your
slowly.
ball? Let's see.
That would be something else, wouldn't it?
Well, here's your sharp.
Oh, looks like the hoot says, okay, get the pitchforks and torches.
Where's your ball?
Should I end it here? Should I just end
There it
it?
is.
I mean, I'll be.
No, I mean kill myself. Should I?
Oh boy, it's ball. It's ball. Huzzah! There you go.
I think I'm good. I got stuff.
Have
to
fun.
do.
It's so bad, dude. We've been doing this for 4.5 hours. We will pick up again right where we left off.
Oh, I hope they're not ending. I need something stimulating to listen to.
Yurash Matar says you still have a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, you probably need to get through those.
I'm glad, you know.
I was going to offer to bring up my campaign.
God damn it.
and I don't feel comfortable now.
I like that people don't feel comfortable around you, and the minute you leave, the talk about 15-year-olds starts happening.
Yeah.
Dude, they didn't feel... Shane, I just want you to know that, like, they didn't feel comfortable talking about that stuff with you in the room.
Yeah.
So 2 hours.
Well, you know,
Not bad.
I'm living a normal life. I have a beautiful daughter. That's
Yeah,
probably a
and
reason
you're
not
Going
to
to
talk about
naturally
that
be
in front of
protective of her and others in similarly situated.
All right, let me read. I'll read some of the super chats here. Let me see where we left off. What happened to Willingham's CG book? Says Cruder Quotient 1. I don't know. Like, people have to be self-starters around here.
Yep.
The only person who I'm really driving nuts is Del Keon. I've got to do my Salamandroid stuff, but everybody
Yeah,
else
it's
you
driving
need to
me
be a
nuts.
self-starter. Like, where's Kelsey's book? I don't know. Kelsey will tell you.
It's
Kelsey
kind of
has
up to
do
him.
that
He's a
himself.
grown man.
Let
You're
me
an
see.
artist.
Enrique
Make shit.
says CG needs a nice haircut. I agree. Strange Signal says I unintentionally
You're an
predicted
artist if
Rippa's
you're making
future
shit.
behavior with a video called If
Make
Yo
it.
Rippa Was Evil.
I'm making
Chaos
shit.
Theater
Look at this.
1. Please stream
Fire
it.
flag.
Oh, send me a link and we'll
Made
do
a
that.
tent
on next
2 weeks
Dragon
ago.
Cast. Gas Displaces
Has
says
it been
more
2
of these
weeks?
things.
Maybe 2
Come,
weeks.
come,
Week and a
nuclear
half, something
bomb.
like that. You got
Yeah.
stuff to make
I
it.
guess this is the Jack
I
Show.
don't
Says
need
Russell
someone to
Dalton.
ride herd
Man,
over
the
you.
worst. Opinion News Guy
Don't be
says,
silly.
Shane book kick Biggins in the chest.
What's a hook kick? Is that a
Shifty says,
kickboxing
I've
thing?
read the Action Bible many times to my daughter.
Yeah,
Phew.
100%. It's a good book. You can find it at Walmart. That thing's been in print forever.
Oh, come on.
Like since 2010.
It's a good thing. It's a nice thing to do that. You know, Billy Tucci did
We're
the
almost
Birth
done.
of Christ,
God
and
rest
he
my
did a beautifully illustrated like Christmas story, like you know. And I'm telling you, I don't want to be cynical, you know, about that, but if you want to make money on a comic book, something Christian that will sell every Christmas, put it in Walmart is a really good idea. I think he did make a good bit of money on that Christmas book. It's a nice thing to have around the house for Christmas time. Flighty1 says, best Philly cheesesteak sandwich you've ever had, Philly soft pretzel roll. Spread with Philly cream cheese, shrimp, and Philly cheesesteak better than donuts. Yes.
fixed up.
You know, Chad,
Everybody get healthy, and then we can conquer the world.
like my personal number, he was able to call me.
Let's
whenever
conquer the
he
world
had,
through love
emotional
and good art.
problems. And then
we'll
when I
build
found
nice
out
things
what
for
he
people.
was doing, Chad
We
found
could,
out,
if everybody would
and
just,
he was like,
for a
yeah, I'm
while,
gonna go on CG Kings, and I was like, well, if you go on
just
the
build
CG
stuff.
or
Build
the
farms
CG
and
nights,
roads
then
and
you're not gonna come on pre-King.
markets.
And he was
Everybody
like,
would
"All
have
right."
enough
And I
to
was
eat.
like, "All right,
Everybody
go
would
ahead."
have a decent, maybe not fancy,
I mean,
but
it's
a
my
decent place to
channel,
live.
You know, and he makes his choices.
Everybody
I mean,
could have
was I wrong?
most of what their heart desires.
Do whatever you want.
We could do that.
And
that's not even utopian thinking, that's just
I think
sense.
it's an ESG test.
You know?
EKG.
It's not that difficult.
He counts
I,
as a dream
I like the drawing here. I like the scale of these trees is crazy.
Tied together.
That looks
The idea
like,
that
to
he,
me,
like, knew
that
Patrick was lying
palmetto
and doing
log
shit, but
palisade
still
at St.
went on
Augustine.
Patrick's show because Patrick had more
And I
subs and
hope you can
followers
see
because he was, like,
on
pushing
my,
his book. I thought was kind of
broadcast the mouse cursor showing along here,
Cecil says,
horizontal
no
to
guy
the
showed
base
till they
of the
wedding
Castillo
probably,
here,
so you know.
or whatever. This is Fort
Transforming
Apollonia
Glass Seeker
of the
says
canoe
one
landing, the
Big
officer,
hypnosis. Have you heard Young Clippa's
the 3rd March,
track clip
I
and
think,
Ribbit too?
maybe,
Both are way better rappers than Eric.
view of
I
Fort
do, and I like the
Apollonia
video, but the problem is,
and
is
the
that,
canoe landing, the officer
I watched
was
the video. Mint Salad's
off-
naked ass is in it, and I want to
Sir,
play it, but I need a
March
censor over that.
75?
I'm afraid. That's for you,
so
AS.
somewhere around there. Anyway, let's find a new picture.
For me, so that I can play it here.
I want a new,
And I'm
like
afraid
a brighter,
people who don't
clearer
like me very
picture.
much
But I like that
will
one.
my
That's really
channel for
pretty.
nudity if I show it.
It's cool. In fact, I want to build that
That'll be
view,
the thing. So,
and I kind of have in my game, 3D.
let me see.
So we have the palace.
You skipped
Oh,
a
so
lot of
this
super
is
chats.
this is the Bray
Okay, so
album.
Straight Signal. No, I had to because all I was doing
Ha,
was reading
ha,
super chats. People were like, get on with the show.
See
PTP
him
tried to
painting
earn
a
his
jolly
Masonic
boat.
33rd destroying CG. He says JP
Yeah, that dude's
Leon Hart.
Shaving.
Let me
Who's
see.
holding
Matt's becoming
uniform.
a regular. He may need an intro.
Steward
so
wearing
Jack
a
would
piece of
say.
beef. 2 small Royal Navy
Let me see.
frigates.
New channel.
Yeah, why not? That's
Ability
pretty cool.
subs appreciated.
Let's go for that.
Says I draw local
Fuck,
lines.
nobody's watching me anyway. I can put up whatever I like. I'm invisible, but I'm not invisible.
I took
Well,
credit
maybe
for
I'm
John
not.
Scott like idea. I don't think I did. Pete Best announced for March 1st, 2nd Hollywood shows. Is doing Rough Suit. Is he still alive? I met him back in 2002.
Pete Best? Was he the
Got a
5th
picture
Beatle?
with him. Let's see. Eric Huffles was right. Biggins was wrong. So
I
Kramer's
don't know who these people are, but.
Oh, how you doing?
All right,
I wrote
so
reviews for 4 Color Reviews.
I'm gonna lay out our garden. I'm growing potatoes and peppers this year, but I don't know about the peppers. I'm not certain about it. I'm doing squash, beans, corn, and potatoes.
Yeah, I mean, I seriously was an hour.
I want to get
into it,
them.
all I was doing for each
Well, I'm
super
gonna
chat.
start drawing up my plans, like where I'm gonna plant them.
Impatient with
I
me.
need to start prepping my garden. And it was 50 degrees today, so I'm gonna go out and dig
Blast
tomorrow.
Radio says it's funny how you're always the problem. After backstabbing losers, we're exposed talking shit behind people's backs. It's a lose-lose with these clowns. Expose them, I say.
Doo-doo-doo.
PTP,
Oh, fuck.
It's about as good as EJ's signature.
Listen, we cannot
I
have the
don't think
tangling,
you'll open
and
your scripts
partially
all
with
over
this thin
yourself
thread,
or just
the
guess what
tangling
Jack would
is
say.
made
What's
more
worse,
likely by drawing it
Biles
real
or
fast through this.
Parnell
So go
video or
slow,
Biggins'
or
insufferable self-righteousness
moderate
in the
speed,
Dungeoneer
and
files
steady
in
through.
Hampton,
Don't
Texas.
drag it through real
I
fast.
think that's clear now. I'd rather spend time with. No, I hate them both. Both of them are bad.
At least the videos aren't getting into like weird sexual shit with kids.
Yeah. Why is Diva Davis foaming it in off camera? Says Trevor Bruce.
I'm having to do a bunch of templating before I hit the road tonight, so I'm at my other terminal. Sorry.
Next con in Morristown, I'm buying lunch. I live in walking distance of the Menon area, says Lord Tammins Comics.
That's good.
Shut up, Ethan, says Green Blades. Wait, who drew Last of the Seekers? Was it Matt, says Neon Knight Rider.
Yeah, I did the interior pencils, I guess, for most of the pages, but I guess there's some pages that I've never seen before that were in there as well. So I have no clue. I don't have a copy of the book. I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't get a copy of it.
No.
Kind of weird.
How do you do a book and not get a copy?
Who's the Ghost says, at Stephen Wasnick, the Saskas are disgusting and cowardly. If they sue me, I'm glad that inevitably God will be the judge. You're still a simp.
No,
Steve,
yeah, but you get
wow,
discovery.
Chad. blast somebody else unrelated to the show.
It's treasure.
Shane, create rules so you can battle your character minis in a ring. With each mini release, do a little story. With each mini, release a little story and stats. It's really simple to do, says PB Jones.
Yeah, nothing to it.
Yeah. Well, we pretty much have the stats on the cards for the characters that you get for backing anyway, so, like, pretty much I think all character stats have been put out there.
J. Drama Fan says, this is real torture porn. Take notes.
Dude, we're almost there. We almost have a completed flag.
The world's most boring couple, says Days of Clarity. 2.7k viewers, and he gets none of them. Oh, yeah. 2,700 people watched his video, but he doesn't get credit for it. That's too bad. What's this? Searching for boxes with party time pads, says Opinionated News Guy.
I'm kind of looking forward to making the actual video of, like, hey, here's whatever you want to know about making a pirate flag. Here is one.
Are we the heroes here?
And my camera angle is so screwed up that you can't even see what I'm doing. Damn it. I'm such a noob. Move my mouse pad and make this look like I know what I'm doing. Holy crap. Thanks for sticking with me through all the terror and pain of this incompetence.
Interesting.
There you go.
Did I get them all? Huge super chat here from Zero Rad. I did read that, but I'm going to thank you again for that. It's very kind.
Woo-wee!
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here, everyone. You are awesome. Why are you? See, this is why. Why are you stalling? It's been an hour. Start.
I think I am going to, and I thought about this the other night,
I really appreciate you.
a couple nights ago.
And I will see you.
I have an 18th century telescope,
Not tomorrow because Medicare is streaming.
and I'm going to try to film through it.
And that's weird.
This
because I
flag,
said I was gonna do a
when this is
review
completed,
on Friday, but I'm not,
flying in the
just remembered
breeze
him out of
against
respect.
a
I
sullen,
really
stormy
admire
sky.
Mr. Medicare, the single best broadcaster on YouTube in
Let's see
my
if I can
opinion.
make it look cool.
I don't know
That's
how
what I
his
want.
health is, but
I want
every
this
now and
flag
then he'll come
flying,
out, he'll live stream again,
viewed through
trying to sell some
authentic
ads to get
18th
some
century
super
telescope.
chats to pay some medical
I think it'll
bills.
be cool.
And he's still funny. His voice sounds a little shaky these days, but he's still smart and funny.
Medicare, he's
Everybody
a
should go
really,
see him on this.
he's
No
like an
fucking
OG
way I'm
YouTuber,
streaming
right?
against him. That would just be
I don't know
extremely
any more
disrespectful.
about
So
it, but I
I
think
do
he's
respect him. I think
having
he's
some
great.
troubles.
Everyone, thank you so much. Earthline goes, who cares? No, I care. I'm just saying I care. All right. Anyway, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Shane.
All right, I think we're going to drop
and
to
I'll see you guys. Well, I'll come back Saturday.
an earlier
We'll stream
spot
over Yellow
in this
Flag.
I'll be
stream.
back Sunday some night, so
Sunday, you will. Okay.
yeah, I'll be back next week. All right, catch you later. Bye.
All right.
Later. I need some cool intro and outro videos. These guys have intro and outro videos. It makes their streams fun, man. I'm just gonna watch all the streams that I like. I'm just gonna do what they do, and then do it my way. But all the surrounding stuff, like intro and outro videos, and graphics and shit, which I can do very handily because I'm, good at that. And now I have to produce some content. I think my content is lacking because I don't have anybody to talk to. I'm willing to bet, though, if I had 100 people in the chat, 20 people in the chat even, we could have a fun time and learn something. Which is kind of the point of this, Like, I want to learn new stuff about history. And, I can inform people about some of the stuff I know, and then maybe trade info and all that. It'd be fun. I'll figure it out. So Ethan gave me a good idea. And I'm doing my calendar. I'm doing a farms throughout the year calendar. So I need to get started on that actually, because there's no way I can do it all at the end of the year. I need to get going on them now and do one every. I need to bang one every month, right? Is that Kenny Loggins? I think that's what I need to do. Is I've got to get started on it now. So I've got to go out and get get a panel and start. I need to find the size. What size and what aspect ratio is a calendar photo page? Is it a square or is it a vertical rectangle? I need to figure that out. So I'll just go down to the pantry and look at my calendar down there. Find out what size source material I need, and then I'm going to, dude, we're down to the last 2 inches here. Holy Columbus. But I'm doing I'm painting a calendar, and I haven't made the decision yet, and I know nobody's here watching, so I'm just rambling. I hope you drop in, I hope you got any ideas, drop them in the comments, since it's not live, because nobody's fucking here, but, I want to do a series of paintings of the farmland around me, because I live out in rural Ohio, or Kentucky, maybe, or West Virginia, or Indiana, God's country. I think I may have to get rid of this music here, it's distracting me. There's 2 things I want to try. Or one of 2 things. Maybe I should do both. Maybe I should do one of the same view every month for a year. Like I look out my window here, for example. All right, that's enough. I look out my window here, and it's different every month, and it's beautiful. Or maybe as a separate idea, separate project. I kind of want to do, different views that I see all the time that are, just throughout the year. But I want a painting made in January of, this is what this farm looks like in January. Or this, maybe not even a farm, but like this side of the road with an old fence, just this view in rural America, rural Midwest. Here's what it looks like with snow. Here's what it looks like in late June when it's just deep green and overgrown and buzzing with bugs and bees and stuff, and birds and things. Here's it in the middle of the night at different times. So I gotta think that through. Look at that, man. We're fucking done. We got it. Holy Columbus. I need my pin box. Where's my pin box? Dude! It looks fucking rad. We got a pirate flag, motherfuckers. Check it out. Voila. Fucking pirate flag. Aha! I got a pirate flag. I think I'm gonna iron it. Just so it's good. Yep, gonna iron it. Straight down. This is the best. In fact, your country has an iron motto. We sow well, we die well. Let's tango. Anyway, I want to make a calendar, but Ethan was talking and he said, I don't want to be cynical, but, and I've thought about that with like musical artists. You have they have Christmas songs. Everybody makes a Christmas song, and then, it's played perennially every year at the holidays. You have these songs that you love. And when I was a kid, we would have, we'd read The Night Before Christmas and other stories. Is there water in here? Oh, plenty. So adjust it for cotton. There we go. Now we're cooked. I think I want to illustrate a Christmas book. I'm going to write and I want to do the general electric parts. Hello, my darling. Hi, little cat dude. Hey, do you want to know about chalk and glue gesso?
No, you're gonna chase your ball. Good girl. All right, you have fun. All right, so I've got my iron ready. I've got my flag done. I'm pretty happy. How about, let's put something fun on to listen to. And then I'm gonna iron this thing and it's ready for paint. You know, if I was really ambitious, okay, that's not the right way to put this. I want to finish stitching all of these so they're all at the same stage. I like working on them all in one. I don't like switching gears like that. I like if I'm painting black paint, I want to paint black paint. If I'm stitching, I want to stitch. So maybe that's not the right way to put it. Ooh, that's really awesome. Wonderful. Oh, that's beautiful. Anyway, all right, I need something to listen to. Give me something to write on. I brought my pencil. Jack the Ripper, leading suspect theory under attack? No, not interested, dude. Do you not care? Kate is on, but I don't care about Vince McMahon, bro. Come on, man. We got history and coffee, also books, pens, and music. That seems awfully broad. Of course, it's not quite as broad as my thing, but she's talking about the 1582 calendar revolution. I do need to know about that. Who doesn't? Duh.
Hey, friend, and welcome to the YouTube channel.
Oh, her glasses are more unfortunate than mine.
The first and longest running Tudor history podcast, turning 15
All right.
years old this year.
So here's what we're going to do.
Of podcast. Today we are talking about
that's ready to iron,
when the calendar changed, and everybody got confused because they didn't know what year it was. You know how you get really confused during daylight savings time when you switch? Or like, this year is a leap year, I think, and like that's gonna confuse us? Well, imagine losing 10 days and like
awesome.
A whole year.
Is that the switch to the Gregorian calendar?
So we're gonna talk about that because that happened in the 16th century and people were very confused. So today we are going to be talking about the monumental shift from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, which happened in 1582. It was a change that literally redefined dates and years and how we perceive time.
So I have.
So I'm actually really interested in
this one is actually
concept
complete.
of keeping time, and I've done a podcast episode on clocks and how our perception of time changes once we
I kind of want to do them all at once so that
there was this
them
whole
all the same,
distinction
paint
before
them
there
all the same.
were hours. And
think about
before
that.
there
I
was,
have to restrain myself.
I'll meet you at 10 o'clock, and 10 o'clock
I'm
is
tempted
exactly
to
10 o'clock.
get
You hop
paid
on your
because it's
Zoom
so
call,
cool.
10 o'clock. When people would meet at dawn.
I haven't listened
or
to anything
people
you've said,
would meet
lady.
in the evening.
Hold on. Like your voice has that
of the podcast.
sort of a Yankee sharpness to it that I don't like, but you seem to. There's something about what you're doing that I like, so I'll give it a listen.
Today we are talking about
Let's try it again.
when the calendar changed, and everybody got confused because they didn't know what year it was. And you know how you get really confused during daylight savings time when you switch? Or like, this year is a leap year, I think, and like that's gonna confuse us? Well, imagine losing 10 days and like a whole year. So we're gonna talk about that because that happened in the 16th century and people were very confused. So today we are going to be talking about the monumental shift from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, which happened in 1582. It was a change that literally redefined dates and years and how we perceive time. So I'm actually really interested in this concept of keeping time. And I've done a podcast episode on clocks and how our perception of time changes once we put a name on it. You know, there was this whole distinction. Before there were hours. And before there was, I'll meet you at 10 o'clock, and 10 o'clock is exactly 10 o'clock, and you hop on your Zoom call, 10 o'clock. When people would meet at dawn, or people would meet in the evening, and things are much more like fluid. Also, interestingly, they used to divide up days and nights 12 hours evenly. So day was 12 hours and night was 12 hours. Okay, that's great, except like in the height of summer in England, when the sun rises at like 4 and sets at like 11, there's only like 5-6 hours of nighttime. That was divided into 12 hours. And then the daytime, 18 hours of daytime was divided into 12 hours. So hours were really super long during the day and really super short at night. And then of course the inverse would happen in the winter. I'm fascinated by this. I've always been fascinated by this. I nerd out looking at the daylight map. Before, like now all your devices, like my iPad and stuff comes with daylight maps, like in the clock, and it shows you where it's light. Before that was like a regular thing. I found daylightmap.com like back in like 2005 or something. And I just used to nerd out on that all the time. And I especially loved looking at it like on the equinox when it was just a straight line because everything was equal. Anyway, I'm very interested in this because it's also another way of thinking about how technology changes our brain. I'm going down a rabbit hole here, you guys, but bear with me because we will come out the other side, I promise. But I read a lot because I'm a mom and I'm interested in how social media, especially, and technology and the internet is literally changing our brain, changing our concentration span, changing how we perceive things to be important or not important, changing the way we interact with information. And so you might think that this is the first time that we're living through these massive technological changes, but we actually have lived through it before as a species, and that, well, I mean, I'm sure there have been many times, right? Fire was an invention that changed how we interact with the world around us, our brains, but also clocks. Because until you have a defined way of being able to tell time, until you know that your 10 o'clock in the morning is everybody else's 10 o'clock in the morning, at least in your time zone, right? Until you get time zones, like all of that, it changes the way you think about time. It changes the way you think about productivity. It changes the way your brain thinks about even your work, being paid by the hour as opposed to just going out and working in the field until it gets dark. Anyway, so I'm very interested in this whole kind of change in timekeeping and what that did to our brains. That is my nerd out. I will put a link to my episode on clocks in the notes if you want to also nerd out on that with me. We can nerd out on it together. I'm always down for a discussion on this. Like, I wish I had more people in my life that I could discuss clocks and timekeeping and the changes it makes your brain with. There's not a lot of people who want to talk about that. If you would like to, I would like to talk about that with you. Yes, I have had a lot of coffee this morning. Boom, it's a Monday. Let's get into it. So, the Julian calendar was named after Julius Caesar. Was the standard in Europe for over 1,600 years. It was introduced in 45 BC. It was a significant improvement over its Roman predecessor, which only had like 10 months, right? And that's why the months are all weird at the end. December is the 12th month, but December comes from the Spanish diez, right? Which is 10, right? November, nove, 9. October, oche, ochenta, 8. It's all off. October is the 10th month, but it comes from the word because it only had those 10 months, and so that also is another thing we can nerd out on. Let's leave that for now because this is not a Roman history channel, and I'm not an expert in that. And someone will probably tell me in the comments that I did it all wrong just now. And that's fine. You can feel free to do that. So we will leave that for someone else to do, and we will talk about what has happened now when we have come to the 16th century.
What's it look like?
Its year was slightly longer than the actual solar year. And this discrepancy caused a lot of issues, particularly for religious festivals, particularly for Easter. Easter, of course, is determined by the vernal equinox. And so it began to drift away from its intended time, which was spring and rebirth and all of that.
Looks cool.
You would actually have Easter celebrations that were in winter, which led to a lot of confusion among those who were faithful and celebrating Easter.
I want a flag.
So, in the early 16th century, Pope Leo X recognized that there was a need for reform. He called upon all of the European rulers to send astronomers to Rome to devise a solution. However, the response was a little bit Even Henry VIII, who was still in the Pope's good graces at this time, didn't prioritize this celestial conundrum.
The celestial conundrum.
I have those
awesome.
Lost in the labyrinth of the political and religious upheaval that
Nobody's
was
here.
sweeping across Europe throughout the 16th
Can't do
century.
anything about that.
So fast forward to the end of the 16th century,
Fast
and we
forward.
have Pope Gregory the 13th. He had a personal quest for calendar correction, and this quest kind of gained momentum and interest. So the Pope commissioned a group of scientists, including the Italian
Wait, I thought
Luigi
the church was
Lilio
anti-science.
and
Turns
Jesuit
out maybe not.
mathematician Christopher
interesting.
Clavius to develop a new, more accurate calendar. And their solution was both elegant and practical.
Weird.
They addressed the solar year's miscalculation because it's actually 365 and a quarter days that it takes the sun to go
It's
on the
adjusting
Earth.
those live.
Heliocentric. The Earth to go
Wild,
around
man.
the sun. So that's why we have a leap year every 4 years to make up for that fact that we get a quarter day. So that's where the leap year comes from. Anyway, that was the kind of the solution.
I
that
think
came
I
up.
owe my
And in
wife a new
1582,
iron.
the Gregorian calendar
Well, I
went
guess I will
into
owe
effect.
myself a new iron.
It was a bold leap for timekeeping because they decided to make up for all of the errors that had happened up until that point, that they would eliminate 10 days from the calendar. So in March and November, we lose an hour, and our circadian rhythms are all messed up for like a week after that. They lost 10 days. So this was a dramatic adjustment that was necessary.
I don't know that losing
for
days, though,
astronomical
matters as much as
precision,
losing a couple of
but
hours.
it was met with
I'm
a
willing
mix
to bet
of
that,
wonder and confusion
losing just a couple
and
of hours
skepticism across
is
Europe. Can
less
you imagine trying to pass
annoying
that today?
than
Trying to tell people
losing
like, okay, you're going to
days.
lose 10 days out of your
Just a
year.
guess, but who knows?
So
Look at these
some
frigates,
people
man.
even made
Those are
fun
rad.
of it. There was cartoons about it.
I want to see them in action.
Imagine waking up.
That
They
is so
lost
cool.
10 days in October, so they went
God.
to bed on the 4th and they woke up on the 15th.
I want
of
to travel
October.
through time.
Imagine just losing 10
I want
days
to
like
travel
that of
through
your life,
time.
finding 10
I
days
cannot
that just
accept
vanished
through
overnight. It was a
recreating
surreal
history.
experience that
That's
sparked
how it
a
is.
range of
This
reactions.
is the only way that time
In
travel
some regions,
seems to be
people
possible.
feared the loss of their lives,
to
not
make
just
it
in days,
and
because
to, use the
superstitions
stuff.
and misunderstandings abounded.
We got a cool
There's a
pipeline.
tale of a group in Italy who, upon
Kinda
hearing
wanna-
of the calendar change,
You know what? I
feared
wanna
their
bang
lives
these
would be
other,
shortened by 10
flags
days and
out.
started
I got
protesting
two
about
more.
that.
One's mine.
Also,
one I'm gonna
humorous
sell
anecdotes.
to whoever wants it.
Also, humorous anecdotes.
But I think I wanna
In
do
one
that.
village, a man joked that he had enjoyed the shortest
what I
engagement
wanna
in
do.
history, having proposed to his beloved on the 4th and
what I
married
wanna
her
do.
the very next day on October
I
15th.
like it.
Such stories highlight the blend of confusion and adaptation as people navigated this temporal shift. But hey, I want to interrupt this fascinating story on timekeeping
Oh yeah, it's fascinating.
to tell you about
Dude, the
this
fucking pirate
beautiful
flags are cool,
journal
man.
that is perfect for Valentine's Day to give yourself
Tell me all about
or anyone
Valentine's
else
Day.
that you love.
There's another holiday that's
It's
good.
this gorgeous medieval heart-shaped Valentine.
Heart-shaped box
That-
by Nirvana? Sure,
It's
why not?
16th century Italian,
All right,
this Valentine.
I need coffee.
And it's a journal, and I made it.
And,
you can get it at my shop.
I got a
It's
pirate
narrow
flag, and it's
pages,
fucking
and the thing
rad.
is, it's got quotes
Dude, you
in
can see that
that
from,
are
across
love
the
quotes,
field.
lots of Shakespeare,
You
but
can see that at
also
300
quotes from
yards.
Henry VIII to Anne
Right.
Boleyn in that cache of
Hoist the
1537
black
love
flag.
letters that Henry wrote to Anne. It's got all these quotes in it from Henry to Anne and Shakespeare, and it's just a really pretty journal to write your thoughts in. You can get it at my shop. And if you want it for Valentine's Day, you should order it soonish because it is all print on demand, and it does take a little bit of time to print. So, the Henry VIII Anne Boleyn Love Letter Journal, you can get it at my shop. TudorFair.com. The adoption of the Gregorian calendar was anything but uniform, leading to a lot of confusion throughout Europe. Catholic countries like Spain and Portugal and Italy were quick to adopt the new calendar, while Protestant and Orthodox regions initially resisted, viewing it as a papal imposition. Not gonna have that Pope tell me what to do. And so this actually led to a myriad of complications, especially in international affairs. I know, like, because Europe changes clocks at a different time, I think it's a week earlier than the US. Well, it's a week earlier in the spring and a week later in the autumn. There's like a week there where I'm confused about what time it is to call my friends in England or in Spain, where I used to live. And it's like they're 6 hours and 7 hours ahead of me, whereas before they're 5 and 6. It's all very confusing. So, for example,
All right,
when
we got one
France,
done.
which
Let's
had
bang the other one.
adopted the Gregorian
Do another
calendar,
one. Bang it out.
corresponded with England, which was
Get
still
the other
using the
two.
Julian calendar.
Then these are
The
complete
10-day
tomorrow,
discrepancy caused
maybe even tonight.
significant confusion.
Maybe at dawn.
An
I don't
English
know.
merchant
Depends on how I
receiving a
feel.
letter dated October 15th
If I'm,
from France
If I'm
might
energetic
have
and
still been
enthusiastic
thinking
and ready to
we were
rock,
living in October 5th,
I'm gonna.
leading to missed
Oh, I can't wait to
deadlines
see what these
and
look like. They're gonna be so
bewildering
cool.
exchanges. Travelers crossing borders
And I think I can
between
get a short
countries
out of
using
that,
different
too.
calendars
So,
experienced a peculiar
for
form
YouTube
of
thing.
time travel,
But
stepping backward
in terms of getting
or
it through,
forward in time as they
just
moved
the
across Europe. It's
artistry
like when
of
I
it.
went to New Zealand and came back before
Paint
I
the
left
skull, the teeth,
because you
and all that
crossed the
shit.
date line, so you lose a day going, and then when you come
What
back,
I really want to do
okay, so I left at Saturday at like
What I
4
really
o'clock,
wanna
and I
do.
got back at Saturday at 2 o'clock.
Paint this thing.
It's really weird. So imagine
I
doing
don't
that
know
for
whether-
10 days. That would be really, really
I'm gonna
bewildering.
give it this history.
The journey toward the universally
This
accepted
is,
Gregorian calendar
this is
was
hoisted up
slow
on a
and
sloop.
staggered. The German states and the Netherlands eventually shifted in the 17th
And I know
century.
this one was captured off the Barbary
recognizing the
Coast. I'm giving it a whole new
practical
history.
benefits
This
of
is
a
off the coast
standardized
of
calendar
Tangier.
throughout Europe. Great Britain actually
Not the
managed to hold
Tangier
out
and the
until
Chesapeake, but the Tangier,
1752.
the
A decision
imaginary
influenced
Tangier
more by
Island down in the
international
Caribbean,
trade
it's off
and
the Isle
politics
of the Aves.
than by any religious resistance. When it finally adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1752, it marked a significant step in the global
It's got a
standardization
musket shot
of
through
time.
it. It's got some powder
The
burn.
British Empire at that point was expanding too, right? 1752
It's
going
got
into
salt,
the 19th
weather,
century.
sun.
And that allowed further spread of the Gregorian calendar as
I'm
Britain
not really
moved
paying
into
attention,
these
lady.
other
I'm glad
territories
you're,
and influence extended
I'm glad
beyond
you're
the
here, but I'm
Americas
done.
into Africa and Asia.
Time for something else to listen
so
to.
that by the
No. Something else. Give me something to listen to. Who's live? Anybody? All right, Ricada. Of course, Joe, Good Logic. Here's a dude with 3 watching. I got 0 watching. Yeah, why not? Why not? Hey,
Have I liked my stream? I don't think I did. If you don't vote for yourself,
you know, why not?
I'm going to vote for myself. Boop-a-doo, doo-doo-doo. Let's go. I don't know if that even counts or has any use, but I like what I'm doing. There you go. There's a like. Ta-da! I got one. Anyhow.
Why not? Yeah, dude, there are a pile of holy shit. Okay, so I'm looking, here's a stream, and I'm not going to name it. There are 6 people in the chat, fancy graphics, and 2 watching. They don't even have all of them watching their own stream. Why? There's so many people making streams and nobody watching. Oh, and then here's another one with the here's looks like Life Seeding the Universe, and they have 18,000 people watching. All right, so there's a whole bunch of different different stuff going on. Why isn't everyone watching this retard make a pirate flag? Oh, they're busy, that's why. Disgusting. Not interesting. Dude, this guy selling baseball cards has 124 watching. So, gotta figure out how to do this. Here's another one with 4, 6. All right. Yeah. So it's all over the place as to what people are interested in watching. That's the beautiful thing about YouTube and Rumble and these other services. You can find whatever you like, man. It's just how it goes. Do-do-do-do. Oh, shocking.
Let me say, you're not Jameer Foster, Zakuria Blackwell, and John Morrison each appeared over video, facing not only the judge, but also...
Mr. Foster, first thing, let me say, do not make any statement. Anything you say can be used against you.
Jameer Foster, Zakuria Blackwell, and John Morrison each appeared over video, facing not only the judge, but also Police Chief Thompson, Mayor Nancy Vaughn, dozens of officers, and the widow of Sergeant Philip Dale Nix. Jameer Foster appeared first and is facing the heaviest possible sentence.
You're also charged with first-degree murder that carries the maximum sentence of the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Prompting a reaction from him, Judge Tabitha Holliday quickly put down.
This is just a horrible...
You're going to be put down if you did it.
So don't say anything else. Please don't say anything else. Mr. Foster.
Hey, you're stealing beer and you murdered a guy? Bye. Now, the problem is, after having seen some trials where it appeared that the state railroaded people who may not have been guilty, I find it difficult to support the death penalty as I once did. I used to think, oh, the death penalty, in theory, I'm for the death penalty. The guy's a terrible, terrible murderer, or he's an unfixable wretch. Yeah, why not hang him, or whatever they do. But I've seen a bunch of trials on, at least on YouTube and other places, and Rumble and stuff. It appears that some of these people are railroaded. Most of them aren't. But to kill an innocent guy for a crime that he may not have committed, that's irrevocable. You know, at least if the guy is unjustly committed, he can at some point get out and have a semblance of a life. And you see these dudes who do 18 years for a rape, and then turns out DNA exonerates them, or some way they're found not guilty and they got a false confession or something. So, I don't trust the state now, at least in that respect. So I don't know what to think. I liked it better when I didn't know stuff and I was sure of things. But that's the reality of life, man. You learn shit and then you got to figure it out. So anyway, we got a flag done. We're done with one. This one is ready to paint. I'm not going to paint it yet. I'm going to be disciplined, and I'm going to stitch the other two up. I've got the bones pinned on. They're ironed and ready to go. So I'm going to do them, although I am really excited about painting this. I want to do those shadows. I want the eye sockets, the orbits, and the nasal cavity, and the teeth. I mean, the original of this one is cool. Let me bring that picture up. Let's see here. Let's load that just so you can see it because it's so cool. Browse. I want to bring this up now, but I'm going to discipline myself to paint this all at the proper time. So here we go. Open. Look at this. Those shadows are cool, and I'm now ready to do that on the main one. That's complete. I've got two more like this, and I'm going to do. I want to do them all at the same time. So I mix all the paint at the same time. I get the fluidity of the strokes, and there's a certain quality to this picture, this skull. The guy who painted this knew what he was doing, right? I mean, that's a controlled picture. That's not somebody who's never handled a brush before. So I want to do that, and I want to do it all at the same time on all three of them, because there's a certain quality to it that makes them all look really, really cool. So that's what I'm going to do. Even though I'm just dying to paint this thing, man, it's so cool. I'm excited. So I'm gonna have a smoke and a drink, and then I'm gonna bang out the last two sets of bones. And it's now, it's early enough. I could knock these two other flags out in just a couple of hours, and maybe 3 hours, and maybe by sunrise I can be painting. I'm sorely tempted to plan right now. I'll tell you what. We'll see how I'm doing in 4 hours.
I think in 4 hours I can be done with these 2 other flags. If I have all 3 of them done, I'm gonna head to the studio, and I'll see if I can stream. But I should be eligible to stream from there. YouTube says you need 50 subscribers. I have 51, so I may be able to mobile stream from the studio and put the skulls on, make them cool, you know. So I'm pretty excited about it. Look at this. We got 4 views. I only see 1 viewer in here, but welcome. Glad you're here. Anyway, this is going to be cool as fuck. How do I do it? How do I do it? Oh, man. I'm pretty excited. So, all right, I'm going to chill for a few minutes. I'm still goof around a little bit. But then we're going to make pirate flags. Haha. Meanwhile, I want something interesting to listen to. Nobody else is here, so I don't have anybody to talk to except myself, and I know what I sound like, and I know what I think. I want someone else to drop in and tell me what I'm thinking. Bang. Dude. What do I want to listen to? What do I want to hear? What shall I find when I search the internet? Give me something to change my mind. Dun, 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 dun. You know that one. Well. Weird. Huh. Interesting. Well, maybe that isn't that interesting. I don't know. Finally, I want something cool to listen to. What shall it be? Whew. Well, there you go. Why not? Dun, 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 dun. Huh. Well, solve that. In fact, that may be the right move. What?
It's so good. The pirate flag is complete. Okay, I want a cannon. To get a cannon, well, I've got some things to do in order to get a cannon, but we can do it. Well, that's neat. Okay, there are so many cool videos here on YouTube. I don't know where to start. You know what I want to do though? I want to go back to the trash cast and watch the parts I missed. And then finish this damn set of pirate flags. And, you know, this is an unusual year. Things are going to start happening to me now. I'm in the phone book, so, you know. Wait a minute, hold on. What the heck is that? That ought not be.
And
Thing that should not be.
took a picture of myself fucking in the hospital bed. And so it turned out to be nothing.
Alright, well, we're going to start 2 hours ago because apparently it's not started over before. And what's his name? Matt Barr and Shane are in the chat. I want to have a smoke, a drink, carry on. I've done that 3 times now. Frankly, I don't give a fuck. I've got my job done. All this requires now is paint, and it's complete. But I have these other 2, and I want to do them at the same time, and this will benefit by that because I'm going to practice on mine, and then the other 2 will be advanced.
I did see this.
And then I'm going to weather all of them. I haven't decided yet, but I think I'm going to give it a bit of just a real faint burnt umber, burnt sienna wash to just weather it a bit, and then I'm going to hit it with a brick and a musket. I'm going to see what happens. And some salt.
I wasn't even aware of any of this.
Give it some windy weather. These are going to be cool. And then I'm going to take it outside. I'm going to string them up. Oh, I have 2. So I have to finish the stitching on the bones. And then I have 2. What do you call it? 2 ropes to splice. They're all set up. I've got the leather stitched around them, as I learned how to do in the what was that? What's the name of the boat? The Tally-Ho.
Did John call you in the hospital?
Samson Boat Company, which is a great YouTube channel. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's cool. This dude bought a famous yacht for $1 because she was rotting away. Nobody loved her as much as she should be loved. And he has, I forget the name of it.
John Malin is trying to eulogize me. Have you seen this?
Shut up, Ethan. Dude, pipe down. There's a. Damn it! I'm trying to talk here. I forget what it's called. There's a term that encapsulates this whole thing, but the joke that I know it also from in the 18th century context is this is George Washington's tomahawk, and you know the head's been replaced and the handle's been replaced, but it was his tomahawk. He's done that with the Tally-Ho, and in one of his videos he addresses that. But she's a beautiful, beautiful boat now. Maybe the most beautiful yacht in all of America right now. But they showed how to make soft eyes wrapped with leather and did a baseball stitch on this chick and her son up in the Northwest. And so I copied that in a crude way, in the best way I could, for the eye splice. And so I've got 2 more of those to do, but the leather's done, and then I just need to prepare the ropes, but then I just need to stitch the bones on. Then the entire construction is complete, and then it is all painting and weathering from here out. And I'm going to shoot the shit out of these with my musket. And I'm not joking about that. Because why the fuck not? And it's authentic. I'm not going to bring the image up. But there are 2 extant pirate flags from the 18th century. There's one, this one that I'm copying, or adapting. It's not a direct copy, but I'm taking very much of the inspiration and design from this one. And there's one that is in, it's on loan to the National Museum of the Royal Navy in England, captured by a Lieutenant Curry off the coast of North Africa from the Barbary pirates in 1780. And it is a no-quarter flag. It is a red flag with a skull and bones. And when they were conserving it, they discovered that some of the black marks on it were powder burns. So there's black powder staining. I have black powder. I have a musket capable of firing black powder, and I'm going to put at least one ball through each of these flags. And then I am going to make them beautiful. So that's what I'm doing. That's my plan. So my plan while I'm goofing off tonight is to finish sewing the last two, and then I can paint them and start weathering them and give them some of my imaginary history. I've got this is my own personal. It's not Treasure Island. It's a different island. It's Tangier, and there's a whole history to it. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun once I get back to stitching. I'm so happy to have finished this. This is kind of a big deal. I've always wanted to make a pirate flag. Well, since I was like 8, and I'm considerably older than that now, and I'm super happy. And it looks cool. Every normal man, to quote H.L. Mencken, every normal man must be tempted at times to roll up his sleeves, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. And here's my black flag. So I'm a very happy artist right now. So that is such a simple design, and that symbol strikes. It's like if you think about it, it's like a blob or an O and an X, and that strikes terror in the hearts of any merchant. Even today, like the United States Navy, I think when they complete a certain kind of mission, the submarines or the ships will come back with flying a pirate flag. This flag. At least 300 years. If we go back to, listening to a general history of the pirates, they hoisted the black flag, and we have this example. We have the other example from the National Museum in England, and it's a skull and bones. Hundreds of years. This says, pull over, give us all your shit. And the other one is on a red field. So that red is traditionally a no quarter flag, which means no mercy, no quarter. Quarter is if you surrender, if you surrender, you can expect some humanity, some mercy. No quarter is you're dead. You fight or die, and that's a red flag, which is even more terrifying. I want to make a copy of that one. Plus the skull and bones is a cool design. It's much more squashed
This to me looks like a pirate flag. Like this is how I think of a pirate flag, a traditional pirate flag. The other one is more squashed. It's almost like the Totenkopf from the SS in the 1940s, 30s Germany. It's just kind of compressed and squashed. It's a cool design. I don't know that that's where the Germans got it. I suppose they designed their own. And there's always has this weird look to it. But this has its own weird look, as does this one. But I have some red wool, and I'm really, if I can find a high-res image of the skull and bones on that flag, because it's only about 2 feet by 2 feet. If I could find a high-res reference image, as I did for this one, I'd make a copy of that just to fly over my studio, just because it's cool. I may do that. I think I'm going to write to them, and I'll ask them for a high-res picture of it, just because it's so cool. And these supposedly are the only 2 existing ones. There's another flag that is in a museum in St. Augustine, Florida, and it's a really cool design. It's like a super simplified skull and bones, similar to this, but even simpler. But it is supposedly 1850, which is beyond my period of interest. For me, nothing after 1800 is as interesting as everything before it. So, and that's just kind of an arbitrary choice. I just prefer stuff before 1800. I'm pretty happy. I'm grinning ear to ear, man. So, all right, I'm going to goof off for a couple of minutes. I'm glad. Well, fuck it, nobody's here, so I don't even really need to apologize to anybody. I'm probably going to edit this all out. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But nobody's here, but I'm so excited. It's my party, and I'll smile if I want to. Who's saying that? Is that? Well, I don't know. You would smile too if it happened to you. Ah, what a great song. What a great fucking pirate flag. Ha! I need a cutlass. Gotta get a cutlass. In the public store at Williamsburg in 1775, they have, or early 76, they have orders for cutlashes. Cutlashes. Maybe, well, it might be within 76, 77, or 78. Somewhere in the first couple of years, they're fitting out the Virginia Navy, but they order cutlashes. And I've always heard it as a cutlass. Not quite a cutlass supreme, but cutlasses. Sort of kind of a cheap ship's sword. But they had an order for them. I think 50 of them. I should look that up, I guess. But oh my God, I finished my pirate flag. So now it's on to the paint. This is the cool part. Like right now, I could put all the rest of this shit away. I don't have to do the other 2. The other one's like mine, and if I was pressed for time and the other projects, but I happen to have some time. I have 2 days before my next thing, which is exactly the amount of time I need for this. This morning, it is, this morning I'm going to complete the stitching on the other 2 flags, and then probably tomorrow, maybe later this morning, I'll paint all the eye sockets and the noses and the teeth, and the shadows on the bones. I love finishing a project like this, and this is a huge milestone, just having completed this. So I couldn't be happier. All right, I need something to listen to. I need some glasses because I'm old and blind. Let's listen to some comic book
John
people
Malin
drama.
is trying to eulogize me.
Why not?
Have you seen this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's outrageous.
Well, he was also talking about, we could AI you and make super chats, and I said, well, yeah, nice way to give, his family money. He's like, whoa, I was talking about giving his family money.
I mean, listen, seriously, here's John Malin. I was about to die, and this is what John was doing with you guys. Or wait, was this it? This isn't it. We talked. Oh, this is me eulogizing him. Sorry. Wait a second. This isn't the right one. Let me go back to the. Yeah, so we do this to each other. Anyway.
Take Texas Mofo.
Oh my goodness, I love Finisher.
Somewhere like.
I'm just filled with joy.
Was it Texas Mofo or was it Comicsgate is Comics Great?
It's hard to tell.
This is, if you want to follow along, this
Mofo
is
usually
Comic
on it,
Artist
as I
Pro
should.
Secrets, and it is
It's
from
just really great.
February 1st.
But, by the way,
2024.
I guess it was Comicsgate is Comics Great. What's in Texas Mofo?
That's what people are saying now?
It's not Texas Mofo, yeah.
What was I going to listen to?
That's
I
all
wanted
I
to
know
watch
is it's
something.
not Texas Mofo.
Oh, you know, I think I.
What, is he in the chat saying it wasn't?
Yeah, he said it
Watch
wasn't.
as a,
Yeah.
you know, live or full screen so I can see what they're reading.
I mean, it was just awesome. I mean, everybody is so goddamn funny in Comicsgate. And I love it. Like, I showed Andrea that video. And,
he's got the whole thing up of it.
She likes
Videos.
I mean, you don't know what it's
There you
like
go.
to have, like,
Where are we?
you know,
I'm
to
at
be in this club and to just
3:40.
rope.
3 hours 40 minutes. Let's skip ahead to that, and then we'll go backwards if I need to fill it in. Look at that Wonder Woman, dude! I fell in love with Wonder Woman back in this, when I was very young. Wonder Woman is hot as hell, and that invisible jet and the magic lasso. Holy cow!
You're the ones who are, they do all the.
I hope this isn't feeding back.
They go out there, slay
But you know what?
dragons,
Nobody's watching, so it doesn't freaking matter. I'm gonna goof off and do what I want to do.
I don't know if there's
Don't
like a
care.
bigger cope possible than making a show called Comicsgate Nights. You know, I just don't know if that's.
Damn, dude, I got my flag done.
Okay. And, you know, it's just not a big deal. I don't know why it was, what is this?
My flag is cool as fuck. Now it's time to go pirating.
That's another piece by Sergio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sergio Leone, right?
Sergio's a really nice guy. I knew him early on at school, like learning.
That's a cool picture.
Like he was working in DC.
I gotta get Sergio to draw Jesus giving Cyberfrog a hug. And being like, you too are my creation. And Chelsea being like, no, not really though, Lord. Like, you know.
For people who don't know, Sergio did a graphic novel called Action Comic that just never went out of print. You can always find it at Walmart. Like it's been selling for.
Dude, I got a
Yeah, that's the name of
fire
it. Action
flag.
Novel. It's like the comic illustrated
I need
Bible.
some,
Pretty
yeah.
thick too.
I don't know that I want blood on the flag. Like,
I don't know what stories are in it. I don't actually.
is there an example of someone who was it who nailed the flag to the mast? Was that at the Battle of Lake Erie,
He looks kind of yoked in the forearm.
or was that John Paul Jones
Yeah,
on
Like he's a
the
little carpenter, like he's just been.
the Bonhomme Richard?
He's got like Popeye arms.
I think the mate nailed the flag to the
Action
mast,
Jesus,
right?
Guys, come on.
We'll never strike these colors. Is that it?
From Action Bible.
I think that's what it is. The story. You know what? I'm going to do a stream of. Oh, that's beautiful. I want to do a stream
This is
of
Biggins bragging about his art, guys.
John Paul Jones and the Bonhomme Richard versus the. What was the ship he fought?
David Mack or
The
Millie.
was it the Seraphis?
Two Sinkeviches.
They said I have a my
Sinkevich.
amazing wife got me a book on the Bonhomme
He's
Richard.
a fucking genius.
You can almost build
Nice
a ship
dude,
from this
says,
from the drawings in
Ron.
it.
Meh.
But the history of it is astonishing. They said you could drive a coach in 6, which is 6 horses,
This is legendary.
through the holes.
Holding his
There was
arms
so
up.
much damage to this ship after the
There's,
battle, or
Biggins
toward the
was
end of the
too
battle.
young to know that
They
nice
had just
guys
destroyed so
don't know what
much
to say about him, man.
of the timber of this ship that you could
I
drive a
would think
coach in
saying
6,
a
and
man's
the coach is
soothing
probably
voice is the worst thing you can
what,
say
12
about a
feet
man.
wide?
If I had to go on record, that's
Through
a lot worse.
the body of the
than
ship.
Somebody's knife.
just amazing that anybody survived.
What's up with Kelsey, man?
I think it
Kelsey's
barely
a way
limped
different
into
person than I ever thought. He goes, I've been fighting my whole life. He used a little nice once in a while.
Okay, I need to string up a new needle. Do I have much?
Vacation.
Oh, I think I've already done that, right? Yeah,
Biggins
I've got
could've
some
gone
thread
into
on my
plumbing,
needle.
Man. I heard there are less jealous, petty
And
bitches.
let me pick up a flag and let's get to work. I'm gonna stitch while I'm here.
Kelsey go.
Excited here.
Still-
This is cool, cool. We got a flag.
Says Kelsey, but it
We're gonna make this
will
cool.
wash it off at the end of the day. Ha ha!
Where shall I start? Let's do the hard part first. I want to get the hard part right off the bat, and then the rest of it goes easy.
All right.
Easy, man.
Says, I don't care about.
And hey, if you happen to drop in here,
cares about mine.
Say hello in the chat.
All right. I'm only interested in what Kelsey's saying, and Biggins, and Patrick. More than Biggins goes more than his politics. I'm more concerned with Sienkiewicz's terrible reputation of screwing over collectors.
I have a cool picture of it's like 1858 or something like fairly early photography of the French fleet at Brest.
Showing here's Graham again, normal.
It shows a ship of the line in
no
port.
IMCG, but they never had a problem with me.
Cool.
I'm a dump both me and Billy
Brest.
when he found out. Yeah, that guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Who, Larry?
Yeah, Larry
damn it.
Know why
Alright, so I'm going to have to tie
he
the
has
knot.
no idea. Like, he doesn't even know what Thomas Gate is.
He was so cool before Trump.
Wait, who's Larry?
Larry Hama.
Oh, yeah, Larry, okay.
I don't know.
Still like his art, though.
I know
and
a
then
couple
somebody
guys.
said,
Larry,
they
they're all
played.
good
This
dudes.
is the Bill Sienkiewicz
Everybody I've
to
ever
all
known named
comic
Larry was a good
skaters
dude.
rant that was really
But I don't know
like
that dude.
extremely like profane and really doesn't say anything of any value at all, and it's just like profanity. Like,
Here
fuck
we
you
go.
guys.
I am no
Kelsey
longer.
says, still like his art though, haha. Poor Vaughn says, never saw that, just read that whole thing. Reads like the ramblings of someone.
Boy,
who
they were
was
really
by a
trying to
bunch
help
of
this kid out,
SJWs
but
and
man.
clueless people what comic skate
course,
is,
you know,
and
when
he
you're
just
young,
goes,
you
that's
make
horrible, and just ran
statements
with
and
it.
don't
That's
know what
correct,
you're
Vaughn.
doing, I guess,
He
but
never makes a single point or uses
they're
any actual
really
examples of that
defending him.
entire rant.
They're
Just
trying to
projects,
help him out.
comments, and name calls. Sucks.
find out.
Big
He's
it
going to
says,
find
yeah,
out.
5 years
character
ago we
is
had
soon.
top quality haters. Now we
And
have.
that's going to all
more
be dependent
bros.
upon his actions in the next couple of
Well,
months.
whose
I
fault is
suspect.
that? I mean, like,
Here we
I
go.
mean, I
Let's
don't
roll
know.
through it.
Like, I mean,
I don't want any haters. I want them all to go away. Like, I really don't like it. I hate the idea that, you know, it's like, I'm sitting here like, okay, so I got canceled and I'm trying to do my, like, I'm just trying to do my work and enjoy myself, be comics, be comic skate. And then there are just people out there who are consistently all the time trying to, like, drag you down and make everybody hate you. I don't really like that.
It seems like a lot of extra bullshit.
Here's Dan Slott. People are like, what's your Twitter going to be like when the blocks are removed? It won't be anything. I'll close the account. I'm over Threads, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. I've got more than enough social media to deal with. It's all good. And Zach just goes, you will never leave. And how right was Zach? That's funny. I always skip leg day, but never skip a meal. Dan Slott, that's from Grand. All right, hold on a second. Scrolling down. Time is going by quickly now. It's now August 21st. And the, you know, it's been like 3 weeks since Tampa Comic Con at this point. Yeah, people are.
No, if you pull too fast, that's the one thing I've learned. If you pull too fast on this thin thread, it twists up so fast that it ties itself into a knot. You cannot do that.
Going through it together, which I guess is probably good for
steady. Doesn't have to be
people who are
slow.
watching,
Steady.
For the interest
Quick
of full
does not
transparency.
do a good job.
Yeah, they could slow it down and click through it.
Yeah, if you really want to see this stuff.
Right.
By the way, Todd McFarlane just made a Sinestro action figure.
yeah, with the armband on it.
With the armband.
Yeah, that was shocking.
His hair isn't right. He still gave him the kind of widow's peak haircut, but
I think they're trying to make
you know what?
it
I think
look
I may
like
have just
it
ruined
fits
this
in
piece
that
of
old
thread.
retro Super Friends
Yeah, I've got
line.
nothing.
Like
Damn
they're
it.
trying to build
Yeah,
off
it's
that,
gotta go.
whatever that line
All
was
right.
called. It wasn't called that. It was something.
superpowers.
It's just something, yeah.
Alright.
So I don't know if they're trying to give him that hairline he had in animation.
Oh, that's possible.
I'm going to
Yeah,
try
I
to
think
tie this
that might
left
be
over
it.
right.
Yeah, like I'm gonna buy it, but you know, I'd be much happier if it were. Oh, here we go. Here.
Right over left.
Oh, this is when Eric announced that he's being sued, and then Eric put it out there to the public that it was Dick Masterson and Vito's fault that he got sued. Like they, you know, and Pete denies that now. He's like, that never happened. Well, you know, Eric never out and out said Vito and Dick Masterson contacted the charity or the you know, the Islam Ministry and got me sued. He just hinted at it real hard and used weasel words. and left literally everybody with the impression that that's what he meant, and he walked it back later with Nick Rekieta. But I mean, you look at this and just go, Biggins is like, lol. I hope Eric.
The only way to do business, I think, is to be just completely upfront and be honest.
Cecil may be proven right again. Matt Yackey says 100% agree.
You gotta just be open.
Biggins says, I like Masterson, but if he did this, he deserves scorn and derision of the worst kind. Yackey says, yup, it's looking like him. Oh no, this is Joe Ball. This isn't Matt Yackey. Fuck. Joe Ball. Yup, it's looking like him and Vito went way beyond the line of being internet edgy boys. If someone did this to them, they would be in full-on meltdown
Let's
mode.
get the camera on here so you can see this
like
exciting pirate flag stitching action.
I honestly hope he didn't do it, says Biggins. But if he did, hope Eric destroys him.
Dun, dun,
Exactly,
dun.
says Joe Ball. Well said. Biggins says, how was that well said?
I don't know. It's just in agreement with everything everybody's wanting, you know. I mean, that's it. It's just.
I think if these people were busier making art, they wouldn't have so much time for
It's
this.
not well said. Like, well said means you phrased that really eloquently, and I agree with the way that you said that. I honestly hope he didn't do it, but if he did, I hope Eric destroys him. Well said. Yeah, cheers.
It's not that eloquent.
Here.
I mean, maybe it's a good sentiment, but I don't know
Steve
anything
Roberts.
about these people.
CM Punk overplayed his hand thinking he was more popular than he was, got fired by McMahon, went to the UFC, got embarrassingly destroyed, and was then unemployed. Had to go crawling back to McMahon. Oh, is that going to happen here or something?
You think Patrick's coming crawling back?
Yes, I do. I can picture that. Sounds like they have a good evidence. See, this is the thing. Like, Eric July, and I'm speaking for myself here, not Shane or Matt Barr. Eric July's a moron. And he got on the internet and he's like, we've got the receipts. We got the receipts to prove that this fat motherfucker and his Buster Baxter looking partner, Podna, are the ones who likely contacted this ministry and trolled them into suing us, and it's going to cost them some money. I'm going to be suing them back. And they didn't do shit. They didn't do anything. And Eric didn't have any evidence, but he left everybody with the impression that he did. And he had the evidence. Biggins says, well, if he can prove it. Wait, hold on. Sounds like they have a good evidence trail. The internet makes people insane. Sit in your basement at your own risk, people. Speak for yourself. My basement is a fucking paradise.
My basement
This
is
basement
a
dwelling shit,
paradise.
too,
It looks
again,
like an 18th or 19th century dungeon.
IRL stuff that
And it's
you don't-
beautiful.
If, you know, everybody that sits in the basement are people that didn't go to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
I
Again, it's like
reported
if
my
you're not
basement
hanging out
this
with
summer,
me
and it looks
doing bar
great.
crawls and going to
It smells
fucking
nice,
gay
too.
sex dungeons, you're just sitting in your basement. You're probably gonna
Took
have
a lot of work to get it that
heart
way
attack,
too.
you're
It was a
insane.
disgusting mess when I got it.
And you're gonna, all this stuff is. That's all he's doing over and over, and he's just reinforcing his stupid agenda to reprogram the people in this room.
Every once in a while, I will check in to see if anybody showed up, but I don't think anybody showed up. So,
Throw something in the chat. If you want to say hi, you want to talk about history, I'll turn this crap off.
Everything that I have is
We can
not
talk
developed
about
by
pirates or
possessions
history
that
or
Andrea doesn't want to
anything
look
in the
at
18th
or down
century,
here.
19th, I don't care.
The
20th
house
century,
upstairs
doesn't make any
that's all
difference.
hers. That she did that. This is all me. Like, this is a
Old-fashioned stuff.
wonderland
Tell me about the
down here
Romans.
for
I
me.
don't know.
The ultimate
Tell me
man
something
cave.
cool, you know?
Do you remember that Ray Bradbury show where he would like walk into his office and the office was just filled with like models and toys? There was like the Nautilus submarine. There was like Godzilla. There was just shit hanging. And then he would sit there and he was like, "What am I gonna write about today?" And he'd kind of look around, go, "Okay," and then that would be like the start of the show. It was always so cool. I was like, "Man, that's what I want, and that's what I have now." Oh, look, that's what you have too.
Yeah, Patrick's whole house looks like my basement. When in that video, like
That shit looked like a hoarder's. That was a little weird. There was like just boxes stacked up everywhere.
well, that was his garage, right? Like he could go out like I pictured he had kind of a door leading into his kitchen area or whatever, but it would lead right out to his garage, which didn't have a car in it. It was just storage, it looked like a storage area there. I got a storage area too around the corner, with a door you could go into. Yeah, and it's got some comics in it and stuff, but
Yeah, I guess I didn't look too close. It just looked like it was very cluttered. The house looks very like filled with lots of stuff. Lots of shit.
ODS says, but Ethan, you're in the basement. Yes, I know. This is like the best place in the world to be. And let me tell you something. When the nukes come, and they are coming, this is going to be the place. I got to figure out a way to make this into a bomb shelter. I could live down here. You know, if the nukes came and everybody else was destroyed,
you won't have any light or fresh air,
bomb shelter.
What are you, crazy?
And I could live here for 30 years without leaving.
You should start digging into a second level, so you have like a second level of the basement. That way, you're definitely, you know.
Yeah, I'd be like, you think this is the basement? There's a sub basement. That's how fucked up I am.
Open up the trap door, climb down to another giant cavern.
BTM reviews for $20. I'm in my basement every day and night. My basement is fucking awesome. Of course, dude.
I was watching a movie the other day, and they go to like their fallout shelter basement in the house, and the ending of the movie was that whoever was in the basement had this insane DVD collection, like all the '90s shows and everything like that, which you would need not to go crazy. You would need like a lot of DVDs.
Yeah. Well, I have tons of DVDs here. I mean, that's what I have. I still have all my physical media.
Is that the one with Julia Roberts?
Yeah. It was a horrible movie. Don't watch it.
I watched it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I wonder if I could hire a bunch of Hasidic Jews to tunnel under my house and dig
They're gonna
out
subcontract it to the Mexicans.
Like, you know, just whatever. Like,
They usually build cabinets, but Ethan's gonna call them up and like, "Did you guys dig a tunnel?" It's like they're like, "Sir, we don't do that. Why would you think to ask us to burn?"
I'm like, I know that you do. Okay.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Double link.
I've noticed that you do that. Lately, I've become like noticing some things.
I've heard things.
Yeah. All right, hold on a second here. Let's get back to. It's so weird, man. So here they are going after Dick Masterson. I hope you can find one, but it's tough, says Biggins. All right, so they're hoping that they'll be able to sue the piss. Eric will be able to sue the piss out of Dick Masterson for nothing. Dick Masterson didn't do a goddamn thing. He just laughed about it.
Okay.
So whatever. He convinced everybody. He had everybody thinking that like Vito and they were like getting they're getting legitimate death threats. Those guys over that. It was all bullshit.
All right. You know what?
Von Coleman is still sane at this point, which I really appreciate. It's nice to see him.
There's got to be a character arc here. He's
hasn't been
propping
dragged
up
down
Von Coleman, whoever that is.
What would happen if we were scrolling through this and we saw that a bunch of them used the N-word in private?
Character in his tail. So I'm guessing there is some great revelation ahead.
N-word.
That
the
gives
N-word
some
and
character
just
arc.
straight up set up lemon parties and shit. They're just.
Oh, these are the toys that he's making here?
Well, those were the Silverhawk toys I think they were supposed to make. That they got a letter to not make.
They look just like the fucking Silverhawks.
Well,
No.
originally
at that
doing
point,
Silverhawks.
Yeah, we're doing. That's what you're met. They made one figure, the lead character, Quicksilver, and no, they made Monstar too, the bad guy.
Yeah.
And then they, from my understanding, and I've heard other YouTubers say this, there was a cease and desist by Warner Brothers. So now they have these models, but they are not allowed to make them.
Yeah.
So what do? You rejig them into something else.
Do something else.
Paint their skin blue, change their mask up a little bit.
Or just don't do it at
Give
all.
them
You
capes.
know? It isn't that cool. Like if you make original shit, you don't get cease and desist. That's cool.
You know, be original, and you don't have to worry about this shit.
I mean, I guess
How
it
about
is
that?
hard, but it's not that hard.
No, there you go.
It's not that much harder to do original work. You
Make
know,
it into something else.
there's no guarantee.
This
Like
looks
I do
agony.
all original stuff.
You
There's
said
no
it
guarantee,
sounded
and it's a lot
great before,
riskier.
But now you see the logo, and you're like, this
you know,
sounds like
fuck.
agony.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Yeah,
Nobody else
what
owns
I
it.
saw when I was
It's my
working
property.
on Last of the Seekers. Like when I was like doing the last couple of pages of Last of the Seekers, like he was showing me this stuff, and I was like, okay, so we're gonna do kind of like a Silverhawks kind of a thing, and it just kind of like expanding into where it was like, oh, we're gonna have the Silverhawk toys, and that's when I was like, I think with Last of the Seekers, I'm not going to do anything else with Riot Press, and he just kind of, he got shitty about it.
This is your work here, I can tell.
It's not. I don't know this page.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought it was. That's Mrs. Biggins there, holding comic books.
So
Yeah, I don't
around the
know
hardest
Power
part.
Powers toys that
I'll
Todd's
go
doing,
one
but
or
I'm
two more
really
stitches
happy
if I
to
can.
see
We're getting real
Smash
taste
Drop.
though.
And Kilowog. He's doing a big Kilowog toy too. I will buy all of those.
Is it you have to like piece the Kilowog together?
One more.
No.
Buy him.
Here. No,
He's just one big. Oh, that's cool.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me see who did this. It's not Matt either.
There you go. Okay. What's it look like?
A lot of people drawing art for this.
Looks like a fucking pirate flag.
Whole big
Looks
period
coarse
card.
and dangerous and exactly how I
it's
want it.
coming up though.
Pull the pin.
It's now September
Carry
6th.
on.
Remember September 11th was when you fucking threw a fit at me. Let me see. Kind of the blue. Like, what's he,
View your channel.
I can't remember.
Come on,
Oh,
somebody,
yeah,
come into the chat.
I just noticed like in Chad Townsend making fun of Matt Barnes calling him retarded. You guys know who can do logo design or short animations? Matt Barnes.
Okay, why is this feeding back so badly? Why is this feeding back so badly? Why is this feeding back so badly?
I just got to note something. I caught Caesar's little bit yesterday. For the record, I asked him to help with Sleepy Hollow, and he turned that convo into Malin. He is a liar and a phony. And somebody sent me a...
Whoa. Something else happened here after he wrote that, and he messaged me to leave the room. Because that's why I said and I'm like, no, I'm not
Wow,
leaving.
look at you here. Wow. Wait, he messaged you to leave the room? What happened?
No, just out of the blue. He goes, you're not really talking and you're sitting on stream, shit talking me. I need you to leave the room. And I was like, I'm not leaving the room because I know what you're going to do. You're going to tell people I love. When I didn't, I'm not leaving. I like a lot of people. And he's like, okay, just leave so I don't have to kick you out. And then he kicks me out. So
No, go ahead and kick me.
that's why I wrote that, because I knew what he did with John, where he kicked John out of the room.
If you're
and
gonna kick
then
me, do
tells
it.
everybody John's the
Right.
bad guy, John left the room, I can't talk to John, look, John's the bad guy. So that's why I wrote that, because I knew if I didn't do that, he would just say I hate everybody in the room and then get them all to, in return, hate me.
Wow, you said I like a lot of the creators on this room. Good people. What was it that you posted there that we can't see? Do you remember?
Probably a GIF, I don't know.
Patrick goes, okay. And you went, you know? There's some stress there. And then you left.
No, I got kicked, yeah.
You got kicked.
You know.
Look at
You
Patrick.
know.
Okay.
Well, it's like he's like playing dumb, like, okay, right? He doesn't know what's going on, but you know.
He knew.
You know.
Patrick goes, after asking Shane to leave the Riot press room 5 times, he wouldn't, so I had to kick him out.
Really? Is that true? 5 times? Of course not.
He had to kick you out. Joe Ball says, well, at least people speak with some level of ease now.
So everybody's been speaking weird because I'm in the room, even though I'm
Yeah,
not
now they're gonna...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now they're gonna, like, full on. And they do. From here, like, they pretty much start flipping out. It was a nice period of time when there was, like, sanity there. We're looking at toys. We're talking about things. Here's Patrick. Yes. I talked to Shane 3 times at the Kubert school. I didn't know him at all. I was kind to him when Pencils Down. He acts like Pencils Down is like fucking Pearl Harbor. Like, it's retarded, dude.
Remember Pearl Harbor?
It had nothing to do with him. There was no project he was working on that he had to put pencils down on, right?
Yeah, I remember Patrick, when Pencils Down happened, he came to me and he said, brother, come to crowdfunding. No, that didn't happen.
Is there any irony at all that he's talking about pencils down happening on the anniversary of 9/11? You know what I mean? Because he acts like it's the same fucking thing.
I did reach out to him just about, because I saw him on your show and stuff a few times for CG shows, but I've also talked to Patrick at cons and stuff. Like since then, I've talked to you. I talked to you before I came on stream. I mean, I was just talking to people, within CG, even some that were just people in the chat. So I don't know. I mean, but it looks good to everybody if he frames this as he's the one reason I'm here.
Where is John Malin? Is John Malin in this chat right now? Where is John Malin?
I mean, that's how he kind of laid it out for me, was that he was your gateway, your person into.
Now we've got the hardest part done.
Like
just rolling around the end now.
Yeah, he was like,
up toward
Malin
the
was
stairs
talking
straight
to me
away.
and making sure that everything was cool before he came in.
Ethan, let's be honest. You remember before I came to CG, you told me not to.
Yeah, so
You
you
know
were
what?
talking in private the whole time, and you were telling me, I've been in
We're
these
going
Whisper
through
Network
here.
rooms, I heard them talking about you.
Yeah.
And, you said it's fucking bullshit, and I said, yeah, well. And then I don't remember what made you come over here, but you were slowly just kind of being like, I don't know. I think you were looking at, like, just independence, being able to make money on your own.
No, a lot of it was cancel culture. Oh my God, it's just like, some of it was independent, some of it was cancel culture, some of it's just conversations I was having with editors and stuff where I was talking to a female writer on Batgirl. I was like, hey, why don't we try working on Batman together or something else? And she's like, no, I need to work on the women characters. It's our time. I was like, I'm fucked. I'm like, comics are fucked. Everything's fucked. It's like this is fucked. I mean, you can't say, hey, how about working on the most
why would
popular
you want to
comic
work on
book
a
character in the world
project
and
together?
somehow I'm the asshole? It's like, yeah, all right.
Well, here's what Patrick says. This is how he recalls this time. So I talked to Shane 3 times at the Kubert School. I didn't know him at all. I was kind to him when Pencils Down
Wasn't that
happened,
nice of him?
and he reached out to
That's
me
so
after
nice of him.
seeing me on E's show. Being a fellow Kubert student, he asked me to check for him to make sure everyone liked him in CG before he
Lord.
jumped in. I did. The water was great. I will say he produces some of the best stuff in CG in a timely fashion. He's a real pro, just not a good friend. I mean, real friend, not online friend.
This guy's kind of a tool.
I remember an online friend called Shane Davis to Patrick Parnell when his wife was still in the hospital after delivering a child, and the hospital was an hour away from home. That had a mod in my chat, managed my StreamYard to close down his campaign while I drive home in time to, just.
Kubert School. I don't know where that is. Okay, 5 views. So somebody's been in here. I hope. Well, we don't have anybody here now, but hey, I'm glad you dropped in. Say hi in the chat, for God's sake. Nobody ever talks in the chat. I don't know what to do to get people to chat, but hey, here we are. I'm gonna bring the camera up. Focus on the flag. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. Smoke. I don't care. There we go. Let's turn the camera so you can. No, it doesn't work. There you can see it. And that's that. BRB. starting to think that it is Paolo Uccello, that St. George and the Dragon, that's where I have to go with these. Hey there, glad you're here. All right, here we go. All right, sound on, be on thread, coffee, put something on to listen to. If you happen to show up, say hi in the chat. I'm happy to talk with you. Apart from that, I will assume that I'm just cruising by and I'm gonna listen to what I want to. Finishing up the pirate flags. They've been a good one up there.
And you guys up there, like I'd be in a coffin and you guys roast me in my
Good pirate flag.
Like I would really truly
Complete.
want that. It would be so
That one's
goddamn
done.
funny.
I'm working on the next
And
one
I'd
now.
laugh. Oh my god, here's the there's a video. Wait, the PTV photo controversy.
Let's make some space.
There's actually
Here
a
we go.
video of this.
All right. More stitchings.
Hold on a
Here's the
second, let me
needle.
see where we're at.
New needle, new thread. Going down to the tough part, which is it's only tough because it's more complicated. Go down here. I'm gonna connect this and carry on. I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we put a musket shot through it, and some staining and some salt and some sun and all of the weathering that this gets in its adventure.
And this bothered me.
It's life on the account. And what's going on with the stream here? I don't have any sound there. Let's run this through here a couple of times and just tie it off just so it locks. Right. Ah, darn. Pull through. Don't do that. Maybe I should hold this. How about that? How about that? Now, let's tie it off properly. Whew. One, and through the loop twice. We'll tighten it. Now we can carry on. And what has happened to this stream? I want to listen to something. Why isn't it playing? Come on, let's go load. Doo-doo. Well, suddenly the signal has dropped out. What's happened here? Don't know. Anyway, here we go. Let's carry on. I'll keep stitching while that loads, I guess. Right? I see that I'm getting viewers. I don't see anything in chat. Say something historical in chat. Let's argue about something. I don't know. Or we can be friendly. Tell me a joke. I don't know. I'll tell you a joke. Whatever you want. Just say hi in chat. Like the stream. Subscribe. Tell me a joke. Ask me for a joke. Whatever. We'll do something. Let's check this. Yep. Loading in. Okay. And suddenly this is not loading, so let's reload the whole thing. Phew. All right. I think I'm going to enjoy some tobacco. The General History of the Pirates, Part 1.
1 with a picture of Captain Jack Sparrow, who was not part of the general history of the pirates. But I suspect was heavily influenced by him. Why do I suspect that? I don't know. Are there examples? There's an actual question. Are there examples? Boy, nobody's live except me, and nobody's coming to visit live. Let's see. Am I listed on here? I don't think so. My stream. 62. Then Penguin Z Arrow has 0 has 11,000 watching. Just him being himself and chatting. 497, 16, 541, 3, 2, 80, 20. Guy playing Risk has got 20 people watching. 0 in CK3, I don't know, Civilizations maybe. 13, 938. I don't know. Not sure how to do this, man. Not really good at it. Alright, I want to go back to that stream now. Comic artist pro secrets. Well, so to find the stream, pick up where I left off. Let's see if it loads. I don't know if it will. Maybe my signal's bad. Occasionally the Wi-Fi here, or the internet, doesn't work for whatever reason. We have cable internet, it ought to be stable, but it seems spotty. Alright, so drag it out. Let's go. There we go. Alright. Alright, let's bang this one out. Pull this. I need my pin box, and I can put my pins up because I've got a pile of them up here now. Go slow or you're going to tangle it. So that's the main thing I've learned on this thin thread. Go easy on it. Check that out, it's so cool. It's a rough, tough life with a pirate flag. We tailormen undergo, and we don't give a damn when the gale is on, how hard them threads do pull. 6 hellish nights have passed away in the cold Kamchatka Sea. We're dragging the needle through cotton fabric to make a pirate flag for my friend and me. What care we for the song? Oh, come on, dude. I have already listened to most of this. I don't need the whole thing. All I want is just get me into something to listen to. Don't even care particularly what it is. I don't know any of these people or any of these works of art. All I want is some stimulation. Dude. Now that I've made a pirate flag, I think I need to build a sloop, right? I'll have to sell a few pictures first. I promise. helps that if I can sell some good pictures at good prices, I'll build a sloop. Fit her out with 12 4-pounders, and we will go up at a, what, like 16 swivels, 12 swivels, and we'll go a pirating. I think that's a good idea, right? Not really. The modern United States Navy, I think, unless they want pirates to exist, they don't exist. Which leads me to believe that the, say, Somali pirates are kicking back money to somebody who's well connected. Because otherwise they would not have been able to operate for so many years with impunity. Like they were making, I think, billions of dollars in ransoms for the Maersk ships and the other seagoing vessels off the Horn of Africa. So somebody well connected was getting paid. Unfortunately, you can't move. I think, what was it? I know I've been boarded by by the Marine Patrol in Florida. I think were we in a canoe? Were we boarded by that? Not boarded, but inspected. I think we were, actually. So, you know. There is a stranglehold on human freedom these days. You can't go anywhere without agents of the state inspecting and correcting. So, if there is evil doing, it is sanctioned by somebody. Which is a damn shame. It used to be. At least they were honorable. What's that? There's, what was that speech? There's some, like a criminal in some movie. He said, you know, the criminal used to have a sense of, it was something like, he used to have a sense of honor. And it's kind of a pathetic scene because the guy's falling apart, I think. But there's something to it. All right, dude, look at this. We got bones, baby. We got bones. Damn it, will you please play? All right, you know what? I think I need to just restart my phone. Maybe that'll help. Let's see, we'll shut it down. Let it refresh and rest its mind, and we'll come back. Well, we got some fucking bones, them bones, them bones. We got Pirate Flags. X marks the spot. Gonna make a fucking pirate flag. Gonna shoot it with a musket tomorrow and paint it cool. I've had it with delicacy and pussyfooting around. This is a different year. Delicacy is gone. Gentleness exists, but must be earned. And if you fly the Jolie Rouge, you may expect no quarter. You may signal your intention. And if your intention does not include quarter, I will honor that request. Heretofore, I have been for justice tempered with mercy, but it has not been reciprocated, and now I am only interested in reciprocated action. So, you want to have a fair fight? Fine, we'll have a fair fight. But God help you if you don't offer quarter and expect none. Dude, the fucking pirate flag is so cool. Oh, they're cool. Yeah, I want to beat the shit out of these tomorrow. I'm going to paint I want to do it tonight. We're going to see how I fare. I'm going to just push as hard as I can. I don't want to commit to staying up or not. I've done that in the past. It usually works best if I just go, you know. Can I play this through here?
Yes, sir. have 3 hours.
Let me listen to it through my phone. We'll see if I can get my
But
stream
hell,
on
I
the
guess
phone.
a
If
real
this
friend
isn't
would've
feeding
just
back
well,
to
I
I didn't know you were
me,
friends with PTP at all. Like that makes me respect you a whole lot less. Like I didn't know that. Like
I wouldn't
he ever
call. I
thought.
wouldn't.
I'll go
No,
in another
but I'm
room
saying
and listen,
like
and then
I,
this
I
doesn't
wouldn't call
interfere
us
with that,
friends either.
right? Because
but
this
I
is
also
pulling
wouldn't
through
go
the
shit talking somebody
microphone and
that would
broadcasting.
do
I want
such a thing.
my YouTube
I
viewers
might
to
not
have
consider
the
him as a friend,
optimal
but I
experience.
should consider that a friendly act, and not to shit talk
That's what I
somebody
want.
after
Is
they do
the best
something.
experience for my YouTube viewers.
Yeah, that's weird.
I value
I don't know
your
what to say, Shane. I'm sorry.
time here.
Yeah,
I
I'm
value
sorry this
your
happened to you.
audience-ness.
I mean, it,
And I
what
really
it is. I
wish
mean,
for you to have the best
Sorry,
experience you
Patrick,
could
happened to
possibly
you.
have.
Here's
Yeah,
Biggins
dude.
goes, can somebody explain that Shane audio in his comments? I'm baffled. Pocket dial, I think. It's a recording, says Biggins. Yeah, this is Joe Ball. Yeah, it's easy to hit the send button and accidentally start recording. Biggins goes, but the comments out of the blue, he never comments in here. Biggins, or Joe Ball says he knew what was coming. Gotta look like the good guy on the way out. I personally can't say a lot. I've only spoke to Shane a few times. Patrick goes, I've been in an argument with Shane all morning trying to get them out of the Riot press room. He wouldn't leave. So I guess he was messing around with the buttons and he started hitting record or something. Somebody says, you think Shane was talking about me when he said he liked a lot of the creators in this room? I hope so. Biggins says, there was a pre-existing private convo. What happened? Was it the video game talk? I'm sorry.
Huzzah!
Damn you, Chip
Seems
and
to
Dale,
work just
says
fine.
someone else. Joe Ball says,
If it doesn't say something in the chat,
the
I'll
minute
correct
he
it.
was out.
But
I guess you
think
can
we're doing
expect
okay
the
right
Let's
now.
Be Tryhard
So,
Lovers DM
So that's at
bar.
93.
Damn,
Go ahead
Joe
and
Ball
top
hates
this
you.
Dude,
electricity
hates me.
off.
From the get go, dude. He's been in
Get
it
you.
for me.
I think
Alright, so
these
which
guys
one
are all
Patrick,
East
I
Coasters.
read the next line. I asked Shane 3 times to just no, you said 5 earlier, Patrick. I mean,
Alright, there we go.
like
What's he saying there? He
There
goes,
we go.
I asked Shane, let me read it first and then
Yeah,
respond to it so the chat knows. I asked Shane 3 times to bow out of the room. He
Come on,
was
why
talking
can't you
shit
on
about me
YouTube?
so much
Waiting?
with A. Why stay in this room? He wouldn't leave. To go in and kick him out.
How do I
Great
paint it?
wrestling is not-
I'm gonna practice on mine. Mine will be the sacrificial goat.
Dude, both of these fucking guys
Yeah.
lied about me. Both of them.
okay.
I'm gonna make the sacrificial
Joe Ball
one,
was, like,
which will be the one I
mad shit
want
when
for
I
myself.
first got here,
And then the other
dude,
two,
told me about it. It
will-
was like
that'll be after I
Joe
figure out all
Ball
the problems
and
and
Billy
refine it.
Bosco
That's usually how I do it.
ideas. They were all
When I
in
do
the
a,
back room,
I do a
all
painting or
shit,
pirate flags or
and
any kind of project,
Joe
I
Ball
usually
started
do
talking
multiples.
Shit about me. Billy
Because
came
I
to me and
prefer
was
it
like,
that
yo,
way.
do you know that Joe Ball is like
Often
saying this
because,
as it's
hey, I
true?
want
And was
one.
like,
I want a pirate flag.
what the
So I'm
fuck? So I
making
go
one.
to Joe Ball and I'm like, dude, why are you saying this shit about me? And instead
So
of
I'll make a
saying,
practice
you know,
one.
I didn't say anything,
And that's
or
the
I
one
apologize,
that I
he,
want
like,
for
lost his
myself.
shit
And
over
oftentimes,
and got
to
mad
me,
that
that's the
Billy
most valuable
told
one
me.
because
So
that's
it's
where I
been
work
like
out all
fucking
the solutions, you know?
shitstorm
And I
ever
like
since.
that. That's,
I've like
it's
never done
valuable
anything to the guy, but
in the way that,
he's
like
got
I
a
have this
heart
picture
on
of John Paul
and
Jones that I
then
did.
Patrick.
It's a
Dude,
copy
I said I
of
wasn't gonna do
an
anything after
18th
Last
century
of the
picture of
Seekers.
John Paul Jones. I have
So
two
he's
of
like,
them.
yeah, okay.
And
So
one's
then he
real
starts
crude,
telling everybody
I banged
that
it
I
out.
fucking walked out.
And then I thought,
on a
oh,
book.
you know what? I'm at the final stage. I was just putting the last glazes on.
Shame that
All
I
right,
just
I think I
like
worked out
fucking
how to do it.
left
And then,
the book. I just
all right,
fucking
now I'm
walked
going
out.
to do the proper one, and I did it,
It's fucking
and it's
fucking
really,
bullshit.
really good.
So I didn't really care about
Maybe
being
one of
in
the
this room or not. That wasn't an
things
issue.
I'm most happy
what I
with.
did care about why I
And,
wrote that was.
But it
I
was
know
because I
that
used
Green,
the other one as
John
the
being- and
test
he kicked
piece,
him out of the room.
and it
John
itself
left
is a
the
test
room and
piece.
then
Like, you know,
continued
after
to
that,
villainize
everything that I tried
John
to do in
in front of
that
everybody,
style
saying John's actually the problem.
with those
with
techniques
BB.
is
It's like that whole scenario is.
I've
what
worked out
the
some
only
of
reason I
the
didn't
hard
leave.
problems, you know,
It's- I wasn't even really reading the room.
and I like it. That's what I
Anyway, Patrick says, having Shane around just made me uncomfortable. God, such a lady. Joe Ball goes, Shane failed to mention he was asked nicely multiple times.
How does Joe
Same.
Ball know that? How does Joe Ball know that?
I don't know. And Joe goes, same here. And Biggins goes, well, Shane wasn't participating. Joe Ball says, yeah.
Hello?
Somebody
oh
says,
boy,
this is a good
there
time
we
to
go.
promote
We
my
got
campaign,
some
which is
pirate
the
flags
Riot Press name,
going.
and
I
that's
want to
Do It or
sing
Dance
some
at.
songs. I don't
Super
give a fuck, and I want a
self-deprecating
fucking cannon in my yard.
humor. Yeah, reckoning games. Let's shout out that book. Dino's a good guy. Okay. All right. So
I need a cannon.
Shane just blew up.
Why?
There.
Because I
Well, I
want one.
appreciate you're blowing up after they called me like a liar. Appreciate that.
Oh, and I can get one.
He tried to hit me with that, and I was just like, dude.
I want a cannon. Must have cannon.
Yeah, you asked me to promote your book. I said
need a
yes,
nice
and
picture.
then you immediately cooked in, like, everything was John Malin from there. I know in your head you thought that you were sitting there. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss promoting your book,
I need
but
a
what it ended
cannon.
up being
I'm gonna get one.
was you crying
Because
about
it's
John
fucking
Malin
awesome.
for like 30
Because
minutes.
cannons are cool as fuck. This painting is beautiful. I love the way
Anyway,
these clouds, these
annoying Shane.
smudges like float.
He's not
They're
comfortable with you around,
smashed
Shane.
onto there.
TJ in the chat
Like,
says, you're burning it
and
down.
I know from
How do you
experience,
not see
this
Yeah,
is
TJ thinks
multiple
this is
layers
burning
of
down
paint.
Comicscape.
This isn't just dashed off. It appears to be dashed off,
Yeah,
but this
got
is
it
a
into
carefully
that.
painted picture. But
How do you
this
close
stuff
this with this?
is pushed in, and then there's a glaze over it, and
Close this with this.
some darkness worked into it. This is a masterful painting. This is a beautiful painting. I would love,
Bill
and
Willingham
this,
like, sold his,
this is brilliant
well, he
right
was,
here.
He went to DC and he
This
said, you know what?
slash where the
Public
tops
domain,
of the
bitch.
trees, the
By
trunks
the way,
aren't
here's
visible
Gabe
because at
Al
that
Hayek
distance
trying
they
to,
just
like,
vanished.
insult
This
his
is a
way
beautiful
into Bill
painting. I
Willingham.
love this
Gabe
picture.
is such a fucking slime ball.
God bless this painter, whomever
Look
he
at
is,
him, like he kisses, Gabe.
whatever piece he
I
may
swear to
have.
God, Gabe jacks
This
you
is
off,
just beautiful.
fondles
I
your
want to be able
balls,
to paint
and
like.
then blows
In fact,
you
I
at
may
the
copy
same
this
time.
picture. I love this
He's
so much.
just
I think
like,
I'm going to make a
Bill
copy of this
Willingham.
one for
I
myself.
need to work
I
on
want this
fables.
on my wall.
It is a masterclass of storytelling. Your best work by far. Then why
I
do
like
you need
good
to
painting,
ruin
man.
it, Gabe?
You
Like,
know?
why do you have to ruin it?
Hey,
And
what's
some
this?
of the best comics in the
Why
last
isn't it
quarter
showing?
century.
Oh
When
my
you
God.
crowdfund it, I'm
Oh my
your
God,
guy
why
for
isn't it
anything
showing?
you need art-wise.
Look at
I
that.
do
There's
it
a
all.
picture there.
And do it
There you
great.
go.
Pencil it.
I want a cigarette.
Oh,
God damn it. I want to just enjoy a smoke.
Man,
What's
Gabe,
happening?
like Gabe just
I don't
chases
know.
people down for opportunities like that and just sucks their balls.
Who?
I mean, it's like
Oh, Gabe. And he was on their show, and I thought he was an
when you
okay guest.
crowdfund it,
I
I'm
thought his art
your
was
guy
okay.
for
I don't know
anything
these
you
dudes.
need art-wise. I do it all.
Huh.
And do it great.
Weird.
Pencil it.
So he's
and
trying to
color
sell.
letter. I mean, fucking hell,
He's
man.
pushing
Gabe-
hard, man.
like, Gabe just chases people down for opportunities like that and just sucks their balls.
I don't get it.
I mean, it's like,
Why? What is wrong with people, man? Can we
I mean,
all
I
just
guess
get
you could call
along?
that a hustle. He's got hustle.
yeah, it's hustle, but it doesn't
is
have
hustle.
any dignity at all. Like,
That's there's a
they're
difference
like,
between the Dutch and the Lebanese. Gabe's
like, wait
Lebanese.
for Bill to come to you, I guess, would be the thing I would say to Gabe.
Look at that
Like,
fucking pirate
yeah,
flag.
say, hey, Bill,
Look at
man,
that
I
fucking-
Fables an awful lot. You know.
Or he'll
I'm getting better at this,
find it,
right?
You know, maybe
No,
he'll-
not,
Yeah, it's
not
like,
back and
holy
forth. So I want to
cow,
go that
I
way.
do it all,
Look
and I
at,
do
look
it
at this
great.
fucking pirate
Yes.
flag. You gotta practice that.
Yeah, I
That's
know
the
about
big-
that.
So cool. So, and we've got a good start on the new one. It's
Look at
rad,
that, making
dude.
fun of him in here. Ah, hello, what the fuck, this guy? I thought they were praising him. I do it all, I do it great. Words never biggins.
I'm gonna paint
do
the
it all, I
fuck
do it
out of
great.
these
Words
tomorrow.
never
We're gonna get
spoken by
eyes,
good artists.
nose.
Actually, words
Man, when I get
never spoken.
dude, this is gonna
by
look so
good
cool.
anything.
I love
That's
being
not
at
how
this
I thought
stage.
The word groom was used for Muslim gangs in the. Let's see if we're missing some messages.
Being
here.
at this stage.
But no, they
How
don't
about this?
really. They don't
Here we
really
go.
dig.
This
Oh, they're talking about
stage,
Dave Sim here.
we're gonna have
okay, hold on a second. Biggin says,
eye,
I don't see
eye,
things through a
nose,
feminist lens.
a big
And he didn't get the
toothy
CG.
smile.
Ethan, worried about a
Oh, it's
PR
gonna be so
problem,
cool.
dropped him from writing Cyberfrog, which Dave Sim was never that excited about anyway. I had to explain to Dave what CG
Ah, it's gonna be cool.
was. He didn't give a shit. Sim was CG #1 decades ago. Listen, here's what happened actually.
I love this painting.
I heard from Dave Sims.
I think I want to copy this painting. I want to learn how to
Dave
do
Sim
this
wants to
picture
join
that's on the
Comicsgate,
screen now.
And I was like, oh wow, okay, cool.
I don't know
I'll
how to
talk
do
Dave
it.
Sim.
So,
hooked up
I've
a phone
got the basics
conversation
of
with
this,
Dave
but
Sim, where I said,
to have
I
the
want
balls
to
to
be able
do
to basically
this
shut
so
some of
simply.
Cerberus,
that's what I want
books
is
that were doing these phone books.
this
Maybe through a
limited
crowdfund. I
palette,
said, yeah,
this
I mean,
economy
better if
of
we created something
brushwork
new, though.
and
And he said,
this was carefully
what if I
painted too.
tried
Right? It's
Cyberpunk?
not. It looks dashed off, and that's
He
really
said,
what I'm
I'll
after
write
is to
Cyberpunk
get
too.
away from this uptightness that I
And he
tend
goes, well, I'll
to,
tell you what, I'll
and to get this dashed off look, to get these like right here. This
my
to me,
thing. Why don't you do your own thing?
makes the painting
He's like,
astonishingly
actually,
beautiful.
interested in Cyberpunk.
And that I'm
This
going to
weird.
do.
It was so goddamn
I
weird.
love
was
the
like,
economy of
"Have you
this
read
picture.
Cyberpunk?"
It's
Like, what do you mean?
slash. No, it's not.
And
It's
he's just
worked
like,
and it's
he foists
shaded.
himself on
Like,
it.
there's a
And it's
lot
kinda
of
like,
work there,
well,
but
I guess it'll be a learning
it's just so good.
experience for me.
This painting is so beautiful.
And then he
I'm-
turned an idea.
I think I
He
am
goes
going to
to
copy.
Cyberpunk
I have
he
a.
makes his
I
own
prepared a
background
panel
psychedelic trip.
with
And he
chalk
drew
and
this-
glue gesso
And
that
it was
that is
weird. I
the
was like, what?
purportedly the exact
like,
size of
thank
the
you,
little street by
Mr.
Vermeer, and I want to do that one,
anyway.
and I want this picture. I love this painting.
Oh, they're talking. Oh,
So-
they're talking about him and the young.
All right,
girl.
I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, and I'll return in a moment.
If you want to
And
read
then I'm
this
going to come
chat,
back
go
and
ahead
finish
read
off
it.
these
I'm not
fucking
gonna
pirate
read it
flags,
out.
and we're going to paint some eyes and noses and teeths. We're going to paint pirate teeth.
Yeah. Biggins is saying, in the early part of the 20th century, 10-year-olds took trains and horses.
Beautiful pirate flag. Then we have to go a pirating. We're going to go capture a sloop.
10-year-olds hunted with rifles. What are you saying here, Biggins? There were teens with rifles in their pickup trucks in my high school. Teens had relationships and got married. Kids were more mature, more interesting, more worldly, and more wise. Do you see what he's saying?
No,
Yeah.
buddy.
Slippery slope, buddy.
It was a
Back up.
different time. Now is the anomaly. The bad parenting and social climate is now the U.S. hellscape we're all living in. Hey, Biggins, leave those kids alone, dude. Back in the old days, you could marry a 10-year-old. No,
Oh,
listen.
God.
All right.
Did he
That's
write
how-
that? I'm in another screen. He didn't write that, did he?
Yes, he did. No, he didn't write
Holy-
that part. He didn't
Oh,
write
okay.
it. And then I basically summarized what he was saying there.
Yeah.
That's an argument that
Back in the Middle Ages.
you hear from a certain demographic. You hear that argument, and you're just like, dude, you know.
We had this, we had that, we had little girls in boxes. Like, what?
Yeah, like 14-year-old girls are like ready to. You know, that's like, dude, they're capable of getting pregnant.
We're going to get it too.
Back in the old days, back
That's
in
the way
days,
you do it, man.
You betrothed.
Finish these
at
off,
the age of
and we're
12,
going for it.
You could marry and have kids.
Yeah, and people were dying in like in their 30s also. Like,
Nah, you're wrong,
you know,
Shane.
I'm just saying.
But I'll
put
explain that some other time.
perspective.
It's
I
math.
hate when people try to make that argument.
51 subscribers.
No, sure.
Somebody needs to subscribe to my
Yeah,
channel.
Lucas says things like that.
I,
It's just
in
like,
order to get more, I want more subscribers. In order to do that,
Stephen
I
Tyler,
also
here's
want
Patrick.
to
Remember
provide
the guys having guns in
value
their gun racks
for
that-
time.
in the trucks at school.
You spend your
Yeah,
time
Stephen
watching
Tyler
or
used to have a
listening to my
16-year-old
stream.
girlfriend he'd
I want to
bring
provide
to the
value
States.
for that. I
Yeah,
want you
their
to learn
parents signed
something,
over
or think
rights
about
to him so he
something,
could
or
do it. Biggins goes,
feel
state
something,
lines,
whatever it
what the
is you
fuck?
want out of it.
She was 15.
That I'm able to
believe, and
provide.
Nobody blinked
I want
an
to do
eye.
that.
Nobody said a word.
So I have to make my
Including major
streams
comic book artists.
useful.
When comics were actually popular, I'm not making a
I
moral
fucking love this
judgment,
picture.
nor should you.
This is a
I'm
really
just
good
telling
one.
you, it was a different time. Mature teens hung out with adults all the time. For decades. Nobody gave a shit. Capiche? No, not capiche!
No, I'm gonna make a moral judgment. That's fucking gross. Nor should you. Yes, you should.
TJ's in the chat. He says, "I tried."
TJ, I don't even know who that guy
I
is,
didn't
but
know that. I
except he
haven't
came
read
into the
this,
chat the other
to be
day.
honest.
He's like, John Mail, I don't even like you.
haven't read this document.
All right, here we go.
Cried on the phone to eat.
Let's rock this motherfucker
Don't
out.
read this.
And we got no viewers. Still.
See, a lot of people are like,
Well,
you're
me,
breaking up
anyway.
comics
I don't
right
know.
now. Yeah? Yeah, are we? This is bad for Comicsgate, is it?
Make it beautiful.
Guys,
buses.
listen.
Hang on. TJ, you got your point across 2 shows ago. What was the point?
Oh, we got a pirate flag.
There's no point here. We're revealing this.
Motherfucker.
TJ, here's the thing. Let me repeat to you. What's happening here is Comicsgate has kind of splintered, like little group of Comicsgaters that people like are on their own now, and people have questions as to why that is.
That is such a good painting.
And people want to point the finger and they want to kind of blame certain things.
That painting is so good, man.
And my thing is, I'm not really sure entirely why it is. I have my theory, but this is a paper trail.
Look at this! It's so good.
People leaving the group, okay? And people in the chat really cared about those people. They invested in them. They want to know. I'm not making any I'm not really making a judgment about this. I don't know. And people just want the fact. This is facts. That's all it is. People want to know why this happened. They're going to learn why this happened here. And I kind of believe like it's a good opportunity. There's some transparency here. It's good to kind of know what was being said. And yeah, it is going to result in a culling of the Dungeoneers. That is correct. They're going to
Dungeoneers
left on their own. But if you want to know, this is what it is. If you don't want to know, if you don't care, you can leave. You don't have to watch this. It must be, for like somebody who doesn't want to know, it must be really boring. But to 2,780 people, they seem to be entertained by this.
2,780. I can't get 2. Holy shit. I'm doing it wrong. I need internet drama.
I don't know. That's funny.
No. I just need to do what I'm doing, but do it well. Like I'm doing what I do, but incompetently. My aspiration, I think, goal
Joe Ball goes, big dog
is
do a lot less
do this,
just say
do what I
any excuse
want,
for sin.
but
wow, okay, Joe Ball comes through.
Smoothly.
And here's Biggins.
Look at that.
No,
oh, these are beautiful stitches. Some of them are beautiful, some are coarse.
But after the age of
but hey, I'm making a pirate flag. I want the spirit of the pirates.
And getting flown out. Enjoy.
Now, the pirates were.
All right.
They had competent tailors.
Like I said, I don't know enough details to get into a debate.
At least the original that I'm basing this design upon.
You shouldn't be upset when people.
That was a competent tailor. That guy knew how to stitch.
Hanging out with children. Don't be surprised when accusations come out. And fuck Steven Tyler. Sounds like some Epstein shit to me. And any parents signing their kids over are shit parents.
Yeah.
That is not untrue. As much as I admire Steven Tyler's artistry, dude, that's kind of fucked up.
Bisley, nice. Really nice.
I'm pretty
Bisley
sure.
Like some young says,
Ow.
fucker, dude. I met Bisley at multiple. That's Biggins who said that. I met Bisley at multiple cons, and he has always had an appropriately aged woman with him every time. I have never heard anything to support that he likes kids, but if it's true, I'd never be fanboy enough for anything.
Dude.
Biggins goes,
This is where it gets weird.
I don't know if you mean children, but nobody on this thread is talking about children, dude. Calm down.
This is getting weird. This is where the thread gets weird.
Dude, I didn't mean to expose Biggins. I didn't mean to. This happened inadvertently.
Getting weird. Things are getting weird around here.
Not my intention. I repeat, this was not my intention to do this at all. Holy shit. I'm uncomfortable. I'm deeply uncomfortable. Here's ASC Presents. I definitely needed to know this stuff. Thanks.
Hello, little kitten.
You bet.
How dost thou fare?
You bet. And here's let's say just Rebels. Shane Flaggett Davis hates the Puma Fist people out there. Shane hates Dumpster Davis.
Puma Fist. What is that? Is that a movie?
Average age was low because a lot of kids died, says your car group. But Ronald says, I was here.
That's actually true.
0.5-ish.
If you made it past the age of 5, you had roughly the same life expectancy as we do today in modern America.
After DC, not sure when you started the channel, but
all the kids dying in childbirth and before the age of 5
That's all that matters.
dropped the average.
God
bless them all.
Shit.
Hi, sweetheart.
Guy.
How does that feel? Look at you. You are a real sweetheart. Here's a good girl. Hello.
Hey, he wants to do a spiritual intervention on
Let's
me,
see
by the way.
What does this look like?
Yeah.
Can you see the little cat dude?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. I'm going to turn this just so you can see her because she's way more interesting than me.
Got a soothing voice.
Yeah.
But look at this, we're making progress. I'm going to finish my
Hey,
flight
you
tonight.
erased internet presence last week. when you
They're
heard I
gonna
was
be
do
cool
this.
as fuck,
You know there's free candy always in a rape fan, right?
dude.
I didn't know this was a thing. I really didn't know he was talking like this back here.
I didn't
know that.
either. I had no idea.
Wait, who is talking like that?
Wow,
I don't.
I mean,
I'm
just
starting
saying,
to know the
they-
characters in
not
this play.
expecting this.
15 is a child. Somebody says, "Who is this that's talking like this?"
Somebody's talking back. I have no idea.
Yeah, good man. I'm glad to see it. Biggins goes, as a teen, a child, lol. I hung out with adults and all my friends hung out with adults. Ask anyone who grew up in the 70s and 80s. If you called me a child,
I grew
when
up in
was
the
15,
80s.
I would have told you to go.
I
fuck yourself.
hung out with
Fuck
people
your
like
die,
my
or
age,
lol.
maybe a year or two older.
Look at
But
this.
occasionally,
fucking hell, man, you've
like
seen
once
this
I
movie
was
before.
Yeah,
17 or
for people
18,
who don't
maybe
know
we
these
hung
people.
out with co-workers who were
Yeah.
of age, but not when I was 15.
Yeah, which is childish behavior. That is
So
correct.
maybe I had
Patrick
a
says,
charm.
when I was 16, I was running all over the country playing punk shows from Florida to Portland, circuit in 1996. I'd call in once a day to tell my mom I was still alive.
Well, you know.
Payphone. Biggins says, if you called Billy Tucci a child at 15, he probably would have punched you in the mouth. Now you're trying to drag Billy into this?
Wow.
Billy, back me up. Kids are hot at 15, aren't they?
Oh my.
Wait, no, somebody doesn't say that, do they?
Let's go marry some.
Now Patrick's gonna try to come back. This is cringe, dude. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's your channel. If you're going through this, I haven't read this, Ethan. Unless
I
you
haven't read it either. I haven't read it, and now I'm like stuck because I told everybody, don't worry, we're going to be transparent here. But listen, here's the thing. This isn't like a conversation.
You're in it to win it, bro.
30 people were in this room when this was happening.
Oops.
I am not, listen.
Carry
I
on.
am not, I want
We're
to make
doing
it
all
clear,
of them.
I am not expressing an opinion
We're not
about any of this.
stopping.
I don't know. Maybe he was joking. Maybe these are jokes. These are funny jokes. All I'm doing is reading his words in a deep voice. I don't know what he meant by any of this.
This sounds like a legal defense.
How do y'all do it?
This is purely opinion and speculation. First Amendment protected free speech.
Mr. Ian Action
Not
says
making
he-
any accusations
Jack
of
Joe. No, the Jack
defamation
Joe,
per
was
se.
canceled this week because
Or-
Anna's getting married and
what's the other
Caesar's
word?
flying down there. So all there is John, right? And John is just
Congratulations.
yeah.
Okay, carry on. Haha.
Still sounds creepy though, eh?
I
Yeah,
like
I
it.
say, to my knowledge,
Hello,
I-
little cat
I
dude.
know.
Well, let's say it this way. There's a guy in here talking back, so it's not.
Oh yeah, maybe somebody talking back, and also who knows? I mean, maybe 2066 is a different person. I don't know for sure. Maybe somebody.
Oh, for God's sake, will somebody who comes in here just at least like and subscribe?
Biggins and Puma Fist.
Even if you don't like it, just like it anyway. Subscribe, even if you don't want to ever see these again. You don't have to watch them, just subscribe.
Says scroll slowly.
We gotta fund the operation.
That would be something.
We gotta build the channel.
Books of Cahoot says, okay, get the pitchforks and torches. Should I end it here? Should I just end it?
Don't do it. I think he does, actually.
No, I mean kill myself. Should I?
Oh.
For God's sake, no.
I was like,
Oh, and this is like 25 minutes before the end, but
I think
I need to go back to the beginning.
It's so bad, dude. We've been doing this for 4.5 hours. We will pick up again right where we left off. My goodness. Urash Matara says you still have a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, you probably need to get through those.
Of course you do. You need the super chats,
I
man.
was going to offer to bring up my campaign, but I don't feel comfortable now.
I like that people don't feel comfortable around you, and the minute you leave, the talk about 15-year-olds starts happening.
Yeah.
They didn't feel Shane. I just want you to know that, like, they didn't feel comfortable talking about that stuff with you in the room.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm living a normal life.
Shane, you may take that as a
That's probably a
compliment.
reason not to talk about that in front of me.
Yeah.
All right, I'll read some of the super chats here. Let me see where we left off. What happened to Willingham's CG book?
Yeah.
True quotient 1.
There's too much
I don't
distraction.
know, like,
That's all.
people have to be self-starters around here. The only person who I'm really driving nuts is Del Keown. He's got to do my Salamandroid stuff. But everybody else, you need to be a self-starter. Like, where's Kelsey's book? I don't know. Kelsey will tell you. Kelsey has to do that himself. Let me see. Enrique says CG needs a nice haircut. I agree. Strange Signal says, I unintentionally predicted Ripa's future behavior with a video called If Young Ripa Was Evil, Chaos Theater #1. Please stream it.
Yes, dear.
Oh, send me a link and we'll do that.
What does he wish?
Trash guys.
What are you doing, sweetheart?
Morrissey sings
Burr, 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 burr,
nuclear
burr.
bomb. Yeah, I guess
Nuclear
this is
bomb.
Nah.
We don't need nuclear bombs. Nobody wants a nuclear
Opinion
bomb.
News Guy
Man.
says, can Shane
The
hook
atomic
bacon
bomb
to the
is-
chest?
Well, you know.
Shifty says, I've read the Action Bible many times to my daughter.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's a good book. You can find it at Walmart. That thing's been in print forever, like since 2010.
It's a good thing. It's a nice thing to do that. You know, Billy Tucci did the Birth of Christ, and he did a beautifully illustrated like Christmas story, like, you know. And I'm telling you, I don't want to be cynical, you know, about that, but if you
Or. Hey, stop it. What does he wish? You have food, you have a bathroom, you have water. Doing excitement? Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Alright, start running laps. How about that? Where's your ball? Get your ball. Scout, where's your ball? Hey, honey. Oh, I can hear you purring. Listen to you. Where's your ball? Get your ball. You're a good girl. Look at you. Oh, boy. You're good on your feet. That's a good sign. Where's your ball? Scout, get your ball. Okay. Carry on.
you want to make money on a comic book, something Christian.
Why are you scratching
that
my
you sell
chair?
every Christmas, put it in Walmart is a really good idea. I think he did make a good bit of money on that Christmas book. It's a nice thing to have around the house for Christmas time. Flavy One says, best Philly cheesesteak sandwich you ever had, Philly soft pretzel roll, spread with Philly cream cheese, scrapple, and Philly cheesesteak. That was donut CVS. It's got that pretzel on there. Scrapple, that's an Eastern thing that most people don't know. Chris Topher says, feeling like Mrs. Biggins is no longer in the picture.
Hey, stay on your chair.
She aged out.
There was a picture over there. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Restaurateur says, how often was Biggins calling Zach? Dumb username says, how do you go about deciding line weight? Well, that's a good question. You want to answer that, Shane?
Different artists have different perspectives on it.
Please don't.
I don't know. I'm not great at line weights, to be honest. I'm not all that great at it. But I don't know. It's a style thing. But you kind of want... People do things differently, right? You want, like, you can have thinner line weights in the back. Like, the further back it goes in perspective. You can have heavy line weights up front, you know. Consider light sources, all that stuff, you know. There's a lot of rules to it. I've seen people break those rules, though.
Yeah. In general, again, like a fatter line will push it to the foreground.
Yeah.
And a thinner line will push it to the background. And these are things that you should remember as you're inking it. Also, light source.
People are like doing that, you know, it's like like the whole fist would be all thicker lines than the back here.
You know, Frank quietly did a weird experiment while I was talking to him on All-Star Superman. So, like, using the same rules that we applied with what we were talking about there, he made things in the foreground very, like, less detailed, and then the further things went back in perspective and more detailed. But so he broke the rules, but he applied the contrast, and it still worked.
Like if you do that consistently, that would be really cool. If it was consistent, it would have to be super consistent all the way through.
We treat our friends the same.
Oh, you're so cute.
The word asset.
You're so cute. How do you do it?
Says Wardock's Bob.
How do you do it, Miss?
About that. She's an asset.
How do you do it, Miss?
Means you're going to use her. She's going to be exploited in some way. You know, when you say that about your employee, that makes sense. When you say that about
stop
your
growling at Maru.
It's a whole different story.
And for my part, I will talk to Maru more and ask her to not chase you.
Says, everything
and the two of you
says
can be
so
friends.
feminine,
I want you to be
super gay,
friends.
Super cringe and creepy. The voicing of Biggins is spot on. I want EBS to roast me like that sometime. I can take it. I don't have much of an anger problem. Says Chris Benoit. Oh, please.
It's the
You
voice
killed your
we
whole
need.
family. Yeah. Let me see.
Hey, I got another like. Thank you, whomever you are. Somebody liked the stream. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. It makes me think that something I'm doing is right, darling. This has. Listen, I love you.
Mid-50s.
But
he's always been in
we
great
have
shape.
sharp, pointy things over here. I have needles, and pins, and I have to work. So I don't want you to get hurt.
I wanted to bring this up. Bumblebee was saying, Shane, we make money. We actually got some dollars tonight, so thank you. We crossed $24,000 on this stream, so a big thank you to you guys for all the support.
You're so cute. How do you do it?
Second chance.
How do you pack so much cuteness into such a small body? I don't know.
All that stuff's coming in, and I think next weekend we will announce the winners of the art
Oh no,
contest.
no claws.
So
retract your claws.
Next weekend.
Please retract your claws. Thank you, sweetheart. No.
You never asked Bar why he kicked Chad from Free Kings.
You're such a
Timothy
good girl.
Fitzgerald.
You are going to love it when you discover mice. When you discover mice, you'll be a great mouse.
If you want to know, because you know, Chad came into the group. He had my phone number, like my personal number. He was able to call me whenever he had.
And she's chasing her tail. It's beautiful.
And then when I found out what PTP was doing, Chad found out, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go on CG Kings." And I was like, "Well, if you go on the CG or the CG Knights, then you're not gonna come on Free King." And he was like, "All right," and I was like, "All right, go ahead." I mean, it's my channel, you know, and he makes his choice. So, I mean, was I wrong?
No, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
All right, your heart probably needs ESG funds, says Danger Vanessa. I think I said it's an ESG test, EKG. Pete Cowan says dreams of mortality.
So we're pushing toward needing a new thread,
a lot of things tie together.
we're just
The
racing
idea that he, like, knew
toward
that
completion. I've
Patrick
got
was
one
on
flag
and doing
completed,
shit, but still
ready to
wanted go
paint.
Patrick's show because
I have another one almost to the halfway point.
He was like pushing his
I've got the
button.
hardest part done,
That was
and
kind of fucked up.
we're just blasting through this.
Cecil says
This is
no Jack shows
non-stop,
on my wedding problem day.
hot, exciting hand sewing action.
Butt plug called Blast Seeker, says 200 Watt Studio. Digging in post says, have you heard Young Clippa's new track Clip and Rip It 2? Both are
Meanwhile-
way better rappers than Eric. I do, and I like the video, but the
shit, I
problem
can't
is,
see
is
that.
that
Let me adjust the camera.
I watched the video. Miss
Little bit.
Salit's naked
How about
ass
that?
is in
Sorry
it.
about that.
And I want to play it, but I need that. I need
Yep.
to censor it over.
Like
that.
I've said a couple of times, I'm a
That's
noob
what
at
UAS
YouTube.
presents. You put like a censor.
I am a
bar
poet,
over
and
there
I
so
did
that
not
can
know
play
it.
here. I'm afraid
Anyway.
people who don't like me very much will report my channel.
But we're
Maybe if I show
rolling
it.
right through this.
And that would be the thing. So, I
So
don't
we're
know.
about to string up a new
Let
thread,
me see,
attach it, and carry on.
I
But
skipped a lot of super chats.
we almost
People
have a
hate the
second
strings
flag
and go,
done.
No, I had to because
when I get
all I was
these
doing was
three
reading super
done, I
chats.
have
People were like, get on with
the rest
show.
of this one to complete.
PTP tried to earn his Masonic
And
30
one more
over
just
destroying
like this.
CG. He says JP
The largest,
Leon Hart.
most difficult one is done.
Let me see. Matt's
When I
becoming
get these
a regular.
done,
He made
it
me
is
an
time to
intro,
paint
so Jack will
skulls.
say.
I'm going to be putting the
Let me see.
as much
New
as
channel,
I
no credibility.
I don't want to switch
Subscription.
paintings. I
Because
just
draw
love
the
this
models.
picture that's in the background now. This thing is so pretty, masterfully painted.
I took credit for John Scott.
So,
Like that
and if
guy.
you've watched
That guy
the
did.
stream before,
He
you'll have
fetched
seen.
announced for March.
You know, it's a skull and
for second
crossbones.
Hollywood
We have the
show, so
eye
you can watch this.
orbits
He's
and
still
the
alive.
nasal socket,
I met him back in 2002.
the teeth and the jaw lines and all that stuff. So as soon as I get these sewed, then I can start painting all the details and shadows onto the bones, which is the fun part. Like this is kind of fun, but
I wrote
it's mostly
reviews
just
for
work.
Color reviews. I miss it.
But the fun part really,
He also
really,
uses
really
terms
is
and
going to
phrases
be
incorrectly.
the shading this and making a terrifying
pirate
pirate flag.
Says Raj Nataro.
Which,
yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
I
like
just
today we
found
look at it and we're
seriously
like, oh yeah,
an
isn't
hour
that a
into
quaint
it,
historical
and I was
artifact? But at the
super
time
aggressive
of
people getting,
these in
impatient
real
with me.
use, when this was flown from a sloop or a brig or
Blast Radio says it's funny how you're always the problem after
raising
backstabbing
frigate.
losers were exposed talking shit behind people's backs.
if you're a merchant carrying calico or a sugar drover off Hispaniola,
PTP,
it must
it's
have
about as
been
good
just
as DJ's
the
signature.
most terrifying
But
thing.
I'm thinking a book
Beautiful
with your
sunny
scribbles all over
day,
would resell for
fair
far more.
wind,
Just guessing, says Jack
a
Hussein.
good load of cargo, and
What's
the
worse,
expectation
I
of
don't
profit.
know what's worse, the
Your
Parnell
crew's
deal or
healthy,
Biggins' insufferable
you're well
self-righteousness of the Dungeoneer
And then all of a sudden,
Texas.
the pirate hoves into view.
I think that's
My
clear.
God,
No,
that
I'd
must have been
rather
awful.
spend time with. No, I hate them both.
Unless he was a
Doesn't matter.
pirate. And then it would have been.
At least the videos
you know,
aren't getting into
great.
like weird sexual shit with kids.
Yeah. Why is David Davis
So we're-
filming it?
why has
in
this turned into a knot?
Trevor
I don't
Booth?
know.
Oh,
So this
I'm having
this
to
thread is
do
really
a bunch
nice.
of,
It's a good thread. but
templating
Man,
before I
oh
hit the
man,
road.
it loves to tangle.
Tonight, so I'm
need
at
to
my other terminal.
get
Sorry.
a twist out of it. How do I do
Next
that?
con in Morristown, I'm buying lunch. I live in walking distance of the Menon area, says Lord Tapman's Comics.
That's good.
Shut up, Ethan, says
There
Bill
you go.
Lates.
All right.
Wait,
You know what?
who
I'm
drew
gonna
Lasting Secrets? Was
rethread
it
this.
Matt, says Neon Knight Rider.
Yeah,
Let's
I did the
re-thread
interior
the needle.
pencils, I guess for.
I see somebody
most
else
of
is in
pages,
the,
but I guess
stream. I'm
there-
glad you're
there's
here.
some
Thank
pages
you for
that I've
joining
never
us.
seen before that were in there as well. So I have no
I hope
clue. I don't
you'll,
have a copy of the book. I
Hope
don't
you'll
know.
Yeah,
find
you
something
can
useful
copy
here. I'm making
Yeah.
a pirate flag. I'm actually making 3 of them.
I don't know what.
Not only that, but you've
Who's
come
the
at
Ghost
a
says,
most
"At Steve
opportune
Elastic, the
time. I'm
Saskas
about
are
to finish
disgusting and
all
cowardly.
3
If they see
tonight.
me, I'm glad
The
that
actual
I
construction, I've been hand sewing them.
Stephen. Wow, that was
And
a
then
super
in
chat.
tomorrow's stream, I'll be
Blasted somebody
painting
else
them
unrelated to
and
the
weathering
show.
them. I'm going to hit them with a musket.
Shane, create
We're gonna
rules
blow
so you
them up
can
with
battle
black
your character
powder
minis in a
and
ring.
make 'em look
With each
cool.
mini release, do
But
a
right
little
now, I'm
story.
just doing
With
them
each mini, release
as
a
they
little
would have been
story and
sewn
stats. It's really simple to do,
200,
says people.
300 years ago.
Yeah.
So this
I
is all
pretty much
purely
have the
workmanlike
stats
stuff
for
right
the
now,
cards
but
for the characters
the fun,
you get
crazy
for
stuff
packing
happens
anyway,
tomorrow.
So, like, pretty much I think all character stats have been put out there.
But I'm glad you're here.
Jay Drama
Got any
says,
questions?
this
Say
is
them
real
in the chat.
culture
You want to say
porn.
hello?
Take
Say
notes,
it in the
Satan
chat.
twins.
You want to tell me
Satan
I'm
twins,
boring?
I
Say
love
it in the
that.
chat. I don't care.
Documentary, the world's most
Got a
boring
thick
couple,
skin.
says Days of Clarity. 2.7K viewers, and he gets none of them. Oh yeah, 2,700 people watched his video, but he doesn't get credit for it. That's too bad.
Plus, YouTube favors those who,
searching for boxes
any kind
for
of
45
interaction
hats
from
is
viewers.
opinionated news guy.
YouTube favors it, and my goal is to grow the channel and to get feedback that allows me to make it more interesting and useful to people who visit. So, if there's something you wish you saw, hey, why are you more interested?
Here's a hater here.
That's
Farsick
useful.
Nugan
I'll
says
be
you
more
think
interesting.
running into a lull
Or,
out
hey, you're
before
too
our
interesting.
eyes.
I'll be less
We'll
interesting.
be
if you want.
watching you.
Whatever you want. I just want
Alright,
this
cool.
channel to
You know,
be
it-
valuable
I
for
guess.
you to watch.
Effing
I'm
Wolf
here
says
for
there
you.
used to be NFTs called Cryptodes. Interesting.
And I want to make pirate flags. So,
Did I get them all?
it's not all I do on the
Super
channel, but
Zero
it's all
Rad.
I'm
I
doing
did
right
read
now.
that, but I'm going to thank you again for that. It's very kind. Yeah.
And we're past the hardest point. We're past the halfway
Thank you for being
point.
here, everyone.
And,
You are awesome.
So these
Why
flags
are,
are
see, this is why. Why are you
rolling
stalling?
along.
It's been an hour. Start the show. It's like I was reading all the
Pull the
super
pins.
chats. Thank you guys for sending them. I really appreciate you. And I will see you. I will see you again. Not tomorrow because Medicare is streaming tomorrow. And that's weird because I said I was going to do a review on Friday, but I'm not going to stream over him out of respect. I really admire him. Mr. Medicare The single best
Isn't he one of the
broadcaster on YouTube, in
OG
my opinion.
YouTube
I don't know
podcasters?
how his health is, but every now and then he'll come
Yeah,
out and he'll
I heard
live
he
stream
was
again,
ill a couple of
trying
years
to
ago,
sell some hats and get some super
I've never
chats to
watched
pay
him,
some
but-
medical bills. And he's still funny. His voice sounds a little shaky these days, but he's still smart and funny, and everybody should go see him. There's no fucking way I'm going to stream against him. That would just be extremely disrespectful. So I do respect him, and I think he's great. Everyone, thank you so much. Earthline goes, who cares? No, I care. I'm just saying I care. All right. Anyway, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Shane. And I'll see you guys. I'll come back Saturday. I'm going to stream over Yellow Flash. So,
I'll be back Sunday.
I don't even know what day it is. What day is it? Let's check.
Yeah, I'll be back next week. All right, catch you later. Bye.
All right, bye.
Oh, my God, it's Friday. How did that happen? All right, we're going to go back to the beginning because I missed most of it. So, let's go there. So where do these dudes show up? Let's see where Shane and Matt show up. Let's go on.
For a single day.
No, I don't want to watch that. It's boring.
Correct. It is.
There you go.
I thought of the Mark of the Shadow one.
No, it isn't. We were just out there. There definitely wasn't.
Is this a beautiful painting or what? I mean, that's pretty good, right?
What? This one or one?
I want to make a copy of that picture because it is a masterfully painted seascape. It's not really a sea; it's a harbor, I guess, a river. Looks like a wide river. I think very much of the James River.
Right there.
It's so beautiful. It's so good.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about looking over there. Are they in there? Do you think that's staged?
Oh yeah, that was the joke. Like, ha ha ha! Like they couldn't find it, but then she could find it.
Yeah, you think that that was scripted?
We're going to carry on for another 4 or 5 stitches.
Too clever for it to be nice.
And then, add a thread, we're going to bang this one out, and then this flag is complete.
Comments here about this.
And then one more, and then we can paint, man. I'm really,
I would say yes. Yes.
Brew another pot of coffee. Because I think I'm going to carry on. If I get any viewers in here, I get enough likes, subscriptions, all that, those indications that this is useful for people to watch. I'm going to carry on. I'm going to paint the skulls, put eye orbits and nasal sockets.
CT Pervert and Bitch Boy Biggins, the party
all
time
the
peggers.
indications of a
I
terrifying
can't wait till
parrot
this idiot gets
skull.
sued by Hasbro. Even in the Transformer comics, Seekers are flying Transformers. Starscream is a Seeker. This guy is a knockoff artist.
I'm going to carry on and keep doing it.
Is this documentary
I'll go
coming out
24
on
hours, I
Netflix?
don't mind.
Get a response.
I've done it thousands of times. I do not mind doing it again.
Shame.
What?
I used to be really good at it, and then I got old and
I think he's kidding.
fat and lazy. Look at me.
Loving the videos. A nice stream from East
Fat's
Bath.
not really ever a word that's been described properly.
Like, sweet.
Old and
There's some good
liking
things here.
naps.
Really dig the Seekers so far.
But
good video. Keep them
I have
coming.
pulled
What's
more
his sense of humor with the Dungeoneer joke?
than my share of all-nighters.
No.
I just
We
like
didn't
working through the
Dungeoneer
night.
jokes. You just they hit too close to home.
If I get indications
I guess.
that it's valuable to stay online, I'll do it.
All right, should we look at a little bit of the Dungeoneer files? Yes or no?
Sure, why not?
Don't leave it up.
Okay, so we're at the halfway point. Look at this. Let me find out where the camera is.
Hip Fish says, just as our July doesn't represent all comics, he also doesn't represent all of anarcho-capitalism. He really is making.
Here we go. We have a
foolish. God bless.
Got the skull.
And a little tip for people in the chat:
And we
if
got
you're
the
like you get
bones.
hung up, we don't know who somebody is,
And we're
you
getting
can
it.
take the
It's
number
all
and
coming together.
program.
And not only that, but we have.
That code is a user program.
Look at that.
PJ says, you
There's the
still
big
doing
one.
this, bro?
That's sewed on
PJ, to
both
answer
sides.
your
That's
question,
good. So we're working on this one
Houses
now.
H205,
And then we have one more after this. I'm doing a total of 3.
You'll know that I'm not doing this still.
They're
when it gets to
all
518.
doing good. So
That's when we'll know.
I need to attach this thread to this one and carry on. But
Just
we're
get
on
to
the
the
straightaway
back
on
of
this.
this.
I've
I'll
already
get
done
to
the most
them. Too
difficult
many,
parts of
and
this
you know.
one, so we're going to blast
We'll
through
get to
this.
them towards the
And then
end
it's
of
on
the
to the
thing.
final
I see them
flag,
pop up
and then
now.
it is
Painting eye sockets with a terrifying.
For $10 says it's funny how
I
you're.
don't know what the break is, but you can see in the original. I'm going to pull it up, even though I love looking at this picture. I'm going to pull this up. Let's see here. Where is?
There's your answer, TJ.
Image.
Why you skip my previous 2 super chats?
Browse.
I didn't get them. I will get to them. Trust me, I really will.
Okay.
All right.
You can see back here. It even has these indications of where the optic nerve goes through the skull. So these are the. This is the original version that I'm looking at.
I said, Eric, you gotta stop eating trolls.
So there it is.
You're giving them.
So we're gonna go back to the fishes. You know, I think for now, let's look at the. Let's look at the
maybe that's how you would deal with it, and that's your business. To say my fans don't care is patently false and extremely ignorant to even insist.
There you are.
It's the whole reason why we took the layout we did, and it's much appreciated. You know what's weird about this, Shane?
What is this layout? Like, what's that even mean?
I don't know.
Anyways, what's interesting? I didn't mean to interrupt. What's interesting?
Well, it's interesting that like I said to him, stop feeding the troll, stop arguing with everybody. You know,
now I just want to tie these
I
off.
could have been saying to him
so I don't pull
by
through.
saying that like you need to move differently. You're the owner of a multi-million-dollar business. You know what I mean? And then he said, no, like you think my fans don't care? They do care about me fighting with everybody. The grist is giving bad. I think the grift is giving bad actors credence.
Maybe that's
and
the
you do that far
18th
too
century
often.
long S.
You should treat them how? Accordingly.
Yeah, this is that whole criticism thing. Like at this time, right? This is him saying this criticism is invalid. This, that's somebody who hates me. That criticism doesn't work, right?
Yeah, like, and also, like, hey, not only should, see, his attitude back then was, I'm going to ignore the criticism, but not the criticizer. Whatever the critic is saying, I'm gonna ignore that because it's in bad faith, but I'm going to treat them accordingly, and I'm going to give them the attention they need that they're looking for as trolls, because that's what my audience wants. So if they goof on me, I'm gonna goof on them. I mean, I guess so. Like that's good advice sometimes, but like not when people like Dick
More.
So you remember, like,
more pirates
when forums and comic forums opened up, Newsarama, they used to all be like public forums, and you get really used to, if people were into comics and writing on these sites, see tons of criticism on your comics. It was almost to the point where people would be like, what's wrong with this issue? This didn't happen, which would happen to be what's happening in the next issue, and it would drive me crazy. It's like, yeah, dude, that didn't
I think I
happen
heard this part.
Next month.
Yeah,
It's already done. It just hasn't printed yet. That to me was kind of like trolling a little bit because they obviously knew that's where the story was going. But
Okay, so now we're rounding the bend, getting the last bit of this longbow done, and then it's all straightaway down for this last stretch.
Type of criticism by customer.
All I really care about right now is just matching up these lines.
In the old days,
So this edge matches with the one.
When you did a comic book,
that's
there were all these comic book review sites, and yeah, it wasn't just the message boards. Like
so far, so good.
Reviews.
So here we go.
Like,
we're almost done with this one.
I can't remember what they were, but like CBR had a bunch of different.
I'm sorely tempted. If I get some interaction here, I'm gonna
the whole
carry on. I'm gonna paint the eyes and the nose and all that stuff, and the shading of the skull. That to me is the dessert of the project. Like
you
that's
take
the
it with a
sweet
grain of salt.
treat at the end of the hard work.
But there's
Oh, this is fairly.
That
I
you're
wouldn't call it
always
hard,
making
but
the next comic.
it's
why
it's physically
I
and mentally
look at it,
challenging a
There's
little
always
bit.
the next page. There's always the next comic.
I've done
make
harder
it
jobs,
better,
but like this takes a lot of
kind of
concentration
wanna know what's off.
stuff.
So
The
you
painting
can
itself, like
fix it,
putting the
or do better the next time.
making it look like a
This whole
pirate
criticism
flag
thing
and a
has
skull
always been
with the shading and stuff.
kind
That's
of
the
weird
fun.
for me.
That to me
But
is the
anyways,
fun.
I'm not
Like,
trying to get off the file.
this is
but I
the
just want to
necessary
point out that's
mechanical
fine.
foundation work.
Yeah, of course.
But
By the
I'm
way,
really excited about getting to that other
I didn't even
stage.
know this was a thing, Shane. Did you know about this? Last Stand of the Wreckers, Transformers.
I know what the records were. I know it was a comic book thing.
Ow!
They're the Transformers here.
Yeah.
Boy, it really looks like
Where's
Last of the
the-
Seekers.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence?
No, that company that made that toy for him, Ramen Toys, they do like a lot of like they did some Centurions and a mask toy, but they're knockoffs. Like they don't have the official name, and they just haven't been sued, or they're overseas and are hard to sue. So like the toy company itself does kind of trek in this third-party knockoff type thing.
That's crazy, dude. It just looks familiar. It looks like that's where he got the idea from. That's okay, right? I mean, you get ideas from other comics and stuff. Perfectly okay. Direct rip-offs, you know?
Yeah, it's rumored they made a Silverhawks toy, them and Super 7, and there's a rumor going on.
I think I heard this part earlier.
That Warner Brothers actually sent a cease and desist.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, and I think that's this Silverhawks type thing that he's going to eventually work on. That's called Silver Centurion or something like that. It's got a different name, but it's basically Silverhawks.
Silverhawks isn't in the public domain?
No, it's owned because Cartoon Network's owned by Warner Brothers. It's like it got bought up and everything, so technically Warner Brothers owns it. Like Warner Brothers owns Thundercats. You wouldn't think it, but they do, you know. Silverhawks was owned by the same company, Hanna-Barbera, so I guess they ended up owning it, just like they own,
All right.
Thundercats, but nobody wants to.
Now it's the long straightaway. We've got past the curves, the ends
was
of the
sent to
bones,
Super
all the
7,
hard
so
shit
it's
is done, and it's just
So
it's Super 7.
smooth sailing
That's
from
the
here
toy
on.
company.
Oh.
We'll get this all stitched down.
Super
and
7
then-
thought they owned Silverhawks. They were
Then it's
wrong.
shading. Well, then I have one more of these to do. But it's already pinned up and
Just
down.
think nobody's looking.
My
and
work is
you
cut
run
out
with
for
it.
me. So
Get the money while you
just-
can before
just like
somebody
this,
touches
but
the stuff.
when that's
I don't know,
done,
I don't
then
know,
I
I
have
don't know. How do
all
you
of
think you
3
own something?
flags
I don't know.
done and ready for paint.
All right, let's see.
The
Meet
page
him
is the fun
back.
part.
He's
That's
doing this
easy.
because the chat
Well,
is loving
I wouldn't
it.
say
Have
easy,
fun.
but
They're
fun.
talking about Eric Couples.
I think it's easy.
I know that's easy for me to say because I'm not the director.
Eyes
Getting
and
mad isn't
noses
gonna help
and
anyone.
teeth
Biggin
and-
says, "Who mad?"
You know, we're gonna make it
Eric
cool,
Couples.
terrifying.
Townsend says, "I can fix this pic." $3.99. Who was that again?
It would have been terrifying to see this flag flying if you were sailing a
I've
merchant ship
posted
and you
this
loaded with
same
calico
comment
or sugar or
and I'm
something.
challenging them as well. This
You're
end
kind of
up
a slow,
shit
fat
needs to
sailor
stop.
out there heading toward
Oh, that's Grant.
Jamaica with your cargo, and
Biggin says, "Thanks, Papa
all
Bear.
of a sudden this
I will ignore
sloop
Eric's advice
goes
and
into
start
view.
the CG meme civil war."
Hoist the black flag. What do you do, man?
Chat sees
You
this
gonna
as
fight?
entertainment. They're the ones
You're
that
not
did the
fighters,
original photo erasure at dinner.
You're a cargo
John,
ship.
being a savvy memer, got behind
heck are
the
you
John
gonna do?
Stalin thing
Would've
and
been
said he
terrifying.
ordered it. Whether there's genuine bad intent behind this or not, John is
pin
having
outta
fun
here.
and the chat is enjoying it. So that was a dinner picture of everybody in Comicsgate out, Tampa Comic Con. And in the picture, Patrick Thomas Parnell is giving a middle finger to the cameraman. And so we saw that and thought it was like stupid and dumb. And we had him, I said, boy, it'd be great if we could just airbrush him out. And somebody did, really effectively. Just airbrushed him out. He's a fucking, oh, it's so funny. Rainey was playing along last night and the chat was loving it until it started to get a bit struggle session-y. Then chat got uncomfortable. Chat just wants us to have fun and be silly.
Chat. My
John
God,
and
these
Shane
people are
kept at it
complaining
too
about
long,
chat being
Rainey started to get
uncomfortable. I would
Chat
love
got
for somebody
upset.
to just say boo in chat.
815.
These folks with
I don't know
thousands
who
of
this is.
viewers
You
in
wanna
the
look that
live
up and
stream.
see?
Well, chat was uncomfortable. Well,
I
okay.
think PTP should embrace
Be happy
his
for an
PTP
uncomfortable chat. I
persona.
just want any kind of
Play
chat at the
himself
moment.
as Kevin Bacon in Footloose.
You know, somebody out there
Imagine him, like,
living
playing up
and
his
not a
personal
bot is
persona.
actually seeing what I'm doing here.
Or any of the 80s teen rebel characters.
That's all it takes, man.
Chat had already made the John as the Lithgow character.
John Lithgow and
While
what?
I was editing my meme video.
Dr. Emilio Lizardo?
And then they go on.
Laugh
I
a
don't
while
know
you
what's
can,
going on
monkey
behind
boy.
the scenes.
I'm a
I'm
going
appreciative of
home.
Chat. And chat doesn't care about infighting except that it doesn't like it. As long as you're fun and truthful, chat will be with you. And then we got Graham. Oh, this is Graham. He's showing some of his art. He's like, can we change the subject here? We interrupt our regularly scheduled self-destructive nonsense to bring you a comic with the power of a hurricane, literally. So there's Graham showing some work there. Alright, I can feel the power of that punch in panel 5. 36 hours left in my campaign. So that must have been Eric Hupfels. So Biggins says, sorry, Eric,
Alright.
you're new.
Look at this. We're past the halfway point on this, and it's
They all say that.
nice and flat. The stitches look
They should do like a
good.
timeline that's like, I've been here
Oh, so
since
cool.
like 6 BE, which would be like 6 years before Ethan. I've been Comicsgate.
Before EEB.
I've been here since before Ethan. Who cares? What does that mean? And no, by the way, no, you haven't. I'm pretty sure that you haven't. I'm pretty sure I was here the whole time. Like, because I was here, here's how I know I've been here probably longer than this guy.
Because I have to stretch my legs.
Because I was friends with Richard C. Meyer on Facebook. And he told me after he made his 3rd video, we were talking, I was like, boy, you're into YouTube? You're making YouTube videos? And he goes, yeah, man. He's like, listen, I just made my 3rd video, I'm making money. Like, I'm making ad revenue. I said, you are? And he's like, yeah, like, I made $300. I said, you made $300 making those videos? And he said, yeah, like, I paid my phone bill on YouTube. I said, how much time did it take you? He said, I had 20 minutes a day. I was like, oh, I don't want to watch you. I want to learn how to do that. Will you teach me how to do that? So I was there watching Zach's early videos and participating in live streams because I knew him from my Facebook page. He used to be like, on my Facebook page, rolling along with the memes and stuff like that, making fun of SJWs. So, yeah, I just remember all that. And then he said the next, like a month later, he's like, I made $1,200 this month. He's like, I'm paying my rent. Like, damn, dude, that's awesome. So that I don't know if I didn't know Biggins. I didn't know maybe he was around before that. Maybe he was there with video 1, but I was there with video 3. So I was around anyway. So I don't know.
That's kind of interesting. I don't know what to add to that.
All you need to add to that is that you needed to be here when they started going after what's his name? B. Clay Moore. B. Clay Moore. Where's the 20K B. Clay? Like if you remember that, that's classic Comicsgate. That's one of the very first things where B. Clay Moore was an SJW comic book writer who did a Kickstarter, and he wanted to make a 100-page hardcover book called Big Hawaiian Dick.
I remember.
Yeah, he raised he raised $20,000 and then never put the book out because of course he couldn't. You can't pay for that with 20 grand. Like, he should have just returned all the money, but he didn't for some reason. So whereas
blood, sweat, and tears
became our whole thing. And Captain Cummings, of course, he famously confronted B. Clay Moore on the streets and demanded his $40 back, or else he'd call the police.
Well,
I love those days. So
did he
fun,
get his
man.
money back?
No. Take Your Medicine says, Ethan taking credit for Zach's work? Cringe. Did I say that? Did I give the impression that I was taking credit for Zach's work, or no?
No.
Taking advice from him, maybe?
You said you were trying to learn from him.
Yeah, that's what
Yes, the other way around, right? Like, Zach would be... I'm giving Zach credit for what I'm doing. And sometimes I wonder if people are hearing it wrong. Okay.
Everybody's hearing everything wrong. I don't know, it's not sometimes. Yeah.
No, I was impressed. I was like, you mean I could make YouTube videos? Because I was already into social media, and I love Facebook, and I love just getting my opinions out there. So I could make YouTube videos and actually get paid for it? Like, that's crazy.
Dude,
$300 a month?
You were different on Facebook. I bring it up, but the chicken soup keyboard, you were a different beast back then.
Yes. But I was a beast. So,
yeah. A bird with that.
Where is the doubling?
The beast.
Gotta separate that.
Oh, you mean when I dress like a chicken and
play a keyboard,
play piano?
Yeah.
There we go.
That's still me. I would do that today if I hadn't done that already, you know, like that's still who I am. You know,
I remember one time you were taking requests and I asked for Ace of Base, the sign, and I just because I knew it was like really humiliating to watch a grown man sing that, and you did it.
It wasn't humiliating to me. I was happy to get on my piano and learn how to play. I saw the sign. This is for Shane Davis. I played everything. Like I took requests on the piano and did like really weird, unnerving versions of pop songs. Ethan also took credit for John's godlike idea. Says, "Take your medicine."
Yeah.
This is just a lie. Like this guy's just lying at this point. Let me see. Thor Odinson says, I was on DC message boards daily, body slamming Kyle fans and demanding Hal back. Heat for life. Oh, Thor Odinson, wow. Heat stands for what, Shane?
I remember what that wasn't. That something to do with, it was a Green Lantern thing. I can't remember what that is. Shit.
It's Hal's Emerald Advancement Team.
Oh yeah. I knew it was a Green Lantern thing.
That was the earliest version of Comicsgate that I can think of. It took place in the late 90s because Kyle Rayner became the new Green Lantern, and of course he's like a Mexican. You know, it's like, hey, where's our Caucasian, Green Lantern? Where did he go? Oh, he's dead. He's evil. He killed everybody. I see. That's cool. Anyway, people wanted Hal back, so they started flooding the message boards. And I worked at DC when Heat was a thing. Started flooding the message boards with like, bring back Hal Jordan, fuck you people. That was early Comicsgate. And DC heard them, and DC responded with the same kind of like bile that they respond to Comicsgate with. They're like, Heat. I hate Heat. And Dan DiDio would say things like, well, we must listen, they're fans, we must listen to them. And then of course, Hal Jordan came back. Now the best thing about this is, here's a little piece of trivia for Green
Wow!
fans.
All right, this is awesome. So we are past the crossover point.
This thing going on.
I'm going to put my knee on here. I'm going to step away and stretch my legs and refresh my coffee.
Work still. When I was working.
I see somebody is watching
really
the stream. I hope this is
because I had that
interesting to you.
Jeff Johns
Please hit like, subscribe to the channel, and throw a comment into the chat. Tell me what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see more or less of.
Number 4.
No, ask me a question. Start an argument with me. Anything. I'm here with me and my Neil and my cat. So, and other YouTube channels. I'm just happy to converse at this point. But look at that, we got a pirate flag. It's pretty rad.
And the number on his prison jump.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes and hope to hear from you.
I guess.
I'm just going to mute this for a moment and I'll be right back.
doing it like, old school.
There we go.
Really have an
All right,
audience
we're back on.
Not so much, like 12 people watching. I pop
that-
in every now and then.
carry
When
on.
it's doing an auction, I'll buy some of his comics for him a few bucks.
So somebody in here, they're like, Shane showed up before. Well,
There's
I
the
was
flag.
in
It's good. There's
and
the
I
lunatic
remember
cat.
when we were posting about Doug and saying, I don't know what Doug. I think he's one of us. I think
And
he's on our
there's
side."
the
This
big
was
completed
before
one.
your cancellation. So some of this I kind of saw before it happened,
pretty
or
good.
while it was happening. I don't know. For what it's worth.
Yeah. Oh, people are bringing up Nurkic. Wait, hold on. Boxer says, what a massive mistake there, you guess. What was a massive mistake? Nurkic was great too. Nurkic was making these incredible videos. They were funnier. Really, I mean, Zach's stuff was really sharp. Nurkic's stuff was really sharp and mean. And Cummings' had Captain Cummings would put out these videos with great titles and great thumbnails. And I'd be like, I have to see this one. And then I'd watch it. It was always disappointing. Like, he was always really stupid. Englentine was a little too dry, a little too boring.
Right.
But Zach and Nurkic were absolutely terrific. Really, really good. Alright, let me see. People are making these. Are you gonna make one of these? Are you gonna make a Muscle Man?
A Kishi? I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I don't know if I will. I talked to Eric about it at Tampa. I think he's the guy that makes all these.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty neat. I don't know if I want to make one or not. I would go to him if I did, though. I'd definitely throw in the business. Biggin says, fair enough. I was in real life friends, not electronic friends, with the Godfather, Richard C. Meyer, from day one. I'm deep, baby. So, anyway.
So now,
Eric
not knowing
Huffman says,
who any
"Thank
of
you."
these
And then
people
here's some
are
Joe
is
Ball
helpful.
artwork here.
Right.
It just
Going
makes it
back
a story.
off to what he just said there. You know, this is the IRL stuff coming up again, but also trying to use like some sort of I've been here longer, so what I say is more valid than anybody else type thing.
Yeah.
It comes up quite a bit from Biggins. And it's weird. You notice it right away, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the room notices it. You know, like it's always kind of like he brings it up whenever he's wanting to go against somebody else's opinion a lot of times, or reinforcing his opinion on something. It's kind of.
I've been here longest. I know Richard Meyer in real life. Therefore, I have some credibility that like maybe other people don't have. Like, you know, and why bring me into this? Like, I've been here since before Ethan. It's like, so what does that have to do with anything, dude?
I have no idea. Again, it's what it is. I don't know. I guess his opinion dominates everything in this situation we're talking about. That's it.
Yeah. By the way, Joe Ball's artwork here looks really good, though.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't always like his artwork, but I like this a lot from what I can see. There's a guy being ground up, I think, by a tank tread. I don't know what's going on here exactly. But, what is it? What's going on? Can you see it? You understand what it is?
So finish this off, and you've got one more. And these
No.
are waiting for me and weather.
That's a problem.
How do I weather it?
Oh, there's an arrow going through them, I think. These are arrows that are... My next page up for lettering. Gonna get back to work once the wife is home to handle these bebes. You know how that is, dude. Biggin says, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. John Malin. Bunch of John Malin tweets here. So Biggins is bringing up... Now, hold on a second. It's been an hour since the last tweet. Biggins is looking at John Malin saying something, and I don't know what these tweets are. But John is making fun of them somehow, I think.
Probably. He's probably making Dungeoneer jokes.
Did he make a lot of Dungeoneer jokes?
I'm assuming. I don't know. I mean, he makes Dungeoneer jokes every now and then.
Yeah, so John Malin is sitting there making Dungeoneer jokes. And Biggins is reposting them in here to make people angry. Look, and here's some more, like just posting John Malin, look at this. Sure, just for laughs, just for the chat. So John Malin is saying something like, hey, I'm just doing it for the laughs, for the chat. Biggins doesn't believe him. some more John Malin, tons and tons of John Malin tweets. I wish I could see what they were.
It's called Obsession.
Yeah.
That's so gay. Probably not. It's called it. It's a funny thing, and the chat goes along with it, and it's got legs on it. You know, it's a bit.
Yeah. And there's a Vaughn there who goes, yeah, I saw that. Again, not even an accurate description at all. And then Biggins losing his grip on Comicsgate. I shouldn't even say Comicsgate. They say CG. Losing his grip on CG and reality. Daily weed smoking and atheism are not recommended. Bad combo. What the hell, dude?
Yeah.
Daily weed smoking and atheism.
I think John tackled that part, like, you know, trying to bring up daily hallucinogenics. Does he bring that up a couple of times?
Well, he said that before. Yeah, he said, because I said, listen, maybe it's not a good idea for comic skaters to show up at conventions high off their fucking balls, you know, hallucinating as they meet families, which I thought at the time was reasonable, but Biggins was just like, why are you drug shaming? And I was like, what? Like, why? Everybody here does drugs except for me and my wife. Like, why? You know, why are you drug shaming? And I was like, what are you talking about? So now it kind of switched to, you know, John Malin, he said, does hallucinogens every day, hallucinogenics.
Which is
and
not
John denied
true
this.
as far as I know.
Pot now and then, like, you know, weed doesn't make you hallucinate, really. It just kind of
Yeah, but the diving bell,
chills you
but those
out.
guys
I
have to
only smoked pot,
pressurize
like,
to get
4
down
times.
and stay at that depth.
It only
They
worked
have
on me
to
once.
Depressurize to come back up.
So, somebody in
Did
the
it
chat
work?
brings this up. They're like, is he trying to pretend PTP is sober? Ever. Like, that's what, like, it's like, that's a weird point. It's like, gotcha. He smokes weed in Patrick's room. It's like, I'm pretty sure everybody knows Patrick's high all the time.
Is Patrick high in those videos that we just watched? Like, do you think he's stoned right there? Because I can't tell.
I can't tell. I to be honest, but I mean, I know streaming with Patrick, he would talk about, you know, doing a little whatever before stream, you know. So a lot of times, Patrick on stream was high. That's why this is funny. It's like, I don't understand. Why would you go in Riot Press Room and talk about somebody getting high, I guess?
Alright, let me see here. Patrick says, I got the black lung pop. Oh, look at this kid who looks like Trump. Wow. Dude looks like he's gonna make fishing great again. That kid looks exactly like Donald Trump. Is that fake? Is that Photoshop?
It's probably Photoshop looking at the hair. I mean, there's no way that kid has that that hair.
You know what they could have done too is they could have just taken a picture of Donald Trump and run it through a youth filter like you use.
Yeah.
So I'm calling bullshit on this. Alright, Last of the Seekers, we're talking about that. That's great. Good, just talk about that, dude. We're just joking around with Phil. Where's Phil Diaz? What's he doing?
Lost pages.
Look at this. Look at her big boobies.
It's about to pop out.
Yeah. Do you draw big boobies like that ever?
Depends on the character. If it was Power Girl or something, I'd draw big boobs.
Yeah. Maybe we should have a character that has huge boobies. I don't really like. I don't think Heather has big, huge boobies. She's like a C cup. But maybe I have like a character who, you know, right before the Vespas came, she went and she got like a boob job. It's like a 1990s boob job, like in the pornos from the 90s.
Like the bolt-ons? Yeah.
Yeah. And then she's got those like for the rest of like the end of time. But they look good. I mean, they hold up, you know. Maybe I'll create a character like that. It's funny though, like whatever is happening here, there's some serious violence going on. And all I can look at is her tits. And that's the magic of Phil Diaz. With art by Dan Dahl. Thank you guys. Hey, on this page, alright. What is this here? Oh, this is little Vaughn Coleman. That's Vaughn Coleman there in the Batman shirt 10 years ago, he says. Vaughn Coleman is a child.
Well, you know, you have to get them young, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say.
He's a little kid. Like, why is he in here arguing with these 50, 60-year-olds? Vaughn says, who's cooler now? Somebody says, who let the little blonde girl with the Batman shirt in the photo? Vaughn says, at least the little blonde girl has hair chrome dome.
Wow.
That must be Andy Smith, probably, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I had hair at your age, pal. Okay. Vaughn, you look so different now. That's funny. That was good. Hold on, who made that joke? I don't know who made that joke. Nobody that we know. I took the Michael Jackson approach. Okay. Ooh. There's Kirby tribute by David Williams drawing the original Wolverine. This is if Jack Kirby had drawn like the first appearance of Wolverine. Look at that.
Really good.
Yeah, it really is good, man. These guys.
I never liked that mask. That mask always looked like shit to me, but looks good here.
Well, I mean, they're trying to develop what Wolverine actually finally looked like. Like, I like the whiskers. I like it. I just like the regular Wolverine better. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, the way Wolverine's mask evolved is better, but this is still pretty cool, in my opinion. All right, here we have Nick here. He's drawing the Tin Man. Yeah. Red Rooster maybe, this is Biggins. Red Rooster may be best overall CG book. Fight me. Lol. You've only read 3 CG books, Biggins. Arm fight me. He says, I did, and I smoked you like a child. Biggins is undefeated in CG arm fighting tournament. Next round in Houston. For those that weren't there, little brother Phil is quite strong. Phil says, I guess, all part of my plan. Every day is arm day for Phil. Phil says, doing arms right now, saying Biggins for every rep. I like Phil Diaz. Biggins says, Biggins uses it, he talks in third person. Biggins keeps the fire burning, inspiring his friends and enemies alike. Let's fucking go.
That's so gay.
He was crying on the phone to me, dude.
Did you feel inspired?
No. I was like, what are you doing, dude? I said, why are, like, what is all this shit that I'm hearing, dude, that you were, what is all this? And he's just like, all these excuses about problems he's having.
The chat's really confused. They're saying this is turning into the Manson family really quick. What is this crap? I don't know.
I don't know either. Like I said, I did not read ahead here, so something might show up that surprises me. At this point, I did not prepare to show you any of this, so we're just scrolling through together for a little while. Biggin says, Sir Cecil Allott is the strongest Avenger, I have to say. I had to use massive technique and some mind fuckery to vanquish him. Oh, we got another naked girl here. Same artist. Should I scroll past it as fast as I can?
Probably.
Oh, too bad. Oh no, she's wearing underpants. Okay, that's no problem. Anyway, I was just on the phone with this con promoter. H-Town Comic Con is Texas's newest pop culture celebration, HTCC. Celebrates all forms of art and artists with hundreds of vendors, new premier comic convention. Chat says, he said all of Comicsgate are welcome. He said he would like to give us all a free block of table. Shane, how come you didn't get me that?
I don't know, like, what, a free block of tables? Because we were going to one of the third biggest cons in the United States.
Top
convention.
CG.
All right, let's go. Let's stitch this out. We're going
yeah, but why can't we go to this
Pirate's
one too?
flag.
Why can't we go to Houston?
I don't know. I wasn't
Hoist the
invited.
colors.
I wasn't invited. I don't know.
Were you invited? No, but I mean, I would just let them know I would like to be invited. And I'd go. All right. His biggest show next year is in San Diego. Okay, who cares? All right, they're going to conventions. They're really into conventions. Jimmy Rice is going to go. That's nice.
Hey, quit. Don't scratch my chair, dude. That took me 3 days to make.
All right, here we go. Oh, look at this. I get brought up. So about this convention. I don't want to keep EVS out of the loop on this. This is Chad Townsend. So do I just inform him, or does someone want to kick it off? Biggins goes,
Kick it off.
Somebody here goes, I'd say you hit him up. I think that's Andy. Biggins goes, it doesn't depend on EVS. It depends on a critical mass of creators that are able and willing to go. 10 is a good minimum number, like Tampa. Be nicer to have 15 or 20. Biggins says, Ethan is certainly one creator we would like to have at these events. Hard to get him to get on a plane because of his complex family situation. God bless him. One goes, wouldn't hurt to ask though, right? Biggins is trying to say no.
Yeah, he's trying to stomp it out.
Yeah, he doesn't want me there.
I mean, why not ask one of the biggest CG creators to go to a CG con?
It doesn't depend on Ethan. Well, I don't want to keep Ethan out of the loop. I don't know why I need to be in on the loop on this anyway. I don't care. But it's like, the feeling is that if you're going to do a Comicsgate convention, some people think that I should be there or be invited. Biggins is like, this is a decision. This is only 4 days after Tampa, by the way.
Wow, all of this is 4 days after Tampa? Like,
yes.
This is like 4 months. Holy shit. Wow, they really did pop off really quick, didn't they?
Well, they did, and, let me see. Cumberbatch Pepperpot says, if you want a creator, you shouldn't try to be on streams, including Biggins and Chokeout. Cumberbatch is, angry about this. And by the way, to define, what a whale is, a fan who spends a lot of money supporting us, that's Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch pays way more than Biggins does. He's very substantial. So thank you, Cumberbatch.
So these are collectors.
Because it's not really about comics, Shane. It's about grown men rooting in the butt.
People asked me to invite Matt Barr in, so here's Matt Barr. Hey, Matt.
Oh, Matt.
What's going on, guys?
What up?
We're just looking through the files here. Some people wanted to go through the Dungeoneer files a little bit tonight, so we're going to do that.
Chop it up.
Yeah, just enjoying it. I mean, it is kind of fun. It's like they're talking about doing a convention in Houston. This is 4 days after Tampa. They're really anxious to do another convention. And they found one in Houston that was like, hey, listen, Comicsgate's perfectly welcome. We'll give you some free tables. And Chad Townsend is like, I should let Ethan know. And Biggins is like, why? Doesn't depend on Ethan. Oh, we'd certainly like to have him there, but his complex family situation. In other words, I have an autistic daughter. It's hard for me to get on a plane. Makes that difficult for him. God bless him. But again, those were like 3 different emotions that were happening at once there from Biggins. We got to keep Ethan out of this, because if Ethan is in this, people are going to look to him for leadership, and I don't want Ethan to be leading this. I want to be the leader of this. And I perfectly 100% fucking agree with him. I don't want to be in charge of this. But it's very interesting. Yeah, bless my heart.
To need one more thread.
I DM him now.
Finish it off,
Biggins
but
goes,
this
it would
flag
only
is
hurt if
complete.
he goes on Steam and announces
one more
it,
flag
and
to
it
sew.
fucks the situation. So ask him
Tomorrow
to
we
keep
can
it
paint
quiet,
skulls.
which is about a 50-50.
Shadows on
Chad goes,
bones.
I asked him to keep it quiet till it's all confirmed. Plus, I just want to make sure for all of us, it's his bigger show held at the Downtown Convention Center in San Antonio. I'd hate to get us up in arms. I'm going to ask the guy. So I guess this guy has 2 different shows. He confirmed, yes, it's at the Con Center, downtown San Antonio. He's not announcing the con till after October. Just to make sure people that don't go aren't going to shit on it. We have some recent history.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that's a reference back to me and Mandy saying we didn't like Tampa. So he's reinforcing that anybody that shows up has to say
what if it's
star
not
review
good?
of this con. Best experience.
If it's a flea market, it's a flea market.
Yeah. Well, again, it's like a bunch of things here. Like, Biggins is trying real hard to keep me away from this. And he's just like, a bunch of things. Hey, we don't, okay, we don't want Ethan to go. And we also, if we're going to tell him, don't have him announce it. I don't want him announcing it. And if he does know and he isn't going to go, we don't want him to shit on it. We have some recent history. Just make sure people that don't go aren't going to shit on it. So that would be me, Shane, John, Mandy, I guess.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, if whatever. I don't get it. If it's a bad con, I don't want to get back into that. But if it's a bad con,
It's not like these guys are inexperienced with this stuff.
You're allowed to
If
say
it's good
bad
for business,
con,
it's good for
especially
business, and
money
if
for
not, these guys know.
I don't get.
That's their
I get it,
livelihood.
but
I don't
get
understand
it
this
big
question
intent,
about
I don't get it.
whether it is
Like
appropriate for them to comment on
just
the
don't
quality
understand why
of the
this is so
convention.
important to him. All this like Machiavellian scheming to like take control over the minds, hearts, and lives of half a dozen
Inexperienced
small press creators
artists.
from a niche comic book community in a dying comic book industry is really strange. Like, I mean, if you really think about it, what are you doing? Like, if this were the 1990s, I would understand. Like, comics are so flush with cash, like, it would make sense to really be scheming to take over one aspect of the comic book industry so that you could profit from it. But, like, what exactly does he think he's going to get out of this? Money? Is there money in this? No, right? I mean, there's no money in this. What is he doing?
I don't know. Some people are after
Or to
power.
speculate.
Some people are after money. I mean, like, some people. I mean, it's not about money. Like I said, the power of it, the control. You know, the dominance. I guess in a situation.
Yeah, he's like running this DM chat. You know, he's running this group here. He's enjoying it.
Like, I'm pretty sure he's running Patrick.
Machiavelli, this is a plot on a restaurant kid's menu.
Do you think he's running a train on Patrick, or?
No,
running
I
a train
mean,
on Patrick?
no, I think he's pulling Patrick's strings a lot of times.
Urash Matar says, Ethan, send Mandy the link. Is Mandy in the chat and does she want to come in? I thought she had the link. Where did I put the link?
No, she has a link. I don't know where she's at.
Okay, there we go. Another one complete.
Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to make these streams too big, you know.
Beautiful.
I don't have Matt on here.
We have another one complete and ready to go.
But not too many.
Let's iron this one quickly, and we're on
Because it's so like, you would think, by the way, like what we're doing right now, you would think there'd be limited interest in this. These are like the biggest streams in Comicsgate going over this shit. Like, it's like, no, people actually do want to know about this stuff. People like the drama. Oh, there's Mandy. She's in the chat.
Well, it went from Cold War to just full blown. You know, it went from like everybody whispering and everybody kind of knowing that there was shit going on to like it just all out on Front Street.
Yeah, and I think that's for the best because, yeah, there are too many questions. Like, I always see people like making up their own theories about what's going on here, like what happens when we have these divides. And that's why I'm doing this. I mean, if TJ wants to know, like, TJ's like, why are you doing this? Because I think it's like, this is the first time there's been a big divide in Comicsgate where there's a paper trail. And, you know, other than, you know, in the past, like when War Campaign's doing something, or Mike S. Miller's doing something, or Doug Knable, everybody's kind of free to kind of speculate what happened, Nurkish and when he left and all that stuff. Things get out and they kind of get exaggerated. There's no concrete proof of anything because nobody's showing DMs or anything like that.
Yeah. The receipts.
I like the receipts. I like this. I think this is a good idea.
So this room, I will say, you know, it's cooking pressure, right? Like with a lot of people, you know, and you could say, well, the Dungeoneer jokes were getting to people or this or that, but see, I mean, unless you're in the room, you have no idea of this pressure cooking, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and like when Bond speaks up, he's like, hey, maybe we need to, you know, get cool with people or something like that, and it's stomped out right away by Biggins. I mean, I'm not sure if this isn't the game is to cook up this pressure in a group of people.
Wogan Shot says, Shane, this is nonsense.
It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Wooden Shot's in here saying this was all a power.
What are you saying, Shane? Wooden Shot is your arch enemy right now.
Me and Wooden Shot go back and forth, but if Wooden Shot brought up a point, maybe this was a power move to get people at parties and women and people's wives. I don't know. Like, that's crazy to think about that.
It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, just to like get somebody else's wife or something.
It is, I know. A lot of scheming. Alright, let me see. And by the way, Graham Nolan's here, he comes up and he says, did you read Alien Alamo? Show me a book with more heart. And Biggin says, I confess I haven't, Papa Bear. It's in the stack. Sadly, the stack is getting bigger, not smaller. Just wanted to hear what everyone's best CG book is. Really discussed topic. Somebody goes, loving Wraith of God. The Gods Fear Me was a standout too. Who did The Gods Fear Me? I remember hearing that title. Do you remember that? In the chat, do you guys know who did a book called The Gods Fear Me? Because it's a great fucking title. But I don't know if it was good.
I've heard the title. I don't
Mike
know.
Murphy.
Maybe Mike Murphy, yeah.
Mike Murphy did it. Mandy always knows. Mandy's there.
Hi.
Cool, that's awesome. Alright, cool. Mike Murphy. So apparently Mike Murphy's The Gods Fear Me was just excellent. Alright, let me see. What else is going on here? The CG book that has stuck with me the most is Narwhal's Foreign Agent. It's a unique and fascinating book. Oh, I read that. That was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quick, tense read that makes it easy to revisit over and over again. Yeah, there's not a lot of dialogue in it. It's just like storytelling. I remember reading that out by the pool, like on a summer day, and it really stuck with me just for that reason. I was like, wow, Narwhal's really good. Biggin says, Narwhal's a special talent. Haven't read Foreign Agent, but Earthbound is in my top 3 CG books. Brutus the Badass, #1 was a favorite. That was another really good one. Really good. Like, Nasser Rabadi could write. Okay, Phil, take a stand. Best CG book is, says Biggins. Vaughn says, okay, I need to read Wraith of God. Let me think of mine. Look at this. Von Coleman. Inglorious Rex was fucking stellar. Cyberfrog 1 and 2. What happened, Vaughn? Come on back, dude.
I'm using mob tactics. Bullying a smaller creator.
Oh, man. Everything Von Coleman is saying in this chat, I love. Yeah. Like, he's really like, he's like, hey guys, settle down. And what's alarming about this is, again, if you just were to skip ahead to December from here, this is August 9th. If you just skip ahead to December, you would just be like, what happened to Vaughn? Like, what? Like, driven insane in this room. It's really sad. Poor little feller. Oh, is it Graham?
Yeah. Got 2 down.
It seems like
1 to go.
You're just in this chat, just constantly in this chat, and you're just being fed,
One more.
This mentality by everybody.
Hold on a second. CobraCast is live streaming right now. How are they doing? I need to know if, alright, CobraCast, trying to pull lies off of Ethan. As usually doesn't stream at night, but was last week when Ethan was on. How is their show? We got 2,850 people watching right now. Do they have 3,000? We're in a race, of course, against them. We've beaten them. All last week we beat them. I don't know if we're beating them now because we haven't crossed 3,000 all night, but they've got 25. We are beating them right now. 2.5K. They might pass us, though. 2.6, they're saying. Oh, shit. Oh. Here it goes. It's a race war, says Flake 45. My friend. Yeah, 2.6 now. Okay, that's fine. Let me see. Laserbeam Hawkins for $10 says, just maxed my credit card, securing my trip to C2E2. Can't wait to meet EVS, John, Shane, Mandy, Phil, Cecil, and any other kings and fans that show up. This will be my first Comicscape forever. That's beautiful. See you there. Yeah. They have 1 million viewers now. Shit, we lose. We lose. Alright, let me see. Are you telling me that we can't get more people in here as we're examining these people disingenuously discussing Comicscape books?
That was done. That was done.
I didn't know if you guys
more to do.
had found out, but like the Silverhawks thing that he wanted to do was called Titanium Titans.
Oh, Titanium Titans, yeah.
Yeah, because the ramen noodles had like the molds, so they were like, okay, well, what do we do with these molds? So they were just gonna like put purple skin on them and then make their armor red, and then that was gonna be the comic.
So when Warner Brothers issues a cease and desist on Silverhawks, the thing to do is to make a Silverhawks knockoff.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen,
So it's like,
Titanium
we'll just
Titans
make
is
the
a good
face. We'll add we'll put a cape on him. You know.
Yeah.
That's a good name, Titanium Titans.
Titanium.
Yeah, Titanium.
Hello, little cat dude.
Titanium Titans. That's clever. I like that. Here's the Riot Press booth. Wow, dude, look at this.
Logo looks like shit.
Look at this setup. What do you mean it looks like shit?
Well,
The logo, the Titanium Titans logo, looked like shit.
Hi there.
So that's Riot with Ramen Toys, though, that they like share a booth.
What does that mean? That's still their
Well,
booth, though, right? I mean,
I don't know who's paying for the booth. Maybe they're splitting it. I don't know.
Okay.
If you
Carry
scroll
on.
down, you'll see another
One
image,
more.
you'll see what it means.
One
The
more
banner,
flag,
the
and then we're
solid
cooked.
banner.
It's pretty big.
Then we got it all.
that's good. You don't like that? I mean, it's not that good, I guess. But.
I'm just calling it out. That's Riot Press and Ramen Toys. That's it. That's all.
They work together, right? Or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is Ramen Toys good or not?
Well, like I said, they make a lot of
It's 60
not
or 52.
third-party knockoff toys. Like they
52 hours.
take properties that nobody's making
terrible.
and other people own, and they make a toy that looks like it,
Okay.
but legally is distinct, like sort of.
Huh.
Usually, these big companies don't go after these third-party toy companies because they make very small print runs.
Yeah.
Like they had like the car, they had like a mold for the car, so then they were then like using it for Dukes of Hazzard, and then they like repainted it and did a Mad Max ripoff.
Oh yeah,
it's
like
kinda
this
like
isn't
using
this.
Yeah.
This isn't the same car that the General Lee was, right? Like this is just.
Is that a
car
Charger,
that's
the
painted.
General Lee?
It's not even a Charger. Like there's parts that look like multiple Chargers kind of combined, isn't it? You know,
Oh,
amalgam
you're
of
so
pieces
cute.
from different
You're so
Chargers.
cute.
Why would I want to buy a General Lee that is not a model of the General Lee?
You want the real reason, or are we joking?
No,
the
I'm
real
serious.
reason.
Why
Okay,
would I?
so because HasLab had ran that campaign for a Ghost Rider car that did not fund. It didn't fund. It was
Okay.
that Mexican Ghost Rider with the car, right?
That's where
Yeah.
this car came from.
Yeah. So for after that, the guy that runs this toy company is like, well, I'll make the car because they couldn't raise the money to make the car. For some reason, he thought there was money there. Is there? I have no idea. I don't know if these things sold. Yeah, I don't know.
Laser Pants is
That's
here.
kind of a
He said
weird
that booth was right behind
business to
ours.
be in, like,
yes,
oh, I'm
Ramen
just gonna
Toys
go
is good.
Hit
What are you
these.
doing,
Well,
What are
I
you
guess
doing?
that makes sense in some way. Like,
With Laser
I
Pants.
would hit these properties that nobody's interested in, but somebody wants to buy.
He
He goes after those. I guess.
Yeah, I don't know why I would want a General Lee that's not the General Lee. That's my criticism of this. Really, I would want the car if there was the General
Yeah, you
Lee.
want the Dodge
Not just
Charger,
something
right?
else painted like it.
Yeah.
Brian had a 73 Charger, man. It was awesome.
Great setup, says Chow Townsend. Bacon says, gonna put that MF on my fireplace. I don't know. Here we go. Ramen Racer. Racer test overshot at PowerCon. I want to go to these toy conventions. I do want to go, man. I don't know why I'm not going.
Patrick said the same thing. He said, I don't know why Ethan won't listen to me and go to these cons I'm telling him to.
I'm listening, Patrick. I'm listening. I'm not plugged into that community. Like I don't know what toy conventions there are. I don't know where to go. You know. Let me see here. Alright, so people are going to that. Let me see. Going down a
The
little
one in
Yeah.
Nashville was pretty small. I mean, it wasn't even like a whole convention center. It was just, you know,
From my understanding,
a hotel.
some of these toy conventions, the turnout and the profitability is so low that, like, I know Four Horsemen did one recently that they were like, maybe it was PowerCon, that it was, at the end of the con, they weren't even sure if they were doing one the following year. Like, I don't think big toy vendors make a lot, small toy vendors, I don't know. I think they're good for fans. I don't know what the capital is you're gonna pull out of it, though.
Did you do this, Matt?
No. That's
That's
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice. Who's the artist?
I think it's the reason that looks really cool is if I remember right, that's painted on the animation cell, like it's acetate, just like old animation. Some artist he found online, probably overseas, but it's cool that I actually like the piece a lot because it does have that animation.
So there is something to comic book art that I
Transformers are
don't
cool.
understand
I've
how to
never
do.
drawn
Like,
one
I don't know
before.
why it's so good. It's
I
good.
mean, it looks like hell to
looks
draw.
cool.
Like it looks like it'd be really like hard to draw.
It's
but
complicated.
It looks fun.
Whew. All right, let's
But I
go.
think
We're gonna
not
work this last one.
Yeah. Which, you start with like the basic shapes, but then you have to like sit there and go, okay, did I get all this little noodling and shit that he put on the shins, or yeah, it's annoying.
Oh, this part's interesting. I remember seeing this.
This is the 13th of August, and I was having chest pains, and I was getting scared about it, so I went to the emergency room and took a picture of myself fucking in the hospital bed, and so it turned out to be nothing. But here we go, big and
Turned out to be
slow,
exactly
speaking
what
of
Greg
panic
Sandor
attack.
said.
Thanks, John
Happened.
Malin.
And the doctor and the
Why
nurse
did you say
said,
thanks, John Malin?
everything looks normal. Yeah, like
Because
I
it's
suspected, it was
what
stress.
officials say. I mean, there's not a real
Which is
answer for that.
ridiculous.
You know that, right? Like, it's like, why John Malin? To remind everybody in the room that John's the villain in this story. Like, that's it. You'll notice this comes up a lot. I'm still in this room, by the way, at this time, even though I fought with him and I quit reading it, but I did see this.
Yeah, like, does he think that I'm sitting there going, oh my god, John Malin won't stop making fun of Tampa Comic Con. I'm loving Elizabeth. Is that what he thinks was going on? Like, I wasn't even aware of any of this. I didn't know they were like fucking acting like this in private. I had no idea. Ethan had a panic attack. Thanks, John Malin. Yeah, John. It's like if John would just calm down and stop making fun of Kelsey and Rainey and Patrick, maybe I wouldn't have been put in the hospital.
Did John call you in the hospital? Was he like, hey man, take it easy?
No, we were on screen laughing
No,
about
they
it.
were making fun of me.
I mean,
It's the funniest video.
But, Ethan's not butthurt. He's not in the back room. He's not,
Listen, I could have died. For all you guys know, I could have died. And here's what the video is that's out there. John Malin is trying to eulogize me. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's outrageous.
Well, he was also talking about, like, we could AI you and make super chats, and then I said, well, yeah, a nice way to give, his family money. He's like, whoa. I was talking about giving his family money.
I mean, listen, seriously, here's John Malin. I was about to die, and this is what John was doing with you guys.
You don't know what's going on.
Oh, wait, was this it? This isn't it.
I'm not putting up with any more bullshit this year.
Oh, this is me
I'm telling
eulogizing him.
I am.
Sorry.
I'm gonna have
Wait a
another
second, this
goddamn
isn't the
winter
right
without
one.
you.
Let me go back to the... Yeah, so we do this to each other.
This is
at
it.
the point of
This was the
anyway.
last year
Big
of that
Texas
shit.
mofo has
So
a
we're gonna fix things.
Yeah, it's up there somewhere, like...
I'm making some significant
Was it
changes
Texas
in my
Mofo, or
life.
was it Comicsgate is Comics Great?
Includes everybody who is currently a
Yeah,
part of it.
Texas Mofo is usually on it with this shit.
You can
It's
get on
just
board
really
or
great.
get out of the way. It's entirely
But,
up to you.
by the
but
way,
I've had
I
it
guess
with,
it's the Comics Gate.
you
It's
know,
Comics
I've
Great.
been
It wasn't
passive
Texas Mofo.
That's what people are saying?
too long.
It's not Texas Mofo, yeah.
Okay.
That's all I know.
There's no passivity here now.
What, is he in the chat saying it wasn't?
Yeah, he said it wasn't him. Yeah.
Core.
Mm.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not putting
it
up
was
with
just
his
awesome.
bullshit
I mean,
anymore.
everybody is so goddamn funny in Comicsgate. And I love it. Like, I showed Andrea that video. And, I was like...
She cried?
She left. It was, I mean, you don't know what it's like to have, like, to be in this club and to just roast each other all day long, all the time. Like, I would want... Like, if it was my funeral, I would want John Malin and you guys up there, like, I'd be in a coffin and you guys roast me in my coffin. Like, I would really, truly want that. It would be so goddamn funny. And I would laugh. Oh my god, here's the, there's a video, wait, the PTP photo controversy. There's actually a video of this. Hold on a second, let me see where we're at. And this bothered me.
Didn't go. Not putting up with his bullshit no more, man.
I'm happy. This is it. This is everything here.
Yeah, that was me who thought it was
That's
healthy.
right.
Look at this.
The stick goes.
This is the new.
We're cooking around this bone.
Oh my God, dude! There he is. There was Patrick before, sticking his middle finger up in the picture, and then we just had him airbrushed out. So,
way to ruin the picture.
You know, he's
dude.
gone now.
That's not
and
cool.
Whitney is unaccompanied, and I think John.
She's a
Comicsgate
very,
keeping it
very pretty
G-rated.
woman.
That's hilarious.
Tattoos are not attractive.
Oh my God, man!
Big
How can they-
Smoothie's middle finger too.
Ouch.
That must have really set him off. I think it's not even the Dungeoneer jokes. I think it's this. Imagine putting all this together and this fame and this clout for being managing a con, and then the first thing they do is take the photo, the big dinner, not the con. The con can be shit, but the dinner was good. Take the dinner and you Photoshop Patrick out. Like, that's where it is.
Well, yeah, you fucking threw up the bird, man. You're ruining the picture.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
I think
good,
you might be
man.
right there,
I
Shane.
gotta admire John Malin's tenacity, his love of Comicsgate. You know that he would do this for us.
He's got a business
thing,
thing.
John.
It's cutthroat.
Where's
But it's not. It doesn't have to
God?
be cutthroat. Like
It's just me
there are
and John
plenty
that know that.
of throats that don't need to be cut. You know, like
I have no idea.
there's a
By the way, look at
lot of
this.
collector
CG
money
Rose
out
Rini's
there.
appearance on Eric July. Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, you can see like maybe like why Rini is angry. Like maybe we made fun of her. Did we make fun of Rini too hard?
I think about it the same as everybody.
There's not a whole lot that's funny about Irene. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like we did do that. Jimmy had a heart attack, so we did this to Jimmy. I mean, it's like.
Is Ethan gonna turn on me? I'm excited to hear it. This is your heart, Jimmy. That's right.
I told you this now. And we just sang songs about his heart. You know.
I forgot about that. I forgot about little Jimmy. Having
Yeah,
a heart
this-
attack.
Yeah, like his heart's better now. I think. You know. I don't see it. I don't see the video, and I really want it because it was really funny. John was trying to eulogize me with dignity, and he could not stop laughing at the idea of me dying. Just look
Well, it
real quick.
wasn't that. It was somebody. It was a super chat that you couldn't read.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, but it was something about you died of gay. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. And he couldn't read it with a straight face. We just got the giggles.
Oh, it's so good, man. I love you guys. You're seriously. When I die, I want you to roast me, but I'll probably outlive all of you.
I like Anna right now. She's posting gifts. I get married in 2 days, and it's like like that. And I wonder if she realizes it's the same after you get married.
Yeah. What's different? You're locked down, right? Essentially.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you've been living with this person for years, you're like it's nothing new.
Yeah.
It's just a little extra paperwork.
Yeah.
Killian Macko, I read this one. Mark Brooks is going to Washington SummerCon, and someone said they should invite you, Ethan. Lol. Thanks, Lightkick 1. Washington SummerCon, is that in D.C. or Washington State? One is a possibility, the other one, no fucking way. Sagittarius A asterisk. Patricia
Sagittarius
does
A
plugs. You can
is
definitely plug
Sagittarius
into the boy
A
community.
something is a star.
It's a butt plug joke. Action figure Atorium for $10 says the concept of the ramen racer
I heard
is
that
it's
on
in
one of the
every
science
car. It could be Ghost Rider, could be the General Lee, could be
No,
Mad
no.
Max without a license
Oh,
fee.
damn.
It's for 112 scale toy
Tangled,
collectors,
not
not
there we
Dukes of
go.
Hazzard
Not a
fans.
tangled, not after all.
I guess that makes sense. Like Barbie does the same thing.
Sagittarius
Like
A
Barbie
star.
could be
I think
dressed
is what it's
like,
called.
you know, Harley Quinn, whatever. That makes sense.
The
Barb
only thing
Rogers.
the only thing that doesn't make sense to me on that was it just didn't crowdfund. So like I don't know, like were they expecting to make a lot of money that Hasbro couldn't? You know, that's the part that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if Hasbro couldn't get it funded, how are they going to get it funded?
Yeah.
You know. By the way, thanks for gifting memberships, Barb Rogers and ASC Presents. Appreciate that. 5 memberships each. I hope you guys, hope somebody good got them. Pretty soon the entire chat is going to be members. They'll all be green. It's going to be so cool. All right, so anyway, back to me having a heart attack. Ethan had a panic attack. Thanks, John Malin. ER will never tell it's a panic attack, but obviously a panic attack. Sitting in a basement, not lifting, high stress job, no in-person interaction with men. Formula for panic attacks. I gotta say, look, if I had to spend a lot of time with these guys, listen to Whitney, she goes, that's awful, it must have been terrifying. I'm all by myself, like, I need that. Why can't I hang out with Biggins and Patrick? Fuck!
This, no inter-person interactions with men part sounds gay.
It is extremely gay.
No bathhouses. Walks with other men, no fear.
You know, I mean, it's, how do you know? Yeah, maybe I am having in-person interactions with men. I mean, I'm not, so shut the fuck up. But again, he ties everything in. Shane, like, this is completely unrelated to anything. It's absolutely because of my poor diet. 100%. That's why that happened. It had nothing to do with the fact that I don't shake hands and press the flesh with other men and make eye contact in person at conventions.
Oh, that's
why did he do that? He tied this unrelated thing into his agenda.
He keeps going back. He keeps hammering that nail.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
once you
that
see
is
it, you
the
can't unsee
thing
it.
you
Like,
talked
every
about
time he
before.
speaks up, it's either to villainize John, he's the enemy, IRL, alive. Yeah. And you're not meeting. See, guys, you'll end up like Ethan if you don't press flesh with men.
That's what he's saying. It's like learn from Ethan's experience. Like, if you don't come to these conventions with us, you're gonna have a panic attack all by yourself in the basement.
How does he not know that you don't have friends outside of the internet? You know what I mean? How does he know that you don't?
It's
talk
the
to your
internet,
neighbor,
dude.
You know,
Just
about
turn it off.
stuff? I'm just speculating. I'm just saying, he doesn't know. I don't know. Nobody knows what you're doing when you leave the camera. You know.
Alright, we are finishing this out. We got another Pirate Flag to do. John Malin's live streaming. Okay, so something I don't understand. OBS, the streaming software I use, showed previously 9 views, then 16 views, and then 9 again, now 10. I don't understand. I now apparently have 2 concurrent viewers. I'm one of them. So I don't count, but you know, I don't think I have any real viewers. If you're a real viewer, post something in the chat. I'm guessing you're on bots. Somebody actually interested in the Pirate Flag and something. Oh, look at that feedback. It's gone. Isn't that wonderful? When you go fit out a sloop of war and go pirating, nobody will hear it. Nobody will know. Anyhow, hit like, subscribe, tell me something in the chat so I know you're a human being rather than a bot. I don't believe there are people out there. Anyway, here we go. I need to fold this under. Basically just trying to match both sides of the bones. Nobody here cares. But I care because I'm making a badass pirate flag. I've already made 2. They're here. The proof is, well, here I'll show you. Check this shit out. We got some fucking pirate flags. There's one. There's the other. Those are ready to paint, weather, put a musket ball through. They're gonna be fucking awesome. And now I'm working on this one. And let's see, let me get this camera set up just because it's real important that you see how I do the stitches. No, it's not. That's all we're doing. I'm just listening to cool shit, and I want to talk about history, but there's nobody around to talk about history, so we're going to learn about comic books or whatever the fuck John Malin wants to talk about. Nobody's in my stream. Somehow he drags in billions of viewers. Well, he's entertaining. He's got 192 watching. He started streaming 7 minutes ago. And here we go. So let's have some fun.
These guys showing up. Almost 200 people. 4:14 in the morning. Yeah. Really, I just started up this stream to show you guys my. I hung up my X-Men poster. Yeah, that was it. Welcome early arrivals though. Perth Comics, One Wicked Evo, 421 Space Man, Madness and Victory, Perth Comics, Mighty Healthy, a couple more John Jensen.
Surprises for people this
Flash, year. And Kyle Clucking. Okay, all right. Mail and Miss Trashcast. No, I didn't. I actually listened to a lot of it. I was doing work last night, 2 nights, and I just finished it, and I got about an hour to burn. So I was working on, as exciting as it is,
he's home.
I was working on taxes, and I was also working to get color corrections for Godlike out. So we can get that.
Speaking of taxes, I have to post my taxes for this recent quarter.
Java said you watched the
Time to do
might have.
In fact, I shall do that.
Yeah, I mean, was there something specific?
On the
I know
morrow.
that.
When I get up, do that and get that out of the way.
Everybody was blaming me.
Doof.
Guys, I can't be any more honest with you than saying that I am nearly, literally the guy sitting in the fucking corner eating paint chips. Like, I mean, I ain't doing shit. You know, when you guys can go back, you guys can ask pretty much any of the streamers, the YouTubers, whatever. And you can say, hey man, is John back there? Is John back there in those DM groups? Is he running his mouth? Is that what he does all day long, is run his mouth? And you know what? Every group that I'm in, you know what they will say? They'll say, we hardly hear from John. Rarely will I post. Once in a while I'll go in there and I'll just see what somebody is saying. You know, maybe I'll hit a little like. But guys, I mean, I'm just minding my own business. I come on stream, I hear what's going on. I'm as surprised as anybody else. What's all going on, when it's going on. My reaction is nearly the live reaction. No, there's no fuckery afoot here. Yeah, but apparently I'm the
Need
bad
more
guy.
twine, more
I'm the bad
thread,
guy.
more space, more slack. Here we go.
421 Spaceman said, put it this way. 299, put it this way. Biggins likes cuties. I heard some of that being implied. I don't even want to get into any of the, those guys can have that. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's getting weird.
I don't want anything to do
Dude,
with
alright,
any
we
of
got
that
the
fuck
most
shit.
difficult part
Mark
done.
Rogers
We're on
for
the
what is that?
good
a
run.
moon or a piece of cheese and all right, Daniel for 2.
Carry
You're a bit
on
late
around
starting
in
the
the
Jack.
circle.
Yeah, well, there is no Jack Show night, guys. That's why I was like, I might as well take advantage of this time and get back, getting some taxes done, get these color corrections done, and if I have time left, I was going to go out here and stream. And it looks like I already got a fucking weak signal. Jesus fucking Christ! I've been having a tremendous signal.
Here we go. Alright, so
Like,
push
it's
through.
just been great. And now it's fucking choppy as fuck. I can see my signal meter go down. But, anyways, I'm here. If you guys are out there working your day jobs, your night jobs, whatever, I mean, I'll give you something to, to listen to. It's not gonna be the night of nights. I plan on doing this solo because, like I said, I'm only gonna. Your signal's always choppy. Holy hand grenades. No, the last 2 weeks has been great. It's been great. Like, I set up a whole fucking thing with my iPad because I was like, if this signal goes bad, I'm gonna switch over to my iPad. And from that day on, everything worked great. I put the iPad away, and now it's bad again. Yeah. But, so yeah, I'm gonna do wage slave much. So, I'm going to open up some, like 2 weeks ago, I was looking for a fucking book, something. I was looking for a book or maybe a couple of books.
Hi.
And I went
Hello, my
through
love.
this closet over here.
Dost
and
thou wish to go into the bedroom?
Everything out.
Oh shit, what was
and
that?
Then I started putting
I don't like
everything
that
back
sound.
in orderly.
There was a
And
pin
what
catching.
that left me was
Do you want me to open the door?
a ton of
I'll
unopened
open the door for you.
packages.
Hi.
Dude,
Oh,
there's
good girl.
some, I think, original art. I'm not even sure what it is. The date on it is from 2019. So some of this shit has just been here forever. And in order to finish cleaning up my office, I got to open this stuff up so I can get the packages out and take the boxes, throw them away, and take the innards and get them back into that closet in a nice bin or something to hold it well. Anyways, oh, TJ, everybody loves fucking TJ. Shit. Ayo, John, what do you think is the average age of the chat? I don't know. 30s? 40s? Would be my guess. What is that?
Higher,
What does
fucker.
that relate to? Yeah, 30s or 40s is probably. Oh. Ew. So here, dude, there's some. I ordered a couple weeks much. Fuck. What that left me is from having to throw them away. Anyway, stop. Before. Big. Like, and I've only stumbled upon these. Because again, I don't go in there. I'm not paying attention. But I think that it says somewhere along that most of your viewers are, and these are the only things that I even kind of remember. Most of your viewers, I think, are in the age of 40, 40, 50 years old, maybe 30s. And so somewhere in there, yeah, I don't know, 35, I don't know. Somewhere in there, 35, 45, let's say that, 35 to 45-ish. And oddly enough, most of them are on YouTube at 6 p.m. So even though we stream at night, most of these guys are on YouTube at 6. So according to the statistics for YouTube. That's about all I know.
Look at this
How
shit,
many are
man.
alcoholics?
It's fucking cool. It's a fucking tire flag,
Get into
bitches.
that.
That's how it was done, I
And
think.
mostly male. Almost everybody is male. Imagine that. Imagine that, Fago Tree.
Are you guys out of your fucking minds?
See, that's just it. I can't stop. I can't
Maru, did you
stop
really
what
come
I
back
do.
here to bug
This
her?
is why people hate me.
Did you really come back here to bug her?
All right.
Come on, dude.
Anyways, we got some.
Nice.
We got some boxes to open up here.
Where's the little one?
This is from actually a troll.
Where did the kitten go?
I can open that one.
Maru.
Oh, okay, here, dude, this, thank God I have this up on top. I am actually excited about this. I found this box the other day, and Von Klaus did his Black Terror campaign, and in that Black Terror campaign was like a vial, right? It's the gas vial that the Black Terror uses. And I think he even asked me if I had opened it or if I saw it. I'm like, I'm not even sure I got it. I don't know. I think this is it. I think this is it. I could have had this thing forever, dude. So when I saw this, I was like, hell yeah. I mean, legit, I'm not usually excited about fucking, you know, campaigns. You know, some stickers, you get some, whatever, little tchotchkes, little plastic figurines or whatever. But this thing I thought was cool. We're gonna see how cool it is IRL.
All right.
Because if it is cool
Look at these
IRL,
crazy fucking
I'm
cats.
gonna give it a spot on that bookshelf.
Just cannot seem to. Maybe it's like they're establishing a hierarchy. Maybe I ought to not
Open the
interfere.
gates to hell. Look at that Castle Grayskull I set up there, guys. See that? That's been sitting down on the ground here ever since I got it. Which I can see it every time I walk into my office. Let me be sure I mic up. I was quiet the other day. I can see that every time I walk in my office, but you guys couldn't. So I rearranged the top. See, my bee is still up there. My Daredevil, excuse me, is still up there, and now Castle Grayskull just fits. I mean, there's like a quarter of an inch of clearance. I was so happy. All right, box one down. It's going in the trash. Well, actually, Faye may want to recycle it. We'll see. But it's going out of here. Yes, it is, guys. Look at that. Oh, it was in this green bubble wrap. Now it's in this, like, fucking vacuum pack. Crazy. Let's see if it has an easy way of opening. Nope. Okay.
Hi, Maru. Where's the little kitten, dude? Do you know? Did you scare her off? I wish you wouldn't chase her around. She's just a little baby. I mean, I appreciate that you're you're establishing your place here,
like
but
the first wave, right?
you have your place. It seems to me that your hierarchy position is
I ordered
established.
this.
Hi,
well, actually,
darling.
I ordered
Hey,
one.
you can't sit here just because I'm
this
sewing.
could have been the one to pay
It's a
for.
good
She
girl.
ordered it
Relax.
for me.
Relax,
She
Maru.
didn't know that I
Maruvian.
already ordered one, but
You here to help me sew
when the
them?
Lions were about to go to the Super Bowl, it was getting a little crazy. I was like, I want to be in on it. I want to be that fair weather fan. And
Here we go.
So okay, all right. So there's
we're painting these
platform,
tomorrow.
and really great job on getting all this stuff together. That's cool. And then you get the little Black Terror vial, and there's this arm. So I got to figure out. Probably not too difficult. There's a little square there, a little arm in there. Let's see. Okay, yeah. All right. Good enough. Black Terror vial probably goes like that. And there it is.
You know, this is the
Nice.
greatest
If anybody
pirate
breaks
flag
in
I've
my
ever
house,
sewed.
I think I crack this open, I inhale it, and then that gives me like super fuck you up powers for a moment.
These are great pirate
Basically,
flags. How many pirate flags have been hand sewn since the 18th
thank you for
century?
that, Bob.
One wonders.
That's awesome, guys. Check out Black Terror if you haven't. That is one of the few campaigns that I just like. The designs look on point. That Monica, whatever.
You know good and well that's not what they're saying.
Shane used them. does good work. That Monster MD looks sharp. But yeah, I probably have in here somewhere Black Terror in one of these unopened boxes. My goal is, and has been, that when things start slowing down, and they haven't really slowed down, I wanted to open these up.
I'm not
and
putting
then
up with
start
shit this year,
reading
by the way. Any of y'all watching this who know me,
some books.
this is not the year to fuck with me.
And put
In
some
the
good
past,
word out there for
you may
doing good work.
have been fooled by my behavior.
This, by the way,
over the past.
is by recently
period of time.
deceased.
This is not the year.
Norwood.
I dropped the pin somewhere.
Walked in
I
the
heard.
crap.
There we go. This is not the year.
Terrible, terrible thing that happened to such a good person.
Those times are
So
past.
I got a Narwhal book here.
Any indulgence you had
I
in
bought.
fucking with me,
Gemini Mailer.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, another
Made
one.
it worth
Heading
it.
out the door.
That's over.
I'm not going to go into all the small things because it's just going to be a fucking mess. So I
All
think
right,
this
so
Hypnos-
we are now past
Nosferatu
the end of the bone. We're running
hardcover.
into the straightaway. The most difficult, challenging, confusing, complicated, thought-provoking part of the sewing is done.
Oh, well,
on this.
Malin
There,
will
we still
godly
have
get
some
praise from Mark
complicated
Miller
stuff
like
down at the
Narwhal.
other end.
I
when
think
we
it'd be
go
more
around that
likely
curve,
that
but
Omega Storm would
this
get
is
praise from Mark Miller.
the multiple confusing
The,
one,
the,
and
the,
it's
the
done.
theme, the styling.
So now we're on to a straightaway
two
here.
different approaches.
We're
on
gonna
the
roll
course.
down here like
I
we're
wrote
racing.
that Omega Storm very much in what I would say is more like your Chris Claremont style of writing. Word balloons, a lot of information, kind of being spat at you, and then putting in things that someone like Mark Miller, the more hardcore, grotesque. I think he
Is that
would
a cat
probably
scratching my chair, or
appreciate
is that me?
Omega Storm more
I don't
in
know where my
terms
little
of
cat
something
dude is. Where'd she
similar
go?
to his writing, whereas Godlike is more it's more narrator driven. So it's a different reading experience. It's not trying to go for the shock so much. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm flipping through Nosferatu, and yeah, a lot of pages. Okay, all right. That's my review for Nosferatu. A lot of pages. A lot of pages. Probably took him 5 minutes to draw these. Okay, all right. Next one. Oh, this is Matthew Fowler. He was kind of put into that mix of the, not the Dungeoneer. He wasn't a Dungeoneer that I recall, but he was in that Riot Press group, and he and Ethan had a blowout, and he deleted his account or something, which,
Okay.
where is the thing for this?
I need to. Now, these have to be kept
This is not
straight
regular
because
Gemini
the
Mail.
pins are pulled. I think
I have
the
to
pin
rip
here
this
dropped. So what I have to do, I've got it locked here and
Oh, okay.
here,
The,
so I need to interpolate,
the middle
which is
flap
not
on the
hard.
inside.
And you just keep tension on it and straighten them out, and there you go.
There's a lot of tape on this.
And that's all you got to do. But
Matt Fowler
just point it out.
deleted his account or something like that, which deleted the record from the chat group. So he and Ethan got into it, and then Ethan left, and we'll never know what their argument was about. But this is from Matt Fowler. What is this? Dixie Rose. Dixie Rose.
Take me home to the place
All right, let's look at it real
I
quick.
belong.
Cover,
West Virginia,
cover looks
Mountain
fine.
Highway,
Glance.
take me
So,
home.
Tears, let's see if they kind of match up.
Country road.
Yeah, it looks like it might be the same artist on here. That's a lot of Text. Scold me. Wait, are these song lyrics? Tell me that you want to scold me. Tell me that you. Who's that?
John Denver, you fuck.
Is that Sonic Youth? Is it Bull in the Heather? What's that? Time turning over and over, four-leaf clover. Yeah, Bull in the Heather, right there.
Not arguing with you, no more.
Okay, all right. I guess he really liked that song. And, you know, I guess that's okay as long as everybody who reads it understands the song.
Wow.
Then maybe your brain can pick up the rhythm of the song. But if nobody knows, it's just big letters on there, and you're like, oh, God, he's right. I mean, it's like me referencing, like, a rap that no one had heard of, or, you know, something rare that nobody... If it's something you're not aware of, then you don't hear it the same way. I know when you're sitting back and you're writing and you're listening to music, you think you can put that energy into the book by writing the lyrics, and it doesn't really work. But I mean, they wrote the words really big, so I guess I like that. I appreciate that. They attempted to put the impact there of the song, but I mean, is it that good of a song? Alright. Okay. Have to check all this stuff out later. Matt Fowler, Dixie Rose.
Dixie Rose, take me.
Oh, look here. This is from my buddy Sean Aaron.
I belong West Virginia.
Sean Aaron,
Highway Dixie Rose.
He's the one that streams with.
I think I'll check my stream. Maybe I'll see somebody showing up.
Stuff.
Nope.
Stuff.
That's
Yeah,
all
they're
right.
little review guys over there. Yeah,
It's fine.
Type 1 book.
Haha.
Now I think
Look at that.
it's called Type 1 because Sean is a diabetic, and this guy, I don't know, somehow this book it revolves around diabetes. I told him, I said, hey Sean, when you promote it, don't talk so much about the diabetes, because like all people hear or think is like needles, you know what I mean? But that's cool. Look at that. He's got this little kind of shiny back cover. Oh, and front cover. That's cool. That probably costs some money. It looks like it might be like, I don't know, is it a... Oh, this is just black and white. Okay. Well, this is Sean's first book, so,
Hurrah.
let's see. Hold on one sec. Okay. It's his first book, his first go, to the best of my knowledge, but the lettering's in color, which is weird. So he's probably working at it nice and slow. The captions on here are very large. Look at these, excessively large. Maybe they're trying to fill up some dead room, I'm guessing. I don't know. Okay, all right, that's weird.
Dude, I love these stitches. These are good, man.
We have the big, large.
We're cruising right along here.
Oh, and there it is. Oh, did I mention I'm diabetic?
You know what? If I progress this pace that I think... Do I have sound on? Fuck yeah. Okay. So I'm listening to John Malin's stream. Okay, how did I go from 9 to 13 to 15 to 9 to 6 views now? I don't know.
It's like...
Anyhow,
okay.
When I finish this, I am going
but like what I like
to
about
either go to bed
one,
or I'm going to go out
and
fucking
how
paint
I
this.
probably would have tried working this,
paint
and then they're big again.
I want to keep going because I've got it in my spirit, in my soul. Like I'm.
I would probably
So
try.
we're gonna see what happens when I
got
finish
this suit,
sewing
I
this.
think it's like, you know, Power Suit or something like that.
I'm going to find out whether I can do it. Now it says
I would
have
try
two
to make
concurrent
this
viewers.
like
I don't believe it.
a guy.
Let's put something in the chat. I don't believe you're real. I figure that's a YouTube bot just trying to see if I'm playing Britney Spears music over my video or something.
Significantly more
They're looking
advanced
for the
than we are. But I would go with
copyright
that angle over the
That ain't me.
diabetic.
I don't know.
Angle, you know.
So here we go.
But okay, whatever. Yeah, so it looks like there were some things in here with the caption sizes. You know, Sean's doing this just for fun. I don't think he's doing this to find a career or anything like that. Kudos to Sean for finally putting together a book. I think it's his
Look at these
comic.
stitches. There, you can't see them because
Good on him. Oh, and there's like
image
a
quality
US
is pretty
Assassin
low.
card and a sketch back.
You can take my word that these are well stitched.
But
Anyhow, I'm making a killer fucking pirate flag.
oh look,
Pretty pleased
Zayd
with it.
Comics,
Pretty pleased with it.
big old box. What could it be?
Ah. Whew.
Checking out on you guys. Isn't John pre-diabetic? Yes, I am pre-diabetic, guys. It was true.
My friend was pre-diabetic.
Basically,
and then
right now that translates to I'm fat. You know,
fixed his
I think
diet.
most
He
fat
wasn't.
people are probably pre-diabetic.
Solve your diet. You
Lose
save it.
weight.
Dude, the my view
Stay
count
away
on
from that
OBS is
diabetes,
weird.
you know? Oh, okay. All right. I was wondering what that was. All right.
Don't
so
understand it, but
Phil ended up fulfilling cash grab. So that's what I got. I got cash grab. So great. Cecil gave me like I think it was like a proof copy. So I had already read the proof copy, but I'm gonna read it again because I want to be able to. Like I read it, I'm just like, what happened in it? I'm like, I don't know. You know, sometimes like I will sit and I will burn through like 3 or 4 different books, and when I do that, or just like watching movies, like nothing really sticks. Like I burnt through every James Bond film from front to back. I don't know if you guys remember, like 6 months ago. I watched every single one. I didn't halfway watch them. I sat there and I watched them. I'm not on my phone. I'm not drawing. I'm just watching.
paid attention to James
and
Bond.
what do I remember these movies? Not a lot at all.
Yeah,
If I had watched them once a year and maybe watched it again that year, it would have stuck. One of them would have stuck a little bit more. But I barely remember anything about those movies. I do recall that I enjoyed Moonraker.
I remember Moonraker. That was a good one.
I think
That was fun.
Goldeneye, I think it was the one that I said. It was kind of like the last really kind of good. Like it was still a little corny. I believe that was the one with the Famke Janssen character. You know, she's all trying to bang people and strangle them at the same time. So yeah, Goldeneye was really good, and then the Moonraker was a lot of fun. It was like a breath of fresh air when you watch all of them from the very first one, and you get to Moonraker. It was my feelings were it's kind of repetitive. You know, it's like okay, this happens and that. At least Moonraker they went
There
to
is a
fucking
formula
space, and it
for
wasn't too bad. Like all those little astronaut guys coming out and like fighting the bad astronauts. Like they're gonna have a little astronaut jetpack fight, you know. And what's his name? Oh, is it Onatopp? Yeah, Xenia Onatopp. Thank you for that, William Welburn. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So I can't even bring this up. What's going on? Is my connection that bad? There we go. I clicked on you like 6 times and nothing was happening. Goldfinger is best.
Yeah, Goldfinger's pretty good.
Missing Galore.
Is that the one that's
Malin
Fountain Blue
Mysteries
in Miami?
Marathon. Not today. I gotta go through this stuff. All right, here's the next one. This is something from Crypto Fashion to me. This is my guess is it might actually be one of my own shirts. So, and this thing could have been here for years, honestly, guys. You know what it is? Okay, great. Look at there. It's not one of my own shirts. Look at that.
Okay, I'm dropping pins.
Battlebrick Road.
There we go.
The guy at Crypto Fashion passed away.
Oh no, bless him.
And so Crypto Fashion is no more. I got a Battlebrick Road shirt. I'm gonna chuck this because I got another T-shirt way over there. No disrespect to this shirt, but I'm keeping it off the ground. All right. That's my couch, by the way. All right, we're doing pretty good here, I think. We got something from Steve Dye. Oh, you know what it is? It's his Rocket magazine, right? That's what Steve did.
Rocket. Yeah. I need some Def Leppard, I think.
Let me see. Let me carefully cut this here. Okay, I like how he kind of packaged these together. Looks like there's a shirt packaged in there. There you go.
Come on.
Another shirt. That's me, Cecil. Who else is there? Donna Blair, Eric Weathers, Ethan, and Art T. Bear. I do believe. All right, here we go again. Boop. No disrespect. All right, let's check this out real quick. This was meant to be kind of like a old Wizard magazine interview type magazine. So you can maybe get a little drawing lesson in there. Steve gave me a personalized message on the inside of the cardboard, so I'll have to cut that out because I want to throw the cardboard away. Sincere appreciation, thank yous. Okay. Oh, feel free to wave it around on your show. Okay, good. That's what I'm doing. All right. I'll cut that out later. Rocket. Again, looks like we got some like posters and things in here, but I'm just going right to the book.
These stitches look so good.
Through. Yep. We've got here Cyber Frog. We got some girl that we can't see her face. Okay.
Rocket Girl.
And I think that might be black and white. So white, I think. Okay. Let's see. Do I get the feeling? Oh man, look at that. Man, I look good, dude. Like fucking John Malin. Look at that. Godlike. It's my avatar too, with godlike right there. Look at that. Look,
like
no
that,
disrespect, but
typeface. That's cool.
if I'm a kid in 1992,
yeah,
and I'm looking for the next cool comic book, Arts looks pretty good, but mine's fucking badass. I would be jumping to page 38 to see what the fuck is going on. Okay, we get some art in here. Some fan art.
I want a copy of the Def
Now, some of
Leppard
the stuff
Women
looks put
comic
together very
book.
well. I hate to show
That's
this
the comic
because
book I
it's,
want.
oh wait, no, I'll show the next page. But Art's Bear. I'm not going to
that's
show
cool.
my enemies. Art's a Bear, guys. Like, this looks like a pretty good layout. This does remind me of Old Wizard. Some of the pages when I was flipping through here, I wasn't so impressed with them. But that was kind of doing the thing for me. I don't get why you put all the fan art up front, like there's a fan art section. This stuff should be in the back. Like, I want the goods. I want the goods right away. There's a thing on EJ Morges, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe a little bit more design here.
One
Like
more.
how
Ow!
the text
Damn
is
it!
kind of cut
Oh,
around
hurts.
her. But I don't know.
I don't want to lose my
I'm
pins,
in love with
but I've lost my
this.
pins.
Like, right, there's
Damn it.
none of the big kind of ring things. There's no other great shapes on there. Just, it's a lot of text. This is good text here. I like how that font is trajectory. But I was thinking, like if you went with like Old Wizard, you put a little headshot of the guy in there. So like nobody knows what EJ Morges looks like. Put a little headshot of EJ in there and be like, we get EJ.
She's 36.
So that's something that we could have got that we
not only a grown
won't
woman,
necessarily
you've been able to
get.
sign contracts for almost a quarter of a century. Been able to
Yeah,
sign
and
legally
these
binding
are
contracts for
only
nearly a
two
quarter of a century.
pagers. Oh wait, no. Art's interview goes pretty long actually. Art's interview
drop
is
the pin.
very
There
much
it is. All right, man.
like
So,
Wizard.
we're not halfway, but we're close to halfway on the last freaking
kind of starter
flag.
page.
And it's awesome.
And then it goes
Oh, it's
on
good,
to
good,
the
good,
next
good,
page.
good. Good, 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 good,
Goes
good.
on
Right?
another
This is the
page.
football
This
song.
is good.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
good
yeah.
in depth.
Okay, so we are
Another page.
well on the way to carrying this through
More.
to being an awesome set of colors
There we
for
go. Then we go up
our
to one of my
pirate
enemies.
adventure.
Who
We're going on
was
the account.
Miami,
I am going on the account. This is a symbolic act for me.
And so then we get a preview.
I'm not actually
of
going to
his
go
book.
hijack ships and
just showed.
murder and rape and steal.
And then, oh, okay.
But the act
here's
of making
the
these is
Malin
symbolic
section.
for me.
All right, let's check this
So,
out.
What I've got to do now is first I'm going to go make some coffee.
Design,
So I'll be
not
back.
too bad.
And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to finish stitching
Like the
this.
font for my
And
name,
then I have
italic in
an
there,
executive
get a little
decision to
quilt
make.
done here,
Do I want to carry
couple
on and
of,
start painting these
inset
tonight?
pages
And
down here.
my
wrapped
heart says
around,
yes. My brain may say no, but my heart says yeah.
I don't remember
What
what I
is
wrote.
this? This is Friday.
Okay,
I think
alright,
this
yeah, I
may
think
be
there
the
was
day to
20
stay
questions.
and push through. It's 4:48. I may be at dawn
go to the
painting
next page.
skulls and bones.
We get our,
Or I may be sleeping.
Dracula from
I'm
Graveyard
gonna find out.
Shift.
I'm gonna make
We
some
get,
coffee and let the
what's her
caffeine
name?
and rum
From Jawbreakers.
and milk and
Zashi.
vitamins
No,
and
that's some more
enthusiasm
Jawbreakers
make the
down
decision.
here.
Or
Design
put a comment
looks
in the
good.
chat.
That looks very wizard.
Yeah, of course. Nobody's going to put a comment in the chat. There's one person other watching, and it's probably somebody I know
Here,
very well.
good
And
stuff. Like
she
all
ain't
the
going
book
to put
covers
it in
down
the chat
here.
because she can't.
Just so you know, to remind everybody
taking
that
a
I'm
poll.
the man.
Can I do polls with,
More. Look at this.
let's see here, community moderation,
remember
participants,
writing this
moderation
much.
activity,
He
timestamps, pop out
just-
chat, send feedback.
Just
Nah,
fill in the
none of that.
blanks for me, or what?
Anyway,
Then we get.
put a comment in the
yes.
chat if you want
Well,
to see
interview
the,
after
the
interview
eyes and
stuff in
nose
here.
and bones painted in today.
And
I wanna do
preview. Then Eric Weathers. So yeah, there's so many direct interviews
Be right
in
back.
here that I feel like he's really kind of burned up. warming up. I
The
like that.
buckler. Hey, we've dropped in views. I don't know how the numbers go up and then down, but it's like, I don't know. It's what is this sorcery? We're going to figure it out. Anyhow, look at this, motherfuckers.
I'm terrible at this stuff.
Check this shit out. Oh, super cool.
Punctuation, like normally you do like it was an ellipse, the dot.
That's an ellipse.
Or like a double dash.
Also, there's an ellipse as an architectural or landscape feature, right?
Giving it
The
punctuation.
ellipse. Where is that? Not the oval.
You know. Okay. Let's see if it stays. Yeah, and then like you get down to these word balloons and they're regular, right? They're regular size. I don't understand that. See, the text is half the size. I mean, this is exactly like type 1. The text is normal size, but these are like for old people to read. They're just giant. The text is so much larger. And the outlines on these boxes,
dude,
I mean, that's a
almost
really
done
good,
with
healthy stroke there. It
really is almost there. I'm almost
mean,
done
you know,
with
whatever,
all the flags.
Whatever. I'm just
Do
saying,
the last two
I'm a
splices.
bit of a lettering supremacist.
Because he's done, and then fucking, you can paint fucking eyes and noses and
this
shadows and
I
shit.
remember him showing
It's gonna be
this
cool as fuck.
a while back.
Ho,
See how
ho,
they integrated
ho, ho, ho.
I think it's Winnipeg
Oh, it's gonna be cool.
into that drawing. I like that a lot.
How do you do it? I don't know how.
I
to do
probably
this.
plot
I don't know
this
how I'm
book
gonna do this yet.
On that alone.
But I want it to be cool.
But I know that.
I don't know what I want it to look like exactly. Like I want it to
See,
be
I
real
don't
close
know
to
if John is
the.
using
I'm going to
this
use
style
the
of
original
camouflage.
as the guide.
But if he was, if we got these kind of
Kind
chicks
of,
in that
not
yellow
sure about the
dash
color. Do
book,
I want to? Like I could thin out a Sharpie.
that'd be one.
Break
hell
open a
of
Sharpie,
fucking,
thin it down in alcohol, and use that as
project.
the
Like,
paint.
John really fucking inks the shit
I mean,
out of
it's
himself.
that's pretty good. It probably wasn't an alcohol-based paint originally.
We got a.
But-
There's a.
Like it almost does look like ink though. It's real thin.
I like this. Look, it's a penis diagram and with a blown testicle.
I'm not interested.
So,
I'm not even gonna put my
Guessing
glasses
that
on for that
somebody was kicked in
motherfucker.
the nuts. Oh, okay, all right. This is the colors are a little
think-
dark, John, but he's a
I
looking
think
guy,
what I'm gonna do.
and that's what happens. The
What do you think of this?
Test.
I don't know.
oh, and then there's a very graphic.
I don't know.
Mangina next page while his testicles being treated.
I think what I'm going for
I
is.
guess it's being treated.
I mean, maybe. You know what? I mean,
Now
really.
we get some nudity
You look
in
at this
here.
color. I don't know what to do.
All right. Well, hail John Dillard.
I want to weather it. I
Not
want this
bad.
to have
This is
some
something
weather
I
and
am
wear.
actually
I want this
interested
battle
in reading.
scarred. I want this. These are fucking cool, man. I want them to be. This
Even
is my
even with
Tangier
big
Island
text, the
pirate
word man
flags,
text.
right? And these are flying above Tangier.
All right, thank you
Not
for
the
that.
Tangier and the Chesapeake, though. That's the island.
All right. Let's see what else we got. Golden Arrow Comics.
This is 3 leagues from the Isle de Aves in the Caribbean.
Logo there.
It's no
this
longer
better have
visible. It's been
fucking
washed away by a
stuffing
hurricane.
in it. How can I cut this and not get into stuffing?
Look at this. These are going to be
I'm
cool.
just gonna try to rip it.
I think I am going to stay up and paint. We're going to see. I got to bang this out though, and we're going to see how alert I am. If I can get this around and get this finished off, iron
Wait,
that.
is that all that
Iron
is?
these.
Sure.
These are ready to go.
Dude, it's a hoodie.
How
All
do
right.
I figure this? How do I want to color it? Do you want to use?
Thank you for that gold
I
arrow.
can take a
Comics.
Sharpie, break it open
Great.
into a
Perfect,
little
because
cup
it's winter
full
time
of
right now. I can actually wear
rubbing
this bad
alcohol.
boy. Yeah, I'm gonna give it the
and
toss
use
over
that
the
to
couch.
paint on it. That'll give it a slight purplish
Thank you for
cast.
that.
And
God,
it's
good thing I'm putting all
fairly
that stuff so
permanent.
far. Can you
But
imagine
then
all
again,
this
it's
stuff with
alcohol
certain
solvent.
shirts down by my feet? They'd be covered in this shit.
And
John
that's
Dillard.
probably not what they used at
So
the
I
end
can
period, right?
Scoop
They
some
didn't
of
use
it
that.
into this
They'd have
fucking
used,
bag.
I suspect, an ink, which would be iron gall, right? I mean, it's an iron gall ink.
It looks like
What's the solvent for
asbestos
iron
bomb
gall?
went off. Basically,
Oak galls,
what happened to you?
iron filings, vinegar.
Yeah, that's what it looks like the attic insulation. It looks like that dirty
And
old
then
attic
what?
insulation.
What
that
they use
our attic is filled with.
Or, and except,
I know this is.
if it was that, maybe that would have
most
deteriorated
unprofessional
fabric.
stream.
So my suspicion is they didn't use that.
My balls are itching, you know why?
I'm gonna guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oil paint.
Okay.
Why not
Alright.
use oil paint?
But it's a mail stream.
Why not
The
use
mail
the oil
stream.
paint? And
Fucking
here's a
5
question:
a.m.
does this
I'm
need a
I have
sizing
buffet moving about.
to prevent it
So many
spreading
people don't
across
know.
the fibers? Right? It's gonna
That's okay.
bleed. If it soaks into the cotton fibers, will it bleed out?
I went silent. For reals?
I have a little bit
Yeah,
of red
Albion,
light.
that's what I was saying.
can
It
use
looks
that
like
to
it came
correct
out of my
things.
head.
I'm gonna just paint these. They're gonna be cool as fuck. What I want
You
is
guys hear me
eyes,
all right?
nose, jaws, teeth, mouth. You get the upper lower mandible. It's gonna be.
Audio's good.
This is
Okay.
cool. How do you do that without letting it bleed?
Except for the fart. No, you hear me rub around in this chair.
Like
Is what you're
there is something to
this fucking
just
junk
being
dealer.
awesome. I think what I want is a sheet
Oh,
of
you're
Visqueen
hearing-
on the wall.
That's me. That's
And
the chair.
Do I want to use the projector or
Um,
I have the paper template?
Nasser Rabadi.
I have the paper template. I could just use that as a stencil almost.
Nasser Rabadi, guys.
And
Wow.
as a guide,
Big
maybe
old
trace a pencil
package
line
here.
on it and paint that.
That's what they say about Nasser Rabadi. Big old package.
I think maybe I'll do that to get the major forms. I'll either project or use a template to get the major forms. And for stuff
You
like
guys remember
the
good old
bone
days of
shadows
picking Nasser
and the
streams?
detailed painting, I can just do I'll just do it by eye. I'll bring the reference up on the picture on
Gold.
the computer monitor,
Gold.
and
Green.
I'll look at it and I'll paint.
Rubbery creepsters bands. You can put these around your balls, I think, right? Alright, try those out later. Where's that?
And my views have dropped again. And no, now they've gone up. I don't
Creepsters.
get it. It's confusing.
By
So I
Nasser
had 15
Rabadi.
views, and now I've dropped to 8. It's confusing and weird.
Thanks, pulled the wrong one. Do. That looks cute, right?
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's
Right.
looking at unique
Rabadi.
views. And so if the same person keeps coming back in, maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Like I said, Christenens. Christenens? 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 Oh, signed by Nasser. Let's see how these credits read. Written co-plotter, Nasser Rabadi. Editor, co-plotter, Roy Gutterson. Interior artist, Eno Christenes. Letterer, Jason Robinson. Cover artist, Pat Carbajal. I don't know, I like this cover. At first glance, the best. Because the little critter thing looks like cute, So if that went in Walmart, I'd put that out in front. Let the kitties see it, It's a black and white book. Looks like they do a good job at keeping the little critter thing looking cute, or creepster thing looking cute. Oh, looks like it's about to eat a bird. It's not bad. Might be alright. Might be okay. Okay, thank you, Nasser. Doing a great job billing your books. Andy Smith feels very light. I almost don't think it's a book, it's so light. Did he sell prints or something? Maybe I got a print. I mean, it really doesn't feel like anything is in here at all. Oh. Thanks again, John. Have a Merry Christmas. This would have been probably a Christmas ago. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I don't have the package. I was going to check the date, but it's out of reach now. Look at that. Andy Smith busted out
I do want to brown it all a little bit.
Thank you for that, Andy. Appreciate that. Let me see. Well, let me check super chats. Make sure you guys are taken care of here. Barb Rogers for 5. Please make membership gifting a thing here so I can shut the fuck up. Heart, fire, and gift memberships instead. I'll be working on it, Barb. It's in the plans. I just need my plate to clear a little bit more. Gab for 2. Didn't Matt Fowler disgustingly diss Mandy to EBS in bottle?
Bring it out.
What?
Now, one more. Finish this off, and then you're gonna figure out how to paint these fuckers. And make
I don't know. I don't know who's been.
You got fucking power flags, dude.
Business.
How do you do it? I don't know. You make it cool.
But it's possible. Oh, champagne room. Thank you, Mark. Okay. What? Everybody knows that's the champagne room.
Now.
A week ago, no one even knew what the champagne room was.
You know what? You could paint with the dye.
I was just like, man, this is a because I was there when it was called the champagne room. I was like, this is a gay ass name for a fucking room. Champagne room, champagne room,
champagne. How about that? Yeah. Why not paint it with that?
What do we got? What do we got?
That and a little brown.
Something from
put it in.
my friend Mark Bolton.
Got it going.
Haunted Pizza.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do.
LLC, his company, Haunted
Maybe
Pizza.
that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice if it was
what I'm gonna do. Go to Tweetar.
I don't know if
and we're gonna figure it out, you fuckers.
But I am kind of looking forward to that. But it could be Viking Wolf. More than likely, it's probably some Viking Wolf stuff.
Mayotte.
Oh, he did this already? I didn't think he did this already. He must have done a small campaign for it. The Universals. This was a group of guys. They own restaurants down in Mexico. They contacted me to draw a comic. Their restaurants are like pop culture themed, a little comic book theme. Like they will buy like the life-size statues of Superman, Batman, whatever, and they'll put it in their restaurants and they'll make it kind of cool. And but they had their own characters that they wanted to do a book of, so they contacted me to draw it, and I did. Yeah, the cartel. Yeah, no, they're good guys. And they, I think they had some. I don't know. The economy took a dip or something, but they had to get their focus back to the restaurants. And Mark went and eventually ended up scripting this, if I recall correctly. And he reached out to them like a year or maybe 2 years ago about getting the rights to republish this.
Roscoe, he's a charlatan. Fuck him.
So they said yeah, and they gave him free use of it. I think they told him he could do pretty much whatever he wanted. But the thing is that they lost all of my high-res files. And they're locked up somewhere on a hard drive. Because this
We're
was
gonna finish this
years ago. This is like...
Fucker right now! Let's go! Check it out! Here we go! We got a pirate flag!
But anyway, so... And this art... So what he did was he hired Chris Graves to re-ink the art. So this is about how the art looked, right? I mean, this is one of the better images for sure. But that's
For
about
sure,
how my art
dude.
looked when I drew it. So I was right around the time, I think I had just finished my Youngblood run. And I think that's how they became aware of me. They saw the Youngblood stuff, and they knew I was hot fire, and they're like, oh, dude, draw this thing. So anyways, Chris Graves ended up drawing inking over low resolution.
Here we go.
So he probably printed them out to 11 by whatever, I don't know, and inked them, and then it's a little bit more Chris Graves than it is me, I think. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see.
Just playing your dirty tricks. That don't matter
There's
to
a
me. Let it rock.
Okay, this is some kind of preview book. This is not the actual thing. This looks a little bit more me. Still has some Chris Graves in there. But yeah, that's a little bit truer to my line art. But yeah, so the thing was, I mean, it's like, this was meant to be like in a restaurant or something, I don't fucking know. And they wanted like statues designed, and I designed a statue, and then they were gonna actually have the statue be made at like, I don't know, it's like their Incredible Hulk-like character. They were gonna have him made at full size in the restaurant, and he has a sword, and the sword was gonna be like, he was gonna be fully up like that, coming down like that. I mean, up like that is the pose, and it never got made. I was really excited for it because they were gonna drop, I don't know, man, like some serious loot to have that made as like a one-off.
Hey,
but then they ended up
been
just
around
making
long
like a
enough to see that.
bust of
So
it or
put up or
something.
shut up. Hand me a stack of cash, or shut the fuck up.
So,
Don't even tell
anyways,
me that you're
and they're like,
interested
hey,
in
this is
paying
based
for
off your
it.
drawing. I'm
Don't
like,
tell
not
me it's
really,
done.
but okay.
Hand me cash, or fuck off.
All right.
Or just,
thanks, guys.
I mean, you can enjoy it and stuff, but don't tell me, oh, well, this is
Mito
this, and we're gonna do this with it.
Raffia.
No, either
This
show
is,
me the money or fuck off.
Roquefort.
I don't want to hear any platitudes or any
dated.
flattery. I
Oh,
don't
this is
need it.
dated 8/30,
I know it's
2023. So this is from this year. I'm gonna look at the dates from now on. We can see how long some of these have been back here. God, what could this be?
Respect for authority.
Oh,
We're
it's
gonna have to go to
broken.
Def Leppard soon, but I know if I do that, I'll get my stream dinged. So I'm just going to sing it.
It's broken, everybody.
And my singing is off key enough that there's
Did you
no
check it out
AI
manually? No, but I take
copyright
all the
detector
stuff
that
that I
is
know
going
is
to
like
mistake me
crowdfunded
for
stuff, and I just set
the
it aside. I'm
awesomeness
like, I'll
of
get
Def
to it
Leppard.
when I get to it. But as I said, I've been trying to clean out my office, and the only thing in the way of me actually cleaning it is all these boxes of unopened things that I can't. I feel bad to just open them off stream, you know? So, so I'm trying to get a good amount done here. Oh, this looks like the first one. I remember the guy with the goofy hat. So I must have ordered it twice. Because I couldn't tell if that was a dude's hat or head or her hair, you know? I'm like, what is that thing? So, anyways. Kenneth does decent work. He's alright. And then there's some other thing here. Let's see. Andy Smith. Oh, now we're getting real. Andy Smith, what have you sent me, sir? Slamming her Faye. I wonder if she's snuck downstairs.
Haha.
I'm gonna have to wrap this up at 5:30, guys. So that's not enough time to open up all of these. All right. Ugh, I'm still scratching that shit. It's everywhere. Cordraft. Cordraft. Hell yeah. This, guys, looks fucking impressive. Okay, so 1, book. 2, looks like, what is that, print? It's a game card, and him and his buddy are into, like, D&D or something. Adventure module for
That's the way you do it. Right there. Now, let's get this curve right. You want this
I don't know
end.
what that means.
I want this end, and this one's mine, so
Not a nerd.
like I know what I want for it, which is I want the bone to
Black, white,
I like
and
some
raw.
protuberances
Hard
and some angles and stuff,
So I think
but I
this
really
is,
I want it to follow a
almost like an
generally
artist
a
edition.
curve. So we're gonna just go around it like that.
Is it?
Like
no,
that.
I guess it's just black.
Now,
and
just
white. No,
keep
I can
stitching.
see. I can see all the page stuff. Yeah, I can see some blue line on there. Okay, hold on.
Right there you go. And see
That's
the
pretty cool.
stitching
Like,
on here also
here,
is
title,
kind of like
so you
cross
can see
hatching.
the blue line around the on the right behind there. There's a bit of that. You can see all the little stuff written up top here. So that's really cool. Oh yeah, look here. You can see smudges. Like he's doing, he's probably getting the tip of his brush the way he wants it to be. So he's just using the side of his page. These fucking guys. Like, right here.
Haha, it's kind of cool.
Practicing. Practice.
We're talking
I don't
about
need
practice.
Thinking practice.
I'm talking about practice.
All right, but my guess is this is probably the entire thing in black and white. Thank you, Andy Smith. I will not throw this. I'm not going to open the other one because it's. I'm sure it looks like this, but in color. But I will be checking that out. I will be reading it.
Okay.
Ooh, I think this is the one. This says it's a very ripped tag, but it's Von Klaus. And it says on there, godlike rules, Hart Von. Looks like someone's got a crush. Alright, so hopefully this
I
is
just
my
stuck
black
myself
hole.
in the leg with a needle. I'm
If
going
so,
to bleed
that's
to
going on the
death.
reading pile.
No, I'm not. I'm not shot with grape shot. Now, so if you ever get a chance, nobody's watching this stream, so nobody gives a fuck. But
Yes,
if you ever get
it
a chance,
is.
go to Ligonier, Pennsylvania. It's just across the Ohio border. No, we're not far from it. One of the best little museums in the eastern United States, east of the Mississippi, anyway. Check
Yeah,
it
it's
out.
one thing to get the
Ligonier,
books. It's another
Pennsylvania.
thing when you know
Tiny little
somebody has
town.
your book.
The diner
and you
there,
really want them
stay
to
away
read
from
it,
macaroni and
you know,
cheese.
and
It's
it's like,
garbage.
Hey, have you read it yet? Have you read it yet?
It was recommended to us. and it
Like,
was
when Omega Storm
terrible.
came out, I was just like,
The
I need
museum, however,
everybody to
is
read
fucking
it now
awesome.
and tell me exactly.
And one of the cool exhibits,
And everybody just took their own sweet
and
time.
by cool I mean heart-rendingly tragic.
Hair in the
There's a
trenches,
beautifully sewed
line
coat
one.
that belonged to a British officer who was on deck of a ship
This foil
and shot through with
up on there,
a
I'll show you
2-inch diameter grape shot
Good stuff.
through the body, in and out, through.
see.
I mean, of course, it
Some
killed him.
kind of. Oh, okay.
The coat's
So
there
the
with
character
a plexiglass
itself
rod through
is
showing the
I don't know what
trajectory.
you call that, but it's
It's
gloss
awful,
there, and then almost
tragic
sort
and
of a
beautiful.
mat around it. But it's
But it
so like
illustrates
these little spots cut
the
out.
horror of war.
Right here, right here.
Well worth seeing that
See if I
museum.
can move the
They have
light. See how
an
it doesn't
astonishing
shine on 'em?
dedication to
Spot gloss.
describing
Thank you for the comics.
early American history. They have I think, a complete artillery train of the British Army.
Wow, look at this. Almost right out the bat, look at this. What?
Beautifully reconstructed
for
and
terror.
made. Like if there's ever an apocalypse, that's the place to go. Grab those guns. It's a siege train. But the museum is so good. And the artifacts, the
Colors are
clothing,
a little
everything,
dark on
the
this
exhibits and the presentation, everything about it is just wonderful. I can't say enough
Captions
good
and
things
everything
about
look
that
like they're
museum.
proper.
It's wonderful.
size.
Ligonier, Pennsylvania, Fort Ligonier. Go check it out. It's well worth it.
Oh, because it's Eric Weathers.
I have a photo somewhere, but I'm not going to drag it up because I'm
Yeah,
sewing a
good
pirate
stuff.
flag, fuckers. And singing Def Leppard and listening to John Mayallon and
This is going to be one
got other
that I
stuff
want to
going on.
read.
So
I'm gonna
back
put
to
that
the
in
big
here.
question. What color, what
This
paint,
back in
what
here.
medium do I
Actually
use
moving
to
this to
draw
the top
in
of
the
the
skulls
pile,
and the shadows on the
means
bones?
On my pile of shit.
What am I
on
going
my
to do? I don't
desk.
know.
So, when I do get around to reading,
It's going to be
It's
cold,
gonna be
but I don't
right
know what it's
there.
going to look like. I got to pull this through. Where is my loose thread?
let's see, I saw Phil was in there begging for me to open up something from him. Yeah, I could have something, I don't know, but let me look here. I got another thing from Andy Smith. It's huge. I wonder if I backed that twice.
I don't know, man.
Aaron Lopresti has sent me something,
Dun, dun,
and it's huge.
dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun.
Riot Press has sent me something.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, somebody else has sent me something.
There you go, your pal Rini. Well,
Critical Blast has sent me something.
you know who hasn't sent you something? Muralist 1. Why? Well, because it ain't your thing, but yeah, that's alright.
What is this? Burlock Fulfillment Center. I don't know what this is. I might have to open this because I have no clue what it is. Curiosity. Retro Graphics has sent me something. Chimera Comics has sent me something.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
Drew Esch. Marakumo Comics, that's our friend Kyung Lee. He sent me something. Hope Phil appreciates that I'm going through everything to find something of his. Gold Arrow Comics. Same field as that.
Ah, Phil's not even watching.
Haunted Pizza. Chimera Comics.
So we're working our way around the end of this long bone.
A big box from
As long as I don't
Graham
fuck
Gold.
this up and stitch across
That's all I
like
see,
2
Bill.
layers of like the wrong fabric or something. As long as I don't break this, we're in good shape.
I don't see a Zaid Comics. I feel like I've seen a Zaid Comics.
Dun, dun, dun,
Whatever. I'll have to catch it in round 2 if I find it. But this is going to be it for round one. I'm going to open up this mystery package.
Dun, dun, dun.
Otherwise, I'll be like, what was it? Who sent me something? Was it your boy? Was it your boys? And it was your boy, Zach. Look there. So I remember he used a fulfillment center. Looks like I got some Expendables. Remember how he said the fulfillment center was charging him per package, so he would put them in all into a bag, so per item. So they were charging your boy Zach for every single card or trinket or sticker. Each single individual item had a cost to put it into the package. So what your boy did, which is smart, was he said, I'll put them all into a single bag. So then the only thing that goes into the package is a single bag. So that's what he did.
Well, that makes sense.
So that's why these are
Reasonable.
all in a plastic. Oh, it's a comic book bag.
Of course
it looks like.
Yeah, of course it is.
You would put a book in there. All right. Did you like that tear? Yeah, you did.
I miss
Expendables, Stallone.
none
Dixon,
of these stitch
Myers.
eyes. They all go right to where they need to go.
You can't see what it is because they have these little cardboard things around them.
Dude.
Expendables. Go to hell.
What are you doing?
Man,
We're almost around the bend here. Once this is done, then we're on a straight run right down the
What
line,
else you're
and then it's.
charging them to shrink
I
wrap
think I'm gonna
everyone
fucking
and
keep
put
painting.
these
I don't know.
stickers
I
on?
feel like it. Is there anybody in the chat? God damn it! All I need is one comment.
So I'm going to look at
Somebody in the chat say,
main
"Yeah,
cover-
fuck yeah, paint
no,
this."
Both of these say main cover version A. What did I do? Get
Nut
a
up
two-pack?
and paint it. Nut up and make
Okay,
a
all
skull.
I'm opening
That's
one
all I
up.
want. Is one fucking comment. One viewer, one comment. Say, yeah, paint it.
When Faye heads off to work, I'm going to have to do
No.
it here leaning. with a
Nobody there. God
vacuum,
damn, dude.
John Dillard. I'm going to have to
That's
get a
all
leaf blower in here to blow all this shit off of my fucking desk.
I do care.
I
I want this to be as interesting to other people as it is to me.
It looks like a
Now, maybe it is.
poster.
I don't know. I don't know why, but I do. To paraphrase the late great Whitney Houston, I don't know why, but I just do.
Expendables go to hell.
Boom.
Another poster. They got the likeness of these guys down, so Stallone must have secured all that. I think
We
Hollywood
got
probably
this
figured it
lined
out
up.
after.
All right, so I am almost around the horn here on this last long bone on the last pirate flag.
Here we go.
After
main
this,
cover.
we have a choice.
Yes.
I see
it's
somebody else is
Kelsey,
in there
guys.
watching. and
There,
it's
you
not
happy?
my
Are you
normal
happy?
Single viewer. If you want to see the paint go on and define the eyes and the nose and actually paint the skulls and stuff, tell me in the chat. Post it in the live chat. All I need is any kind of
Graham drew this?
response.
Graham Nolan drew it?
It won't take much more than that to get me to paint this thing because it's going to be rocked. It's going to be awesome. Otherwise, I'm just going to suspect that the other one watching is a bot. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe we have smart bots. Do the bots, do the viewers want to see this thing painted right now, or can you wait?
Some of these colors are pretty dark.
I want to paint them now, frankly. So just post something in chat. Say, hey, yeah, fuck yeah, paint it. Nut up or shut up. Paint the skull. Make it cool. That's all it takes. One comment.
Different artists are in here, I guess.
All right, we are now around the
I think
bend.
it's a
Now
different
it's a straight
story.
line
Did it
run
change,
all the way
or-
down to the end. I need to straighten my thread out.
Yeah, because
A
there's somebody
little
else
bit
drawing here, and it's
caught in.
much more scratchy.
Fix this thread, and then we're gonna make a straight line run all the
Might
way
be
down.
no, it's not a flashback page.
Here we go. Look at that. Untwisted.
Arts. Oh, okay. Prologue.
Draw it out, and here we go.
Prologue by Aaron Elfecci. What?
All
What is
right.
it? 2 pages? Is that the prologue?
So we're pushing along.
The colors are really dark.
Say something in the chat
Really
if you
dark.
want to see it painted up like a regular terrifying
Colors by
pirate
Color
flag.
Channel. Color
Happy to
Channel.
do it if I get any response. But I gotta have some
Colors by
response,
Keith
man.
Alonso.
Otherwise, I'm just collecting video frames.
Kelsey Shannon did some colors in here. Wait, did he draw it too? Main cover art, Kelsey Shannon. Yeah, Christmas in Hell, art and colors by Kelsey Shannon. Yeah, so Aaron Elfecci only did 2 pages in here. What has Aaron Elfecci been up to? Has he been doing anything? I mean, living in like a baller in fucking Philippines. Be my guess. Alright. Expendables, guys. That's what it was. Alright. So cardboard. Ugh. Ugh. Can't even touch my mouse pad. Shit is everywhere. Alright. Now I gotta deep clean my office. That's sad. He's still opening boxes. No, I'm not, Head Rock. I'm done. Yeah, I'm out of time. Don't get in trouble with it. Yeah, you're right, Morphe. I gotta go. It's 5-3. Let me check super chats. Travis Parrott for 5. Zayd, rest in peace, wants you to open his package. He's in the chat. Yeah, I looked for it. There could be a package. I'm not seeing it. Gab for 2. Do you have a package with vines on wrapping Diaz? Wow. Nothing that was within reach.
Vines on that.
Trevor Bruce for 2. I figured Dungeoneer packages came in latex. Yeah. Travis Parrott for 5. What's Eric called when he's sick? Eric Under the Weathers. Eric Under the Weathers. Look at you, Travis Parrott. Toe Goblin for 2. Did you get the Anthrax I sent? I got the fucking Anthrax fucking John Dillard sent for sure. I feel itchy. Yano, $3 super chat.
Nobody wants anthrax.
Super sticker.
Hoof and
Thank
mouth
you,
disease.
Yano.
Is that the same thing?
For that. Let's see. All right, guys. Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot more left to do. I just really kind of wanted to do that.
Let's see.
And now I got to go out there and see.
And no
Faye.
comments.
Out
Yeah,
there.
you buzzed off.
Come on. Somebody.
I think there's
place
a
comment in
trash
the
cast
goddamn
tonight.
chat.
I think it's on Mike Miller's Lone Star. So I'm gonna have to go look for that book, and if I can find it and read it, I'm gonna do so before the stream. I gotta get it all fresh up in my brain, and otherwise, I mean, it's just gonna be cracking on the art. But I'd like to have a little bit more insight into what was actually written. But anyway, so be on the lookout for that tonight, and so I'll probably be right.
I knew it, son of a
And
bitch.
if not, then whatever. I might
fucking
stream. I might
knew
do
it.
I might
I
do
have
a
stitched-
dirt stream.
This is exactly what I didn't want to
This
do. I
weekend.
stitched the last 3 stitches.
Oh wait,
or
no,
so
it's the whole wedding thing.
to
Saturday,
the
right?
flag.
So
Oh,
yeah,
Anna-
I'll
Anna's
probably
getting married
stream
tomorrow.
Sometime in the
May
evening
God
on
bless her and
Saturday
her
on
marriage and her
YouTube.
husband.
See if we
I
can't
hope they're
get
happy
maybe
and healthy
somebody
and
to report
all
in
that.
from the wedding. You know, there's probably a good story. Good story to be told. You know what I mean? Yeah, dirt
Darn
stream.
it, man. So can you believe that?
No
Of course you
trash
can, because I've done it before, like
Oh, is there
long
no
time
trash
ago.
cast
But
tonight?
there you go.
No, I thought we were gonna do it on Friday. Whatever, don't matter to me.
This is Friday, dude.
If there's
Where you
no
been?
trash cast, then I
All
will
right.
do
So we've
any
undone the mistake, and now let's get back to it.
Oh, he's gonna review Mike Saturday. Oh, well, now we're getting in on my wedding coverage.
So now,
Let's see. Let's see if I can make that now.
all right. So
John's really not going to the weddings. Damn, I just
Thread.
lost a bet. Oh, pay up. Yeah, I said it.
Read
You know?
thread.
And it's a good thing that I'm not, guys, because I would just be stressed out. I got fucking, like I said, I mean, I'm doing taxes, I'm doing fucking coloring checks, I'm finishing off the script for Godlike. I'm trying to get this whole thing out the fucking door.
I might need a new prescription
as quickly
for
as possible.
glasses or something, man. I can't
So,
freaking see this eye.
And being at that wedding for, you know, even 2 days, you know, I'm just like, fuck, man. You know, I'd be in my, I would do the service and I'd probably just go to the fucking hotel and I'd just be like, I'm gonna just start fucking typing. Because I gotta get shit done. And I'm gonna get shit done today too. I'm gonna go to bed in a little bit. As you can see, I'm
Holy
grinding,
crap,
'cause
dude. I have not had this much trouble threading a needle since I began this project.
I'm
What
gonna
the
go to
fuck?
bed, and when I wake up, I'm gonna probably start doing more script work.
Alright, I'm gonna
Or
snip this
checking the
clean.
colors
Maybe
and
that's
see
the
if,
problem. Maybe it's
he has
just a
any issues
frayed
with,
thread.
what's going on with final stuff.
Let's tighten it
So
up.
we are in the last push for Godlike. The supplemental books, they've already been lettered up. They need to get a finessing on them. And then as soon as I'm done,
There you go. Fine. Alright, now go.
with this script,
Beautiful.
it's going to get slapped down as well.
So,
And out the
alright.
fucking door.
Here we go. Down the
With
straightaway.
these coloring
Just going for
corrections
nice,
as well.
even
So
stitches.
It's all coming along really quick, but I gotta keep the pedal
Rolling
down.
along.
So, because I got to go out to my nephew's graduation in South Carolina, and I really don't want to have to be like, man, I got so much more left to do. I want to get these things sent off to the printer, if at all possible, before I go. And if not, then I'll at least have everything prepped. Everything will be ready by the time I leave, so I can actually go down there, watch my nephew graduate. It's the Marines, so, you know, it's a big thing. My sister, if I don't go down there, it's going to be a thing. I just know it's going to be a thing if I don't show up for this, because I did not show up for Christmas. Yeah, but like I said, guys, yeah, it was a good thing that I was hesitant about being like, yeah, I'll go, because I hate saying I'm gonna go somewhere, and I hate it when people say they're gonna go somewhere then they don't. You know, it's like I like to stick to plans, you know. And you can ask anybody in my family, like if you divert, maybe that's autism. If you divert from the plan, I'm just like, Argh.
Okay.
Like, why make a plan?
Carry on.
Why make a plan? Why sit there and think everything out and waste all that time to make a plan? And then nobody wants to follow it. So, going to this, going to my
I think I
nephew's
should iron
thing
this. I'm
is
starting to
the
get
plan.
those stretching hills and
The plan
valleys.
is also to get back as
Yeah.
quickly and safely as possible, because Faye's going with me, so I can get back here to work. But I will be taking my laptop. I'll be in communication to do everything I can to get all this stuff off to the printer while I'm down there if needed. So I will be taking my work with me, for sure. And I'll try to stream, because it's a long drive. I'll try to find a moment to stream. I think we're going to stop at a hotel. So if anybody is streaming during the time we're traveling, and again, this is what, next week? I think late next week. So no, not even late next week. Early next week. Fuck, I think we're leaving Wednesday. Holy shit! God damn it! See what I'm saying? There's no time. There's zero time, guys. I gotta fucking move. Yeah, next Wednesday. next Wednesday, we will actually, Tuesday, I think we're leaving. I think we're leaving Tuesday night, and Wednesday is the first day that Faye actually has off of work. So I think we were talking about leaving right when she gets out of work. So I'll be up at night, so I don't mind night driving and, getting 8-10 hours in if needed. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And then when Jack Show happens next week, I'm going to be on the road. So I may not be on Jack Show. If anything, I'll try to call in. I might be at a hotel that night, but Friday or Saturday is the actual graduation. Even that, I'm not fully sure. But I just know I gotta go. I gotta go. So, all right. It's it's 5:42, guys. Thank you guys for being here and watching this stream. I know it's not great fun, but look, if you're at work right now, you definitely appreciate having something familiar to listen to while you're doing whatever you're doing. So I've been there, I know, and so have a great day today, guys. Thank God it's Friday. Right? Thank God it's Friday. Alright, have a great night, guys. I'll see all y'all Friday night, if not Saturday night. Right on. Peace. Bye.
Oh, I come from South, from the deep, deep South, where the fields of cotton just start with flight, and the factory makes Esquire with the night, while the Alabama man plays bridge all night, way down south in Dixie, swinging low.
Maybe 2 more stitches, maybe 3. And then we're going to string up another one, and that'll finish this line off. That's a little too much. A little too much. All right, now there's something. All right, one more thread, I think, does it. All right, let's tie these up. Tie up your ends. There's that one. Where's the other? There you go. Okay, so roll it under. Where's the end? Where's the needle? And let's go. Okay, that's a little weird.
It didn't matter if you were the white race, the black race, the brown race, or whatever. So social issues, I try to get in the background or underlaying a plot, but never to the point of letting it interfere with the story or hitting the reader over the head.
Yeah, well, and he knew something about it.
And action.
My name's Shorty. You watching the show on John Maynard's show.
Wolfhound.
Wolfhound.
Dun, 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 dun.
There was a super chat by Lord Raptor Jesus for $3. I appreciate you. Thank you. No comment. You know, just throwing money. Wait, why do you have Signal on your PC? What are you talking about, Loading Shot? Signal from my internet. I have a little sign right here on my StreamYard and it says your connection is unstable, meaning that it sucks right now. But if I reboot my router, yeah, it's Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's Wi-Fi. I would have to get a long cable to, hardwire this thing up. So.
Yep, me too.
I'd have to run it from downstairs up here to my upstairs office. I used to do all my streams in my downstairs office, but now there's a treadmill in there. Now it's a treadmill room, which I do not use, but it looks good because it looks like I use it. It impresses people, and they say, "Look at John. This guy cares about his body." You know what I mean? Run the Ethernet. Yeah, I don't know, man. I might get serious about getting some real serious internet hookups in the next year or so. Oh, look, it's Anna.
What's up?
What's happening?
Nothing.
Why are you up so early?
I'm painting. How's it? What do you mean early?
I don't know. It seems kind of early for you.
To jump on a stream, or
Yeah.
do you wait?
Yeah, you're never on Post Kings unless it's 3 in the morning.
Well, so I usually get my eyelashes done on Mondays, and so today was one of the days I don't. So I don't even get home till later in the day.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
And I usually wait until after people
Did you go to a zoo lately, or was that a while ago? When did you go to a zoo?
I went there yesterday.
Are you being coached on what to say?
No. I was changing something on my stream because I'm streaming on Twitch right now because I'm painting. So I just they could hear me, but they couldn't hear you, so I had to change the setting.
Oh, okay.
Who would I be coached what to say?
Because I heard it almost sounded like someone in your background telling you something, and then I heard you loud and clear say the exact same thing.
Oh no, I stepped away from my mic and it showed up that it didn't pick it up, so I repeated myself.
Oh, okay, all right.
No,
So you're not hanging out with.
I'm part of the Matrix.
Yeah, you're not hanging out with some hottie back there.
No.
Oh, okay. Patrick T, what is going on? Are people accidentally not sending anything, or is my StreamYard messed up? Patrick T 499, no comment. Pete Callan for 2, no comment. Oh no, there's a period there, so I guess they're goofing. Pete Callan again for 2. Anna, what do you know about Yellow Flash turning on Ethan? So apparently, Yellow Flash, after he kicked me and Ethan out of the room, now he's apparently blocked Ethan. I don't know if you know this or not. Yeah, he's blocked Ethan. Yeah, this is what Ethan was saying last night. So, it's going down. That's what people are saying. They're saying it's war. NC Pork Barbecue. Look up Ethernet through power. Got you, boo. Okay, alright. Oh, and look who popped in, but he's not in his chair because he's fixing his lights. Let me bring in Billy Tucci.
What's up, Billy?
And, thank you, Johnny boy.
Yeah, no problem.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New
Yeah,
Year.
it is. Oh yeah, we haven't talked since this year, or have we? Or maybe no, we only did one Kings.
Nope, that was it.
Anna, you excited? Like, how are the wedding plans going?
Oh my gosh, so I just ordered all of my flowers. I'm doing it all myself, and we finally got enough of an idea on how many tables to order, so I just got everything.
Why are you doing it? Why are you doing that yourself?
Because I got quoted, like, it would be twice the amount of my wedding just for flowers.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
And so I was like, I watched these videos about hacks on how to do it, and I'm like, I'm creative, I can do it myself. Here, I'll send you a picture, Billy, on Twitter of what my centerpieces look like. You'll see. It looks so much better than what I could have bought.
Can't you get your friends to help you? Your girlfriends, your mom? Can you do that? And like, let's have a big like flower party, and you just do it for a weekend. And you just drink and make all this stuff.
Yeah, well, so I actually found out you could order flowers from Costco in bulk, and so that's what I did. And so I ordered samples just the other day, and so you're supposed to order them 3 days in advance, and you keep them in the dark, and then it will like open up and be beautiful. And so that's what we just did, and it came out great.
How many days before the wedding do you have to order them?
So Costco, you can order in advance and schedule a day for them to drop it off. So that's what I did.
But do you have to get...
Welcome, Abra. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. I think your first time ever on this show. You're muted.
No, she's so muted.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good now, I think. Can you guys
Hey, Abra.
Hey.
There you go, yeah.
A boomer moment. Thank you so much for having me. How's it
No
going?
problem.
What's up?
Yeah, it's going great. Yellow Flash basically dumped EVS for RIPA is what Nexus Videos said happened. That's it.
Okay, Billy, I sent it. Check your Twitter.
Yep, I will. But can you get them, if they're going to open up, do you need to order them like on a Thursday, so it gives them 48 hours to open up? Like,
Yeah, so that's what I did.
I'll show Debbie, because Debbie's...
Anna, hold this stream. I gotta reboot this stuff.
Okay, no problem. Nice to meet you, Abra.
Yeah, very nice to meet you, Anna. And Billy. I did a review of Zombie Samba, the first one, way long ago, but I really liked it, and I like the new one, too.
Oh, thank you. Well, Abra, I am ready and willing to hear the story of your life right now.
Oh,
okay, man. That is it. We have 3 pirate flags.
Well, where should I start?
Finally, fine and dandy. I am super happy now.
19, no, I don't know.
Check that out. I got 3 pirate flags.
I kind of been a lurker for
Awesome.
years. I think I got into Comicsgate around 2018.
Ha-ha!
And kind of fell down that rabbit hole. I was never really a comic reader or anything. I played a game.
Got 3
that,
hand-stitched
that had
entirely.
characters in it.
Hand-stitched
So
pirate
I wanted
flags.
to learn more about the characters, so I started watching Comic Historian or
Oh,
whatever
so
that's
cool.
called. And that led me to Captain Cummings, and that led me to your boy Zach. And then I found Ethan, and then, so all down that rabbit hole. And ever since I was like, wow, I mean,
Fuck yeah.
you see everything going woke and going crazy. Of course, it's like max hysteria right now. But I, really believed in Comicsgate and the movement, and being able to do the art that you want to do. And so that's just kind of how I got in and started following you guys, and then decided, there's all these books out there. I want to start reviewing them. And I just got this one in the other day, Core Draft.
Oh yeah, I believe it, Core Draft.
And yeah,
I just put the last stitch in the last flag. I've got 3 pirate flags entirely hand stitched from the hem to the reinforcing to every bone and skull, both sides.
Especially in California and everything. I saw your whole when you
Literally
down
just
in Compton
not
the
5
other day.
minutes ago. I'm a happy dude. I'm a happy pirate flag maker. I don't know how many handmade pirate flags there are in the world, but I've got 3 of them.
She was got kidnapped and raped and
My fingers are numb.
Okay, so Billy,
But I
will
could be
drive
happier.
a vehicle until it like
This
dies.
is awesome.
'Cause I'm
Yeah, we
Super
saw,
happy.
we saw your car.
yeah,
Super
that truck
happy.
was from like 30 years old.
All right.
But so
I am going
I had to do a
to
podcast in Beverly Hills, and not just in Beverly Hills, on top of Beverly Hills,
To,
to the top of the mountain, and it's like
to pirate
100
flags.
something degrees. And I was like, oh my god, if my truck can make it up there, it's a trooper. It made it, but on the way home, it overheated and the engine just basically died. But
Wow.
it broke down because I was using Waze, so it takes you on weird routes. It took me through the heart of Compton.
Oh my gosh.
My truck
Wow.
started smoking.
That's
I
freaking awesome,
immediately
dude.
on the
Look at
one
'em.
strip of
Those are
freeway,
cool.
there was, like a little, exit so you could.
So
actually
next,
pull off.
now it's all the
I was
fun
stuck on
part. The
for
hardest part
4
is done.
hours while I waited for
Now
AAA
it is
to
just the
come in.
fun. It's
She had to pee.
painting in the eyes, the noses, the teeth, the jaws, the shadows on the long bones. Now it's the cool part, and then weathering it, scraping it up, and putting a musket ball through
I
it.
did
and-
have to pee, so I just
Oh,
stood
it's
outside
so
my
good.
car, opened the door, and peed in front of my door. Luckily, I was wearing a dress, so.
You know they do that all the fucking time anyway.
Well, it's California in general. I mean, isn't that you have to do that, or you get your state card revoked or something?
I think that's the way to do it, man.
But so long, I
Fine and
eventually
dandy.
got home after, and it was funny because in the live stream you can just see the sun's up and then it's slowly going down and down and down. And it's deep.
Wow, cool.
Well,
Time
you
to paint them.
hotel.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
Do
like
I wanna stay
Saturday,
up
so
and
in
paint?
San Diego,
You know, if I
it's a
could
big
get
show
one
for the
person to
week.
show up in my fucking
So
chat
Saturday
and
night,
say,
my
hey, yeah,
wife
paint it, I'll
get
watch.
together with a bunch of,
And then watch. I'd fucking do it now.
Wives, like
As
really
it is,
cool,
I
and they
might
get
just
bombed.
say, fuck it, and
And they stay
go,
like local at the Marriott
go off to bed.
Hotel and stuff. But if
I kinda wanna paint it.
Debbie was
so
out with
you
us
know,
that
show
night
up
when you were gonna go
tell me to
home,
paint.
she would have totally pulled her
Nobody's watching the live stream though.
Debbie card and
The mama bear. Yeah,
she
the
would
mama
have
bear.
taken my son Matthew and made him sleep on the floor, and you would have slept in here because we got a nice. We're in the Marriott, so it's a big room.
Oh, my fingers are numb.
queens, And my son Matthew would have been sleeping on the floor. And Debbie
can't wait
brings
to
like
put the
3 pairs of pajamas. So
details
she would,
on
and
it.
she like think.
That's
she's
so
like,
cool.
What's like an inch taller than you? She's like Debbie's like 5'4", you're like 5'2". What? How?
Oh.
But you would have been in her PJs, and Debbie would be like, no.
You'd have to roll up the pants legs.
Yeah, actually, Debbie probably would have kicked me out of my bed and had you two share. And that's how girls are.
Oh, these
And
are
that's
cool.
what- She's like, get on the floor, Matthew. So she was there when you said you were driving home that night, at whatever time
Need
it
to
was.
iron this
Shit,
one.
like 3 in the
And
morning, whatever.
then,
it
because
was.
I've ironed those two, I should
I
iron
did
this
that
one too.
yesterday.
Iron this one.
Yeah, no, I went and
And
visited
they're all ready
Missy.
to
They
paint.
were, her and Lila did a show in San Diego, and so I did that drive last night. We
Do
went
I want
the
to wash
Sarah
them
and
now?
Hudson cast.
Maybe I should wash them
See,
now.
now, your friend Chrissy should book hotels for you at this point.
Yeah.
At this stage in her career,
Yeah, you're like the
you're
town.
hanging with superstars now. You're a superstar. You're all superstars. Chill out down there and have a good time.
No, it was fine. I mean, I could have crashed in her room with her and Lila, but I mean, it's less than an hour drive for me because I'm a speed demon, so.
Oh, you're one of them too.
I put you on like
Speed
two,
demon.
you know, in the highway.
Yeah, Tunes, holy shit! How old are you that you know Tunes is the cat? Because Anna, I guarantee Anna does not know who Tunes is. The cat is.
Really? Oh,
Anna,
come
who's
on.
Tunes is?
Is that the black one with like the big white eyes?
No.
No.
It was like this skit, and they would drive the car, and then Toonses, the cat, they had this cat sitting in the driver's seat with like these fake
Oh
claws.
my
up
gosh,
there.
dude.
And Toonses was
Oh,
like a
they're
crazy
done.
driver and would just always drive his passenger.
Yeah.
The car, yeah,
Perfect.
goes off the
It
cliff.
goes over a cliff and explodes.
Oh, now it's the cool part. So what do I do?
Now, how do you
How do I
know
paint
that,
'em?
Abra? How do you know that? Because when I was in college, that's what we watched, and that was like funny stuff, like 1989.
Before you go to bed,
I know.
so plug in the iron this one, and then
It's
it's all.
syndication, right? You know, you watch the reruns.
All right, so aside from the flowers, Anna, Is everything else good with the wedding? Are we good? Are we on schedule?
Right
Let
now,
the iron heat up.
what I am making bows for
I
all
need
the
some
pillars
water.
in the church. Peaches' ring just came in. He wanted this. It's like an old Portuguese ring, so it's a Portuguese coin. It's like in, I don't know, his ring. So I got that
Are
and
you Portuguese too?
yes, we're both Portuguese.
I know you are.
And
Everyone knows
then
you're Portuguese.
I know at this point. And then my
Potatoes.
bridesmaids, a few of them, their dresses still haven't come in.
Potatoes, corn,
The
squash,
Munchkin
beans.
still has to get hers fitted and altered. And then trying to think of what I'm forgetting. So we're doing all the booze ourselves, so I'm just gonna do a Costco run and just get, you know.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because they said, they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be $20 per head. And I was like, no.
My wedding.
Not doing all that extra stuff.
I got married a long time ago.
$20 for head. What?
Whoa!
What kind of wedding is this?
Hello. Per head for alcohol.
All right, I'm going. No.
All you can drink.
And then
Oh,
Billy,
yeah,
the
say
big thing is getting
20
people to
bucks per head.
RSVP, like John. John still has an RSVP.
John's still in the
Okay,
fence?
iron it
Well, I
out.
told her
Let's
no.
get these smooth.
She tried putting my back against the wall. She said, "You better." She's like, "You better RSVP."
No, John, I'm just
Or like,
asking you because we have to order tables, and I need to know how many people are.
Yeah, and I'm like, "All right, well then, no, I guess, you know, but I might show up."
Bro, she loves you. Why would you not go? Come on, John.
It's a long ways, Billy. It's California.
You're making me fly out to Chicago in winter, John.
April's not well. Maybe it is winter.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. But you don't have to leave because you don't want to leave that convention center early. Anyways, stay at the hotel. But this is
What
rough
I'm
down
saying,
there.
you don't
That-
have to
no,
let them know
downtown Chicago is rough. Where C2 PE2 is, it's rough. You do not want to leave.
Now you're scaring me, Billy. I wanted to go, but now I'm like,
No, you go, but all hang out in the hotel. So a few years back, we had my last C2E2. A bunch of my army buddies came, and one of them's from Iowa, one's from Chicago. He lived in Chicago. The other's from Michigan, and we had a blast. You know, we had the best friggin' time. But we didn't leave the hotel.
is the hotel connected to the?
Yeah.
Okay, thank God for that at least.
I think there's like a pedestrian bridge to it too, so you don't even have to go outside.
Very
John,
nice.
where are you guys staying? Was that not?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Oh, the
hotel it
streets.
is.
Shane booked it.
Shane was getting to the hotel, so.
Well, tell
I
Shane
can-
if
I
you don't
can
come to
find
my
out.
wedding, I'm not going.
That if Shane doesn't go to your wedding, you're not going?
No, if you. Shane is coming to my wedding.
Okay.
Ah.
John, I think Faye would love a trip to California.
And she's already been there. We lived there for like 3 years.
Yeah, but how long ago was that, bro?
A while ago.
Yeah,
Before I was born, Billy.
yeah, like Reagan was president.
Yeah.
A good
Well,
time.
whatever. We got friends out there. It'd be nice to see them. But it's
There you
just.
go. We're done. That's that.
On me.
It's beautiful.
I'm not going anymore.
We got good park
I mean, it
flags.
is what it is, I guess.
John,
But
what's
I feel
going on in
like-
the world? What's exciting? What's happening out there?
Oh man, a lot of murder and death. Oof, man.
Phew.
I don't know. Oh, look who followed me over here. It's Katie Did
Oh,
with $10.
There you go, man.
Aw, John.
Awesome.
Yeah.
what a good person.
You know, it makes up for it a little bit. Yeah. Well, she was over there talking about how, oh, Ethan, I bought your book out of the Triple Threat cover, and I couldn't afford anybody else's book. But she's super chatting like.
We got 3 park flags and they're freaking awesome.
Did another 10.
Tune
And I'm
in
like, wait,
later today
Yeah,
when I paint them and make them look
like
terrifying.
you're lying about
GG,
not having
thanks
a-
for joining me.
Hey, John,
And then I found out. Then I discovered there's like a